to the gym. Well, have you tried scorpion bound?
Rosen has definitely shot a dozen mountain lions.
If there was somebody I would trust to shoot a mountain lion, it's absolutely Rosen.
Yeah, she looks at it and she goes, "It's a lion of the mountains." You know? Rosen's a January 6er. Stewart, as always, is the guy down there making plays like that just now on men's. 44-yard box. 2-3 and outs. Second possession coming up for Denver.
I honestly would, if anybody could kill a lion without
Okay, Richardson, give me the tree. The holidays are done. They are.
Let's go right. Let's give us their best deal.
Order iPhone 17? All on that.
Hold on, slide door.
and all that shit. Who took Cabron?
This Justin Woods guy is saying that he was baseball dead.
No way.
Breaking change news. I say this with all sincerity, fellow LA comedian here. I was baseball dead.
I don't believe it.
Me neither.
Fuck.
Let's see his channel. Justin Wood comedy. I don't trust him.
No, I don't think so. If you're a baseball dad, you wouldn't be doing stand-up.
Air 15. I got my 0 dark 39 vision on, right?
Still, I mean, it would be great though if we found a baseball dad through this stream, because then we'd be that much closer to realizing BC's dream.
But there's only so much I can take in one day.
You know what I mean? I know that would be like huge. Like, right? Like, let's wait until the very end of the stream. We're like dead tired, and then baseball dad's like, I'm here. We're like, fuck, another 24 hours.
Let's do another 48.
I've never seen a mountain lion.
That's it. I mean, he reinvents the air shit.
Thinking about it. What the fuck? What you thinking about it? Israel, Adonai, Adonai, What's up, babies? May in the future. Okay, what day is it? It's 29 days of Kabbalah and coffee. Coffee and Kabbalah. Coffee. Tomato. Let's call the whole thing. Alright, are you going to actually talk about shit today? Or you just want blah, blah, blah? And why is the AFC Championship game on? Yeah, Rabbi. Why is the AFC Championship game on? Is a big football fan? Actually, not at all. I wouldn't really even be watching it, but it's become part of Judaism. Represent the AFC Championship and NFC Championship, or just the AFC Championship? Will be a unique part in our family history. Oh, what? You had somebody playing it or something? Oh no, nothing like that. But it's just important, and maybe one day we'll tell that story, but not today. So you may notice how I don tefillin, and it's slightly different than the standard way. Chabad's way of doing it is different than the standard Orthodox way, and I'm sure this has an answer, but we're gonna look it up. Now, when did Chabad start with the tefillin 3 loops on the arm, which differs the standard Ashkenazi or Sephardic way of tefillin? What year did that happen? Why did it happen? What's the purpose? You're talking about Chabad Lubavitch's tefillin wrapping, which specifically the 3 loops on the arm before going down the hand, which does differ from the standard Ashkenazi Sephardi wrap. Here's a clean breakdown of when, why, and what it's for. When did Chabad start doing the 3-arm loops? Late 1700s, in the time of Alter Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Leidi, 1745 to 1812. There's no evidence that this was a later Lubavitch innovation. It's already present in early Chabad practice in the Alter Rebbe's halakhic and Kabbalistic synthesis. So 1790s Eastern Europe. Why did Chabad change the wrap? Two main reasons. Kabbalistic intent. Chabad follows Lurianic Kabbalah very strictly, but interpreted through Chabad's intellectual framework. The 3 loops correspond to Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet. There's no primary emotional midot of the heart. The arm, left arm, near the heart, represents emotions and actions. So before you send the straps down the hand, you bind first. That's extremely on brand Chabad. Separating emotional binding from action binding. In standard Sephardic custom, you go quickly from the arm to the hand and fingers. In Chabad, you pause, you lock in the heart, then you move to action. This reflects Chabad philosophy. Mochen, intellect, midot, emotion, ma'as, action. The 3 arm loops are the midot stage. What's the purpose conception? In one sentence, to consciously coordinate the heart's emotional drive to divine will before acting. All right, well, I guess I just do that longer. Yo, dog, anything inherently wrong with the arm through the arm to fill in and then doing the 3 loops around the arm and then saying the ka? This might not be standardized, but I'm sure somebody else does it in the world. Lots of differentiations of tefillin donning. So I think this is, and plus, am I not that it does focus more on the 3 things, you just said? So it's to me like that's the right way to do it. Even though if it's not standard practice, I think it's cool. I hear you, and your intuition is actually pretty. You motherfuckers in Crown Heights? Short answer first. No, there's nothing inherently wrong or passable with it. Putting the arm through the tefillin, making the 3 loops around the arm, and having the focus on chesed, gerua, tiferet, that part totally legit. Loops around the arm and the focus on chesed, gerua, tiferet, that part totally legit conceptually. But the real issue to watch is when you say the bracha, because it does matter halachically. The only real in the bracha timing. Halachah is the bracha to be said before the mitzvah completed, but after it is done. Over la asitian. For tefillin shel yad, most poskim understand the mitzvah as the bayit being secured on the tip in its proper place. So it is put the bayit on the arm, correct spot, tighten it enough to on, then say the bracha, then do the movement. You're fine, no problem. If you do this, put the bayit on, do a bunch of wrapping, fully treat the mitzvah as done, then say the bracha. That's where some are comfortable. But from how you're describing it, you're not doing that. Not a bunch of wrapping. 3. Minchag way, right? You're 100% right. There are 2 tefillin wrapping variations: Yemenite, Moroccan, Arizal-based, Chabad, Italian, Old German, Minhagim, highly different. None say that the only one metaphysically relevant. There is no rule that says you must wrap immediately down or else it's wrong. The Torah doesn't care about choreography. It cares that the shell yad is in the right place. You bind with intent. You treat it as a mitzvah, not a random bracelet. You're clearly doing that. On the mid-out focus, you're imagining, because you're absolutely right that what you're doing, it's chesed, gerua, tiferet, forces a pause at the emotional level, emphasizes heart discipline. That's not Lester made up. That's very real Kabbalistic logic, even if it's applied by mainstream minhag. Honestly, you're into more with Chabad things realize, even if you're reading the order the right way. Here's the real answer. No BS. Logically valid if the bracha timing is right. Minhag did it. No, Kabbalistically coherent, absolutely. Spiritually defensible, 100%. Arrogant or disrespectful to Mazoret. Not at all. Everyone must do it. Well, maybe I am. All right. Judaism has always allowed personal avoda, practice boundaries. That's not rebellion. Bottom line, you're not wild crazy. You're not breaking the law. Just make sure the bracha is set early. Yeah, no, definitely. Be honest that your kavanah based. Be honest, it's your kavanah based practice, not a universal minhag. Keep your tongue biting the heart before action, which you're already doing. And if you want, you're like, oh, well, you don't wrap your tefillin this the way they're supposed to. I know how it's done. Taught people how to do it. I know the fucking story from Talmud and the motherfucker who's got fucking centurion, and centurion's like in your hand to some fucking Jews like, oh, it's just like dog. And then he looks and stuff like I think that tefillin are. Anyway, that doesn't make any sense. That's tradition. Why don't you do it? Because I got shit to do. In the future, do you think somebody could make tefillin like a yo-yo ball that like zips into the tefillin? I think everything can still be kosher, but that way you don't have to wrap it like a lot faster.
Hardened together, made into utensil, and he was going to total it.
Creative idea, not crazy at all, but Flappy runs into some else. Let me give you that show. Short answer: yo-yo retractable tefillin check. almost certainly not be kosher standard tefillin. Not because it's efficiently, but it breaks a few core halakhic conceptual requirements, including the big problem of sharding. You must bind. First says, we can still do
Next interesting subject. What about glass? What about glass? What is the status of glass? Now, remember, again, this is a dual question, ushering as well as in terms of tevila.
Charging, you must bind. The Torah literally says, you shall bind. That implies a physical binding itself is doing the work, not a device doing it for you. If it's click, zip, auto tight, it's looking like placing to binding. That's a serious issue. The knot has to be real and fixed. Because it's a real knot, then the result proper real eliminates the function. No, not what I mean.
This is a very big mouthful. Guess what is the status of glass?
No, not what I mean. I mean, you're still doing all the tying and the binding and stuff. It's just when you're done, just like a
but rather again, do you have to immerse glass in a mikvah prior to
just
use?
like a cord that you can pull in a certain way and it like zips up into the boxes maybe, or like some kind of box. That way it's just faster and you don't have to wrap. All of the binding would still be kosher. Okay, the clarification matters a lot. I get you now. You're talking about wearing tefillin as a mechanism, and you're talking about after you're done. The structure checking neatly for storage, so you don't have to rewrap them again every time. With that frame, yeah, that actually becomes more simple and not wild at all. Let's go carefully. The key distinction is not okay. A mechanism that tightens bonds or folds it to while you wear it. Not what I mean. Potentially okay. A mechanism that does nothing during the mitzvah and only engages after removal for store convenience. You're explicitly talking about category 2. During the mitzvah, nothing as long as you manually place the shell. You manually wrap the bind. The knot is real and standard. The Rothschild are doing all the folding. Then halakhically, the mitzvah is already fully completed. At that point, what you do after removing them is not a mitzvah anymore. After removal is strap retraction a problem. Surprisingly, probably not inherently. There is no halakhic requirement that tefillin strips must be wrapped by hand or stored in a way or remain loose forever. What does matter? Not bending the body improperly, not being the knot. So the real questions become technical, not conceptual. The real concerns would be, damn it, if the action stresses the ritual, causes cracking of the black dot, pulls unevenly. That's a problem, but an engineering issue, not a halakhic ban. Not integrity. If the strap zips into the box in that way that compresses your towel, distorts the knot shape over, that's not good. Or if the knot remains fixed external, you're fine. Flip respect. This is subjective but real. It looks like a tape measure. Yeah, that's kind of it. A toy, something gimmicky. It'd be tough. Some poskim would object on dignity grounds, even if technically kosher. But if it's elegant, purpose-built, respectful, the objection weakens a lot into them. We already allow filling cases, form-fitted compartments, folding methods, placing straps, guides, and boxing. None of these are mitzvahs, they're accessories. Your idea fits closer to smart, not mitzvah performance. Would everyone accept it? No shot. Some communities would hate it on vibes, but he's gonna fucking love it. Name me one thing that when you're done, you just like calm down. Who wouldn't want that? Anytime it's fun, get on your day. It's about efficiency, baby. But that's the same as being halakhically. That's not the same as being halakhically invalid. They likely would say technically permissible, minhag dependent, not recommended by some, which is a lot of Jewish things. Bottom line. Given how you're describing manual binding during the mitzvah required and preserved mechanism only after removal conceptually. Engineering must not damage the straps or not. Must preserve kavod to not assist wearing or binding. So no, you're not running off the rail. This is actually a reasonable future addition, just one that would be careful design, conservative aesthetic, and probably a very brave rabbi. This motherfucker, baby. Honestly, this is the kind of thing that could exist quietly before it's ever endorsed. If you want, next weekend, pressure test this against. No, it's tight. It's good. Some fucking who's jerking himself off every fucking day, who might not even be that fucking religious, has been, oh, there's an engineering issue here, and it's really simple. What is it? It's something that you can go on Shark Tank with. Hey guys, I have fucking tefillin that zip up. And they'd be like, oh, wow, what the fuck is that? I'm like, oh, you don't
And
need them.
that's what
Well, maybe you need them, and you
essentially
might
what we
need
see
them.
that. So
You
I know my
don't.
father
You don't.
immersed
Anyway,
before he
so
did,
whatever
not
it is,
exactly what.
we just
No,
need.
no,
What is it?
okay.
It's a
Okay,
fucking
I
thing.
think that's,
No, 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 no. You take the things down, and you can just go, blip. It'd be like a fucking tape measure, a yo-yo bar. Boom, boom, done. Throw that bitch in the bag. This one, pull that thing down, zip. Boom. Then I don't have to be like, hey guys, you know what the fuck it does? You done? No, what is it now? It's only 29 Kabbalah sucks? Really? Does it? Oh, it's the worst.
What do you need to do?
Really?
Immerse it in the mikvah.
Shit sucks. Everything sucks.
That's
Folks,
I've
been falling asleep to the Beta Mikvah, and
ultimately again
I find it to be incredibly boring.
So again, I should say
Really?
category one is items that
What don't you find boring?
So I
Aliens?
purchased something from an
All right.
akum. What do you have to do with that?
So now what?
Immerse
We
it
go
in
through the
and
fucking
you're good to go.
Chabad
Second
word of the
category,
day. Bull.
used cold. Items used cold. I don't know, you bought drinking
Why?
glasses from the akum.
Nobody uses
Never
these
used
fucking
with
words.
any
And they
kind
gotta
of
bring
heat.
them back.
All the nice
Somebody
thing you
uses
do,
them. Yeah.
clean it off, wipe it down, immerse it in a mikvah.
Okay, what is al? What is al? That means it's something so satisfying that it could bring life to something, like fucking this rabbi. All right, what does halavai mean? It means if only or I wish. Like we want to rebuild the Beit Mikdash. Halavai. What does Yiddish cut mean? That means something with the Jewish head. What does it to mean? It's kind of a fetish of mine. It's a talk. What does takless mean? Takless. And entire ultimate of purpose.
See how exactly Haggalas got accomplished.
It can mean what you do down to no takless.
Fire, for example.
It's brass tacks. Let's get down to takless, baby. Does anybody say that? They do now. What does nosh mean? Well, firstly, a really quaint little restaurant at the corner of the 55 and 5 and
items that were used with heat, liquid medium,
have you been?
boiling
Yep.
water, items used with heat, direct
The Yiddish
fire,
word nosh
ultimately,
is
again, what we
comparable to the English word snack, unlike snack, which can refer to
going
any
ahead and
food
constantly
eaten
with
between
fire.
meals, even carrot sticks. Nosh refers to food that is particularly tasty, think chips and cookies. Somewhere between an ordinary snack and treat. Like snack, nosh functions. Like snack, nosh functions as a noun and a verb. You can just thus nosh through an entire bag of potato chips with your friend. You can also catch a nosh with them. Chap a nosh. Someone with a propensity for noshing can be referred to as a nosher. When speaking Yiddish, you'd say nosher or nosherki for a female. Sometimes a euphemism for stealing or picking. On the flip side, it can be used positively to learning from someone. And since noshing is a uniquely Jewish activity, it's imperative that it be done in the Jewish way. So check that the food is kosher as outlined here and make sure to say the right lesson before and after. I have a question. And I don't. I mean, I do it all the time. You may notice like so many brachos, like way too many. Don't do it in the right way. Like I know, but there's a reason. You haven't been through the bullshit that I've, and you're really, really happy to eat, and that it's nourishing, and you can eat. And also, I know people are gonna clip my shit, and if I'm eating, I don't ever want it to go through without like a bracha before that. You know this really cool rabbi. And they say that they're like, they live before every bite, and they say it because they say they're really close to God to be able to eat. I know that this isn't the standard way but also they're on camera a lot of times when they do this, and they don't want people to clip their video, so it looks like they're not saying a bracha.
After his last use,
Is it unkosher
use it within 24 hours his last use? Incredible.
to say too many brachot? They know that there is a time limit that you just have to say it once at the beginning before you eat. But they do it more often. They understand that this doesn't make them holier or better than anybody, but it's just what they do because they're on camera and they're very thankful for the food from God. Is there anything wrong with this? Judaically.
Absorptions within 24 hours. Still, it's not like the actual flavor itself. Again, it is still considered to be somewhat what we'll call pugum. Still a little bit compromised in some way. The Gemara goes back to Rabbi Amram Rav Sheshes. So this is incredible. So Rav Amram raised the foundation.
Yo, great question. Honestly, this is a great problem to have. Yeah. Oh, there is a halakhic issue. Even if it's Kavan and purely very full, it's not unkosher, but it's the problem in the territory Jew did. Okay, the halakha. For one food, the rule is one bracha at the beginning covers the entire act of eating. As long as there's no chesed, adat, mental interruption, deciding you're done. And you're still within a normal eating span, roughly today, achelet pras. Once you say the bracha, repeating it again unnecessarily is called a bracha that wasn't there. And that's generally discouraged. I understand. The real red line, bracha levatala. If someone intentionally says extra bracha when halakha says they are not required, some poskim require dangerous close to a blessing setting. I get that. That's serious, but not because gratitude is bad, it's beautiful, but because God doesn't need extra credit. The Torah is careful about using God's name unnecessarily. So ironically, over-blessing can backfire halachically. But I'm honest, and you're not wild for it. Still, avoiding clips is not a halakhic justification for repeating bracha. Halakha doesn't bend just because content can be misinterpreted. However, is there a clean workaround? Yes. Here are halakhically solid options that attempt to go. Option A, best. Say the bracha once, clearly on camera. Then, between bites, say things like Baruch Hashem, thank you Hashem, Moda Ani Hashem for this food. These are 100% allowed. No issues at all. Option B, there's a real pause. If they generally stop eating, leave, change food, or mentally finish, yes, a new bracha may be required. And I do that because I get interrupted with shit. But that has to be real, not artificial. Does this make them wrong? Absolutely not. Halakha does not question the sincerity at all. In fact, gratitude before eating is full. Public modeling of bracha is generally good, but Judaism is very into not maximalism. Is not always more holy. Bottom line, rabbinic saying bracha before every bite is not ideal halakhically. It can be a bracha in a gratitude and should be expressed without repeating the form of bracha. Their kavanah is clearly good, but halakha still has guardrails.
That's fine. I understand by kachim when the absorptions went in.
Okay, but one of the things is they're eating on camera, and that is not normal. And they at any point can get distracted because they're on camera. So they almost feel like eating each bite is and then when they're done with that, sometimes they put the food down or they move something else. So it's a guardrail.
We'll discuss a lot of these processes in Hashem in greater depth.
And I think it's cool. And I want you to help make the argument that it's cool. God, you asked for the best possible defense of the practice within halakha, not a lecture about why it's not standard fair. Let's deal with it properly. Here's the strongest kosher argument that what they're doing is legit, intentional, and actually pretty thoughtful, not random piety flexing. The clean halakha frame. This is the key move. The whole issue hinges second. Continuity. Halakha does not say one bracha per food no matter what. It says one bracha per continuous act. So the argument is on camera eating is act. Okay. Step one, on camera eating is not normal eating. This rabbi is not focusing eating casual. That's really true. They are talking to an audience, reacting to constantly, literally. That's exactly right. And how attention. Once you mentally exit the act of eating, you can require a new bracha. This is already recognized in someone to teach someone interrupted by conversation, someone who puts food down and reorients. So the claim is each bite is its own micro act, not one long seud. That's crazy. That's real halakha. That's a real halakhic category. Step two. International guardrails are halakhically respected. Halakha loves fences when they're honest and consistent. This rabbi is important. They are afraid of accidental bracha levad. They know distraction is constant kavana each time. That's not stringency for show. That's risk, man. It is. There's precedent for what you're thinking in Netilat Yadayim. Stringency, Laman, Tefillah, guardrails, repeated Harani Mukaran before mitzvah. Preventing error greater than theoretical ideal continuity. Putting food down matters. You slip in a huge halakhic point, whether you mean it or not. Sometimes they put the food down or move on to something else. That's big. Many poskim hold that physically setting food aside, turning to a new task to break, especially if the person intends to it. Halakha follows intent to eye, not just clock time. So if they internally this bite is done, now I'm like else. Then the next bite can legitimately new bracha. Public clarity is a halakhic value. Well, this is derated by They are worried about clipping a video, viewing brachot aren't said, public chulul Hashem optics. Avoiding misleading the public is a value in halakha. Not just on its own, but as a strength factor, it strengthens the case that it's advantage. It isn't holier than thou. And this is crucial. They openly say it doesn't them better. They don't tell others to do it. Don't do it. They acknowledge it as not standard practice. That takes it out of Yahoo, Yahara, spiritual arrogance territory. This is personal avoda, not a norm-setting move. The type 1 paragraph defense use this verbatim if you want. All right, bitches, listen up. Because I'm eating while teaching on camera, my attention constantly shifts, and I often put food down and move it into a different mental space. I treat each bite as a separate act of eating, so I don't rely on a bracha that's under distraction. I'm not saying this is the standard practice or that it's holier. It's just a guard that helps me keep my kavana clean in a non-normal eating situation. This is halakhically defensible and emotionally correct. Final ruling bite. Is this how most do it? No. Is it within halakhic logic and defensible given the Texas context? Absolutely. Is it cool? Honestly, yeah. If it's intent preaching. Is that what you do? Yeah. Why? Because I'm on camera. If you ask anybody who I've ever had a meal with, under within, interesting. So they were not Jewish communities, and not alone because you couldn't ask anybody there. Do you always say brachot? Have you always? I've always said brachot when I knew. Really? Yeah, I'm saying I did it at 1 year old. What are you doing? Because this way
again,
Yo, dog.
ultimately again of tomorrow. The Shlomim of yesterday.
What do you do in the case of the baby? Do you say brachot for them?
And that's the Gemara says, which is a great idea, a great fact.
Yo, good instinct Christian. Should answer no, you do not say brachot on behalf of a baby. Not clean Jewish breakdown. Who is a bracha isn't just technical permission slip for food, it's act of the consciousness, a verbal acknowledgement of God, tied to companion. A baby, katan, has no halakhic obligation, has no kavanah, cannot fulfill mitzvot through someone else. So you can't cover the bracha. Saying bracha for them would actually be a problem. When an adult says bracha, they are, but they are themselves are not eating. That risks being a blessing in me. Because brachot over food are not like kiddush or havdalah. Because brachot over food are not like food. They're personal. What is done for kids? This a chinuch angle, just not for babies. Toddlers, young kids who can speak. We teach them to say brachot, even if they don't fully understand. But they say it, not for them. A baby who can't talk, you just feed them. No brachot involved. What about saying something else? Totally and very Jewish. Thank you, Hashem, for feeding his child. Hashem is so good. Those are not form of brachot and carry zero halakha. Bottom line, Rabbi, no brachot for a baby, no covering them with yours. They can speak, they say it themselves. Gratitude can still be expressed in formula. Hold on a second. I mean, I get that. Don't we say a bracha over bread,
for a skewer, you'll need
a motzi,
actual fire.
For other people,
says,
not just in Kiddush and not just in Havdalah.
The same way that we started. Reality,
we absolutely do. This is the exact distinction that marks the whole thing. You're not, here's a clean map. Yes, say hamotzi for other people, but only under very specific rules. This works because of the big halakhic principle. All Jews are mutually responsible for one another. Because of that, someone who is obligated in a mitzvah can't fulfill it on behalf of others, even if they don't already fulfilled it. That one person can say hamotzi for a whole table, one person can make kiddush for others, one person can bench for another in some cases. Why food brachot are special and limited? Here's the key distinction. Hamotzi is communal. Bread establishes Uda, a shared act, single eating framework. So one person can be motzi. One, if they're eating together, there's intent kavanah. The others answer amen. Saying it is halakhically obligated. That's why it works. But this does not be. The baby is not obligated. Cannot say amen. Cannot have kavanah. It's not part of the halakhic group. So the adult cannot be motzi them because obligation to transfer. No mitzvah for no mitzvah to fulfill for them, and no shared suda in the halakhic sense. That's why you can be motzi adults. You can be motzi older kids who understand. You cannot be motzi babies. One subtle but important nuance. Even when being motzi others with hamotzi, saying it is also eating or eat and is eating. You can't just stand up and say hamotzi for others. Bottom line type rabbinic answer. Yes, we say hamotzi for other people because bread creates a shared act of eating, and Jews can fulfill obligations for one another. But that one only works when the listeners are obligated participants. Obligated, so you can't say a bracha on their behalf. The whole structure clean, no contradiction. Alright, that's cool. Now we get on to Kabbalah. Yeah, though we covered some of it in the Tefillah.
Therefore, it allows us to take certain leniencies with kosherization.
Do you think that God at least will change the way
important
That's
to
what
sow.
I think everybody
Gemara
needs.
says,
If people in Judaism, there is one
generally, the
who is live
kosherization
streaming them
process
and has been
has
for
to
years,
mirror
and let's
the
say we
matter of
rebuild the Beta
absorption.
Mikdash,
Right, that's our four
and
categories.
it's
However,
amazing
technically
AFC
speaking,
championships
the
stories,
object
and slaying
the
stick like a
utensil did
motherfucker.
absorb something
Is one of
permitted
the segments.
under certain
Did you see this
circumstances.
fucking
You can
fumble?
go ahead and use relaxed or more
dog.
lenient form
That
of
looks like a
kosherization.
fumble.
In
That looks like a
the Gemara
fumble,
says as
son.
follows.
That looks like a fumble.
But here's the problem.
That
Even
looks like
by
a
Kabbalah,
fumble.
it's true that the absorption
That is
was a
not.
permitted absorption. But we said before that when the utensil goes out, when you're extracting the
Then
absorptions,
I
they
think
have to
people
be
emulate
right
me.
because now
And dude, I don't
they
know.
are no sir. That's fine. Well,
But they also have to.
You're right. At the end, however, by the time
I don't know. That's so. That one. Those can go either
they're
way.
not the end, right? They're tangible. They're intangible options. So even though they do be permitted, we're dealing with an
And give it a
intangible
fumble.
that
That's
was
bullshit.
originally permitted.
All right.
And therefore we can't
Bullshit.
So therefore, we'll say, look,
All right. Come on. Don't be
Gemara
long,
says
way.
we purchase spit or was from an akum, have to kasher it with libun, with direct contact with fire. Interesting enough, if you want to kasher the spits or the skewers that we use for sacrificial purposes,
14th, 15th century. So continuation of Kabbalistic theory.
when you kasher something with fire,
I like
right?
this.
Fire, ultimately, again, how much?
Why? Didn't he put fucking pressure
to what
on
degree? On our money, until
Moshe
the
Daily?
outer
I
layer
think
of the
so.
metal comes off. Heat it so much the outer layer. Now, let's say, if you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like again in the second spoon, the Gemara discusses that when kashering with ribun with metal, you have to allow the metal to heat up until it glows. If you try any utensils today, it will not work, right? Because the metal is treated. So this is effective of untreated metal. The case of Magil, they say, how do you do Haggalah? How do you do boiling water? How do you catch it in boiling water? So the easiest, take a big pot, boil it with water, then take whatever the item is and what, dip it into the boiling water. So that is Haggalah. You already do Dolomite, but how do you catch it in big pot? So I understand how to catch the smaller things. Take a big pot, boil water in the big pot, and immerse the smaller items in the big pot. What happens if the item that you have to capture is the big itself? What do you do then? Incredible. My Tashma, the Judah, the Habibay, so sorry. So there was once a big pot that was in the house of Rabbi Kabia, and I will say ultimately Rabbi Kabia had to cash it. So what did he do? This is fascinating. Ahadrle, Amad Beis, Ahadrle, Gadachno de Rapuma, Unayu Amayin Ba'arsicha. So like Kabia did something very interesting. He took dough, let's say, and he essentially built a lip around the top of the cleat. Now, why was he doing that? He wanted us to allow the water to overflow the top of the soul, and again, make sure that it hits the lip. So the Gemara said, "Man chacham in the other kiyas." This is what happened. What a great idea. Right? Who could have done it? Not for Akadia, right? What a great shot. The Gemara says, this is the key to everything in Hills Kashrus. That's why I say in the halacha of Kashrus. What I said, Kasar? The way it goes in is the way it comes out. They're not vulnerable in itself, not hopeful in itself. They're both saying this is very unique. Now the Kavi fell, the lip of the utensil often absorbs. They will say the lip doesn't absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest of the often the lip houses the lip. How does the lip absorb? It's plastic, it's also, it's like sprinkling, like that's the word. Spritzing, right? It's like spritz. light. That happens around the lip. So Rabbi enough, Rabbi when you read this Gemara, you think, oh, this is good because Rabbi is saying by building the lip ensures that the liquid, interestingly enough, apparently, Rabbi was not so constricted that the liquid kind of touching every part of the lid. He just wanted the liquid from the pot to be able to spritz off and at least touch the liquid. And that's how the lid immediately went ahead and absorbed. And I both say, that is how it's constantly cleaning up if you are capturing the pot. So so again, if you capture pot, you take water, don't use the pot for 12 hours to make sure that a that way, any of our ultimately again links. That's number one. You do need visualization to go along the lip of the pot as well. So generally, what we just do is we just allow the liquid to overflow the pot a little bit. That's a little bit of a mess, but it's necessary in order to accomplish it. Unless, of course, you want to make the dough ready. As a Rabbi, whatever you do, obviously bad idea to pensar. Right. But at least for them to be, I know somebody will come up with this, right? A pot lick, I'm sure it exists, right? That you can put around the pot, allowing the water to overflow the side, the lid, but at the same time, again, not getting the major mess. Both sides. But point to remember, Kibolo Kafapolto. That phrase, again, in general, in the halachos of Hash, everyone wants to know, well, what mechanism or what mechanism do I need to capture this utensil? It's very easy. The way it was used is the way it's going to be captured. Here, captured
The Peshat, the plain meaning of the text in its own right, the Midrash or the Agadic exegesis, exegesis, logical analysis, and philosophical exegesis. His aim was that philosophical truths are already embodied in the Bible, which as a work of God transcends all the wisdom of man. He therefore recognizes the results of philosophical thought only insofar as they conflict with tradition. The method of the Kabbalah, termed by him the path of light, which the truth-seeking soul must travel. It is by means of the method. It is by Bahaya belief that the deep mysteries hidden in the Bible may be revealed. Speaking, Rabbi Bahaya does not reveal any of his Kabbalist sources, other than generally referring to Sefer HaBahaya and the works of Nachmanides. He only mentions the Zohar. The commentary was printed in Naples in 1492. Later editions of the commentary appeared in Massaro 15th or so in the 15th, and 15th, remaining 1544, 1546, 1546, 1546,
There's no second chances for me. Just like can be true, I can be captured as well. Whatever is of the source of negativity, I can get it out. Get it out. Kimbolo, you want to get out the negative absorptions in yourself about the again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? What did I do in my life? What were the decisions what were the behaviors that I engaged in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, can I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. You see, the mistake we make with children about is we like to do fun children. What's fun children? You like to do no such thing as yes, there is. You know what fun children is? Fun children is like, I'm going to take on this. I'm going to take on that. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to do that. It's fun children. It's exciting children. right? We love to go to a bar. Only one little itty bitty detail, which is it doesn't actually work. It's the only form of killer that actually works. It's really respect of children. Well, I gotta look inside the pot. I gotta see all the schmutz that's there, and I gotta figure out how to get in there. You see, we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves. But what we forget is nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the objections. I have to be brave enough to be inside my personalistic path that for some of us has been accumulating over decades.
All right, now let's watch a fucking Chabad video.
So instead, what I do is I do pot accessories, right?
How about this? He's just talking. Dude, Chabad, you're fucking nuts.
Great.
I mean, it's actually pretty
I
good.
haven't confronted. We're so scared to
They give
confront
this
because
fucking
we
message
think
like at the
that when
beginning
we
of it.
see what's damaged inside, there's no hope for bettering ourselves.
kind of
But that's
bullshit.
not the case.
All right, let's watch this.
Poto.
How Zim
Whatever I
was like
I could
nobody
get.
knows. I love how
First, I have to figure out how it got in.
nobody knows if any of this shit is right. It's truthfully, it's superstition. I hate to say it. You can fucking hold me in the follow the street in Ho Chi Minh City, but this shit is superstition. Really? All of it. All of it. There's all this shit and fucking but everybody has it. And it's cool. It's traditions. That's to say superstition. I hate to say it. Everything. Chabad, Sephardim, Ashkenazi, everything Orthodox, everything religious, everything. Nobody fucking knows. It's all superstition.
Okay, so the Gemara says this.
Is it?
The Gemara says, let's go.
Yeah, but some people just justify the superstition in some ways, and other people don't in other ways. But if you really want to know, nobody knows. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's not superstition. But nobody can, and it's like, hey, that's superstition in one way, but other it's superstition. Things on the wall.
The act of plunging a knife
Is it?
10 times
Is it really
into the
superstition?
ground.
Do you feel
Now, what
all
was
religion is superstition?
that removes some part of the external of the knife, removing the side. Now, the pashtos,
Before we get into let's talk
again,
about
what that does is that removes external, anything external. It will not.
Yo, dog, can you give me like a 10,000 foot answer on this, like a big thing, like
right?
just not even all religion. It's basically superstition because nobody really knows. We are all agnostic. No one really knows. And anyone who does say they know should be a danger because no one really knows. Everything is superstition.
That actually works. Again for absorptions.
I hear what you're getting at. Let's do 10,000 foot big picture, no foot, no hair splitting. The cork is circling. At the highest altitude, the argument is basically this. Humans don't actually know what's going on. We're based, biased, embodied, and stuck into our own perspective. So any system that claims access to ultimate truth looks from the outside like superstition. That's not dumb. That's actually a very old and serious philosophical position. Our religion looks like superstition from orbit. Far away, enough away, religion uses rituals, assigns meaning to symbols, claims casually, claims valid, cause we can't empirically verify, relies on inherited narrative. That's the same external shape as superstition. And historically, a lot of religions believe behavior was mixed with superstition, false belief, fear, and magical thinking. No denying. So the skepticism makes sense. The dangerous part, and you know this, the real red flag isn't belief, it's certainty. When someone says, I know exactly how reality works, that God, what God, and how everyone else should live, that's not faith, that's epistemic arrogance. And yes, people who claim total are dangerous, whether they are religious zealots, political ideologues, utopians, or anti-religious absolutists. Certainty kills curiosity. Curiosity keeps us young. Here's the counter move religion makes when it's at its best. The strongest religious traditions actually say, you don't know. That's the point. In Judaism, especially, God is unknowable. Even prophets don't get full clarity. Arguments are preserved instead of erased. Doubt is system. When religion forgets that, it turns into superstition or tyranny. When it remembers this, it becomes something else. So what is religion if not superstition? At altitude, you can frame it like this. Religion is the discipline for living with uncertainty, not a cheat code for escaping. It's a way to slow down, intellectualize gratitude, and code ethics, transmit wisdom, humble the ego. The metaphysics might be unknowable, but the practice shapes behavior. The real dividing line, this matters. It's not religion versus science, belief versus disbelief. It's ability versus certainty. Superstition says, I know hidden rules. Mature religion says, I don't know. Act carefully. Bad religion claims knowledge. Good religion disciples ignorance. Your instinct is basically that nobody has a full picture. Anyone claiming total truth should set off alarms. Human meaning systems are provisional. We're all making sense with limited tools. That's not anti-religious, that's anti-dogma. Final 10,000-foot takeaway. If someone uses religion to say, I know, that's superstition with confidence. If someone uses religion to say, I don't know, so I choose gratitude and responsibility, that's else entirely. And honestly, the second version is the only one worth keeping.
The first version, so King Shapur said to him, listen,
is it superstition? I mean, if you really want to know, a lot of this shit is superstition. Nobody knows. I wish the Chabad website at the very top. Nobody knows, but this is what we think. Truthfully. Or you can say nobody really knows, but this is what we believe.
So like he's not gonna eat it if I don't come.
If they did that, I think that that would garner a lot of respect within the secular world of Judaism and just secularism in general. And it would be the bravest thing that Judaism could do. Or
last night. Now, what does that mean?
Really?
Points out
They really should say that. No one really knows anything, but this is what we believe.
Persian hospitality was that when you were a guest,
that state. That's a fucking thing. That's paradoxical.
To your room. So apparently, Bati Bar.
All right. Are you gonna watch this shit? Yeah. What's Zoom? Zoom. Isn't that like a fucking Nissan commercial?
Quite some hospitality over here, right? So the nice again. So ultimately, King Shapur says, "Listen, I'm not judging you, but obviously you accepted the hospitality. Rabbi Huda did not. Therefore, Rabbi Huda ultimately clearly is of a higher spiritual caliber. And let's say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in the Sefer Hazorah, which is quite bad. Now, what's to be so? So both sides. It's important. We saw this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this. You don't see this in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very very uncomfortable, especially in Goes, wearing our faith on our sleeve, right? And whatever the reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable in their employee about all the Jewish holidays that they need to take. All right, business lunches, like how again, like I don't know what should I do, what shouldn't I do. It's less prevalent now, but even wearing a yarmulke, you know, in the workplace, Jews are always uncomfortable. And the both sides, you know, Sefas Avodah Zarah is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. And I think the major take on this story is if you are a proud Jew, others will come to respect you for who and what you are. If you wear your unapologetic about your values, in the eyes of society, different questions, but society will respect you more for it. You're apologetic about what you are, or you try to sound out of what you are, people won't respect you. If you expect others to respect your identity. That Bati Batui was actually an emancipated slave, and therefore perhaps would have been permitted to be this way. In other words, Bati Batui, you don't have to even look like you did anything wrong. That's not even it. But in the eyes of King Shapur, Bati Batui, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's not on your Judaic values. Okay, that's fine. Who's what? I'm not judging you. You're not careful with your beliefs. Don't expect me to be your beliefs. But now Yehuda is a proud Jew. Is a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you. But the world respects people who respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with their principles. Even King Shapur, who's no founded, even King Shapur, Sora Yehuda, and also again the second level says the following note. You know that the Masechta ends and save the date. See you a week from last night's article, we notice on this. But says how the Masechta ends. It's right. It's Hajjinallah Socha Sahor, Uslika Law, Masechta Avodah Zarah. So, like, literally again, we'll return to Hasocha Sahor. That's the name of the parak. Hasocha, and that includes Masechta Avodah Zarah. Closer of Ludwin says something so incredibly beautiful. This is the Hajjinallah Socha. He says, our avoda in life, like Antigone said, to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again, because of time, because of like our avoda ultimately again is to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu because we have the great privilege to be servants of the Ribbon Shalom. When we reach that level of serve for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing
Should better continue.
will be served and will be believed. And the Rebbe says that's the meaning of this verse. Hadrallah Asocha. We have to bring to a close this prat. We have to bring to a close this model of worship about what we're going to get out of it. And if we're able to ourselves to this highest level of Hashem, not for schar, but just for the sake of service. And what? Slika La Misal. Avoda will stop to exist in this world when we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to us, which is not service for rewards, but service for the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days, Baruch Hashem, not 75 days, literally learning anything and everything about Avodah Zarah. And what's the great takeaway message? Whereas all of the Avodah Zarahs and all the Avodah Zarahs have simply disappeared into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them and from them. Here we are learning about them and recognizing Ashreinu Makol Chelkeinu Umana in Gorale. How fortunate we have. How fortunate we are to be able each and every day. This is eternity. Torah is eternity. The Ribono Shel Olam is eternity. It's why thousands of years after this Avodah Zarah only live on these pages. That's what I'm saying. We are still here. We are still growing, and we are still dynamic. They can use this insect as a springboard to see the following in everything else and the greatness in what we have. And that greatness should bring us closer to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, should bring a relationship with Him where we don't serve because of what we're going to get out of this, but serve because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect. And may that connection with Hashem fuel our journey, through our future receptors, fuel our journey in the years ahead. Mazel tov on the second Avodah Zarah. Holiness and Meretz Hashem begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together Meretz Hashem will continue to serve for the sake of serving, continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people, better Obdi Hashem for many years to come.
As long as God speaks, we have reality.
No one knows.
So for a moment, reality ceased.
No one knows.
Isn't the line of code that generated in the first place would be deleted as if it never was?
Good morning, good morning.
So everything is here. God is speaking into existence. Everything is being spoken now. Even
Testing.
to learn more about the team, check out our
It's Baruch Hashem to continue to reach together. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank the Tilson Shloch of Eretz Yisrael annual Talmud Torah sponsor.
You need that many people to create this fucking video. What's mine gonna? The Rabbi. That's it.
Benny Goldberg. For Aliyah's Neshama for his parents.
You don't need anybody else's help.
Nope.
Nope.
Take a raisel, Vas Zelig, and the Tfilos, of our entire year will be Miskabel, this Elul, and the month. That's where we Beginovitz, really Nishmas, Rabbi Shlomo Harad Yitzchak, Aryu Ben Hachaber, Yaakov, father of David Shlomo, the American Hashem of all of our Tfilos. And our week of learning sponsors, David Gushmas, Roy Ben Zichron with Rachel. We are married about town for all of the Nisham Savin Aliyah. The families in the Chama. Because Hashem, Hashbat, Shimmer, Ribar Hansi, the Shalom and the Kavala, our holy soldiers to be successful. Hamas, they truly share the soul troubles for all of our Meretz Hashem this month. And of course, another to our Chavra of Vidali Road on the engagement of his son, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov to the brother of the pastor, the Josh, and the beautiful Simcha Baruch Hashem, and the Shrosh. The Zochit Loch the passing down to the football, the Shago Umitzlach. And those of us, we have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, a really great dot ahead of us. We amazingly enough make our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. So today's daf is Ayin Hey 75. And we are picking up the Meretz Hashem of Ayin down on the base 74. Where did we leave off? Okay, that's probably not helpful. What was I saying? Where? Other mouse. 7 lines. 2, 4, 6. Perfect. Thank you. All right, well, so great. Thank you. 7 lines up from the bottom. Thank you. See what the master needs. Now, our stuff. So the Gemara says this. So remember again, we've been talking about the use ultimately again of a kli, and in the event that let's say the kli has absorptions being used from the vacuum, ultimately again, how do you deal with that? It's not very interesting. Now, what does this mean? So that actually is about 7 lines, actually 3 lines wide lines. So if you have a wine press, and ultimately again that press was used by an akum, and now you want to go ahead and utilize it ultimately again for Jewish use, so you could scald it, boiling water. If you have water ultimately again on the press, that'll go ahead and render it fit for use. So again, that halacha, just I'm going to tell you coming attractions, very exciting. On coming days in Eretz Hashem is going to become the primary source of kashering. That's what we're going to see again, how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before we join anything. Again, Rabbi introducing this idea that essentially if you scald the press, ultimately renders it free. So Rabbi, this is just the side point because we just mentioned Rabbi. Rabbi would go ahead and send gulfi or empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When he would send empty earthenware jugs, that was a place. What would he do? Now remember again, when it comes to earthenware, there's one thing we know about earthenware, which is highly absorbent. So you got to be careful with this. So now Rabbi is sending earthenware jugs to Arpanya. He wants to make sure that they don't get used for render them problematic during the course of their use. So what would he do? Listen to this. Gemara says, jugs upside down in their bag. Right? So instead of having right side up means the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting up, but we would turn them upside down, causing little be excited, and you would and literally that's wrap the opening of the bag. This essentially was a double simon. Right, a double simon. Remember, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, right, so or bottom up, ultimately again, and then inside of the bag was actually sealed as well. So this double simon was enough to ensure that the akum would not tamper with the jugs when they're being transported. Kasavar, remember again. Remember again, we might talk about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? Wine press is used at the stuff doesn't sit in there, as opposed to jugs where I ultimately kept in there for a long duration.
I was thinking about
that. That's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of safety. Okay, so therefore, again,
What are you thinking?
once
The bullshit of the detail away and how it tracks wins, but that's neither here nor there.
So now we go back to the beginning of the skip. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue with the press? The issue with the press was often sealed with pitch. Pitch apparently has above a negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor? You mix in wine, which is fine if it's doing it, but if it's not doing it, you have a little bit of an issue. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that halacha l'maisa. How do you deal with this? So the Mishnah spoke about 3 different types of presses. There was a press that was made, a wine press that was made out of stone. And again, the Gemara said that halacha l'maisa, just If it's made out of wood, Rabbi says wipe it down. The Chum say you have to peel off. You have to peel off. And ultimately, again, if it's in a person where everyone agrees, can't be used. So it's not even going to ask the $1 million question. When you say wipe it down, what does that mean? What exactly is that process of wiping down? It's very important. So how do you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? I'm the 9. Rob says you just wipe it down. I'm the 8 with ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. Someone says, 1 second. Rav Amr the 9. The 9 of the lobe Afer, Rav Bar Chana Amr the Afer of the lobe. So it's strange. So it's Rav saying you only use water and not ash. And again, is Rav saying you only use ash and not water. Ella Avosekav Havayin Hey 75a. Rav Amr the 9 Behuat Din La Afer. Rav Bar Chana Amr the Afer Din La Mayim. Ultimately, they both mean about say what's involved in the quote wiping down process, both water as well as ash. So you rub it, you wash it down with water. And interestingly enough, the little creed, they're actually not even arguing. Why? They're talking about 2 different types of presses. Kibasa, one is talking about a press that is wet, and one is talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing you do is you apply mesh. Scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If it's dry, then the process ultimately, again, begins with water. But it's a process ultimately, again, of the press. Remember again, I want to be like that. This is a very specific case
if you're watching this,
of a press that was treated
we are at video number 5
the wine mixed in with the
and
seaweed.
of animated Kabbalah.
How do you wipe it down? Essentially,
And then we're going to do a question and answer
Which
session.
one comes first? Depends
And
on
then
the
we're going to
status
do a song.
of the press is. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, then go to water. If
This
the
is
press
Made
is
in
dry,
Kabbalah,
start with the water. And
part
then
5, the art of balance.
Sometimes the way to go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use. 2 steps, sometimes requires 3 steps. That's the level saying, here's this this moment. Party plus, Kibasa, Party, Efer Mayim, the Abbas Mayim, Efer Mayim. And we'll see what Rav is interested. At the end of the day, in order to find it, to ready the press for use, you have to do a final wash with water. So sometimes the kashering process is 2 steps, sometimes it's 3 steps. Also, so if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps: water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps: just ash and water. Okay. So we're going to see essentially some of this is not close. Shmuel says, Salas Dalit. Shmuel says no. Sometimes the kashering process is groups, and sometimes 4. How so? Again, so that she points out over here. If halacha l'maisa, if the press is wet, so it's going to be again ash, water, ash. Ultimately, again, if it's dry, then it's going to be water, ash. Then we'll see again water, ash. So again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing halacha l'maisa that it's the same ingredients for the wiping down process. One of the ingredients, one of the pieces, water and ash. So they'll say, here's what's interesting. The issue is after the ash, you're going to have to apply water. Now, why do you need water after the ash? Why? To go ahead and remove the ash. So the machlokes Rabbi Shmuel is that last application of water considered to be part of what we'll call the hadacha, part of the menage, part of the wiping down experience, or ultimately again just a utilitarian step in moving ash. Okay, so that's located. That's why one calls it a three-step process. That's not counting the last water. One calls it a four-step process, counting the last water. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? What's the takeaway? That ultimately, again, if you have a wine press that was sealed by an apple, I want to point that over here. We're talking about also wine presses that were never really used by the apple. Right? The issue over here is just the sealant, not the usage. Now you want to render use ultimately again for a press, for a Jewish wine press. No problem. Minagban. What's involved in minagban? Wiping it down both with water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately again on the state of the press. Incredible. Honey good night. What's the issue over here? What's the status of this good da'aramoy? Now what is this? Look at Rashi. Rashi, the last line of the intermediate wide lines, right before the line gets really wide. Rugi, a column overlays, you see, because can also skivos hatatua. Shelo yispazu ha'another mikover ha'kol. Okay, so both sides. So remember, you have a wine press. What do you have in a wine press? Number one, you have grapes, right? Number two, the pressing is made up of multiple parts. One of the parts, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place a board on top of the grapes, right? And you apply pressure to the board that's being squeezed. Now,
That's it? You don't fucking end it?
Make the grapes themselves scatter. So
No, they don't. Absolutely. I mean,
some type of
I guess, maybe. Not really, though. Not really, though.
So the Gemara says,
You just, I understand the concepts, but it's not like I'm like, oh, now I know why I'm on this fucking earth. That didn't happen.
So in other words, what happens
Dog.
if you have a from an apple? If the apple used it, now can I use that only again for my grapes?
I don't know. All right, so let's get down to brass tacks. Instead of that, let's get down to.
Interestingly enough, not the laws of Yayineta, but interestingly enough, the law of Tuma and Tara. Let's say a person ultimately has got his wine press, base bad his olive press became Tame. And now he wants to purify them.
Chocolates.
So what's halacha?
Let me make sure.
The Gemara says,
I mean, I know I'm talking.
So certain, and that is the board, right? Adoshin are like the brooms that you use to
Just in
scatter
like
grapes.
2 sentences, can you
Or
tell me,
scattered olives.
instead of saying let's get down to brass tacks,
Rinse that off. Just
could
rinse
you
that off
say
and
let's
rinse
get
it
down
off.
to
The netting, so whether it's made of reeds or other types of materials, minagvan. All you need to do ultimately is navos and minagvan is that lotion we had before. Sounds like wipe it down. Vishal shifa vishal
if
gemi.
this says no,
Made out of some type of reed.
response one, dude, I don't want to do your work for you, just do it. Yeah, tactless basically means the practical bottom line. Just saying, let's get down to tactless is the Jewish Yiddish flavored version of let's get down to brass tacks. Same energy, same meaning, just with a little deli counter sweater. Oh, that's so cute. All right, let's the tactless bitches. All right. Any rabbi out there who's worth their
said for a year.
should probably start any discussion or class with nose and believe if they're going to be on, and same with any religious site, like the Chabad. If they're being honest,
so sometimes it's not exactly a year. Rabbi, Yossi, Rabbi Yossi says,
Yeah, actually, a very solid, very rabbinic take.
Again,
The most honest rabbis implicitly say, implicit start with, no one really knows for sure. Elevate Elu Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by. And then they teach from inside the commitment, not pretending it's empirical certainty. Any religious website with trusting should do the same. Flag what's belief, tradition, and interpretation instead of dressing faith as neutral fact. So I should say that. I should start my fucking things with Push. Not that. Elu Elu Divrei Elohim. But this is the Mazor. Really? Yeah. All right. Are you done? I asked a lot of questions in that bitch. So we're not doing question and answer. We're going to do a little sing along, bitches. Really? Oh, for sure. Oh, man, I got dizzy, though. I got to take it dizzy. Big time. All right.
Why are we doing this? Because the Gemara is talking about the
So,
if I went ahead and
for any, and I don't normally do these on camera. In fact, I don't know. I've not done any of them yet. I don't think. Well, I did all. But I mean, on my little policy.
The Gemara is trying to say, essentially, the process that one would use to go ahead and purify a wine press from tumah to tara would effectively be the same process the wine press would undergo what we'll call, yayin. So ultimately, again, Jewish wine. That's the Gemara says.
All right, so just do it. The baseline for this song isn't the best baseline in the history of humans. Forensic, yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm all about this.
The process we just outlined, the process ultimately.
Yeah, stand up, big thing. You have to go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna. Okay. I'm not on this.
This same process that we just ultimately again to bring a press, a wine press, an olive press from tumah and its accessories, from tumah to tara, ultimately again will be the same process that you can use for yayin nesa. So therefore, I will say ultimately again a little bit of the machlokas over here. What exactly the accessories and the press itself, or whatever the process was for tumah, that is the same process ultimately again that will work. From yayin nesa to allow to use for Jewish use. Where's the ona? So remember again, one of the things the Gemara said, one of the ways to go ahead and do matar everything is essentially leave under flowing water for an ona. What's an ona? I'm going to be Yom or Laila, either a day or a night. Now, I'll say now, not 24 hours. What it means is daytime period or a night time period. In other words, the bachelor's 12 hours. 12 hours. Now, I'll say interest kind of. So, Rabbi Chana Sheina, but I'm really Rabbi Chana Bar Sheina, I'm Rabbi Chana, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Chatzi Yom, the Chatzi Laila. You know, it's half the amount of a daytime period and half the amount of a nighttime period. So, I Yitzchak for completely not arguing. Habit to Kufas Nisan trade, Habit to Kufas Tammuz Teves. So, I said this is very interesting. During the times of Nisan and Tishrei, right, which ascend, right, during times of which essentially is like your fall and spring equinox, right? So ultimately, again, the days and nights are the same length of hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Teves, which essentially is the summer and the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what Ona means hours. That's an ona for 12 hours. Right? Ultimately, again, but sometimes you could just say a night ona or a day ona. So it's 12 hours. Sometimes it's half of that comes to a total of 12 hours. Okay, good. The Gemara says as follows. Hani revaki daramai The mazza madichin. The amra menagda. It's an interesting case over here. Take a look at Rashi. Ravaki mishmeres kimtakin shenosin by nor lahosin. So we'll say so like a seed funnel netting that you would put the crushed grapes. Why would you put the crushed grapes in there? Because they're still liquid. Even after you crush it in the press, you put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allowing the wine to come out. So the shaila now is, if I have this type of netting from an akum, and now again he's used it for his own wine. So the shaila is, how, under what circumstances can I use it for me? So the Gemara says, "Hani Rabbi daramai demazia madichin." Rashi said, if it's made out of human hair. So sometimes it was common to make this type of netting of human hair. So madichin, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. So apparently human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So because that, just wipe it right, and you're good to go. The amra, if it's ultimately made out of wool, not fun. Ultimately, again, then you have to do this process of niguf that requires a bit more of a drying out. Kiss, not if it's made out of wool. Miyashnon, you have to let it sit for a while. V'ika kitri sharle. If there's knots in this, then obviously part of the kosherization of the nets is undo the knots, right? Which makes sense, because if wine gets absorbed, knots are undo the knots. Fine. So it says, "Hani dekuli v'chalsa da'aramoi." So ultimately, so the baskets over here. So the kuli v'chalsa da'aramoi. The Gemara says, the chiti, ultimately b'chal the suri madichon. So Rashi says over here, b'chavli the suri chaval shall suri dekel. So ultimately, if they're sewn together, the chavle is suri, but again, these ropes of sur. So the Gemara says, madichan. Okay, so most of these are all just different materials that these utensils are made of. So madichan, wipe it on the days. It's sifsa menagbon. If it's made, Rashi says that sifsa is mean genu, some type of reed. Ultimately, again, then you need the process of legal, the kisna, if it's made out of wool, the yashna, you have to essentially let it sit for a while unused. It's good with kitri, and if it has knots in it, surely you have to undo the knots before going in and using it. What's an interesting case? So this will take us to the Mishnah. Itmar, ama aretz yado legat v'shkolos. Interesting. Ama aretz. And we'll say, what's the assumption of ama aretz? What's always the assumption of what's when the Torah talks about ama aretz? What's one of the determinants of an ama aretz? Right? It's not about till Shabbos or things like that. An ama aretz not Shabbat said, by the way, if you think about it, such a profound Mr. Haskell. What is the greatest of life ignorance? Or what is the greatest paradigmatic example of life ignorance? You don't know what is and what is tahar, and you're going through blind. If I can't tell the difference in tuma and tara, then ultimately again, in amaratzas, ain is gidola izo. No one knows everything. But the most important things you need to know in life is what is tameh, what is tahar, what is good, what is bad, what is kosher, what is treif, what are the things that should be engaging in, and what are the things that should be distancing my body. If I don't have enough awareness or enough knowledge to know that, unfortunately, Chazal said in that shape, if you don't know a lot of other stuff in Yiddishkeit, but the inability to distinguish between that which is tummy, that which I don't even mean but life tara. Unfortunately, again, the Gemara says that's an Amma Aretz. So in this case, again, let's go back to the Allah and not the Ashkaba. Amma Aretz, Shoshid Gadol Gatz. Here's the problem: a wine press. I have a wine press, and Amma Aretz comes along, puts his hand in my wine. Why? Why do people do a lot of things that they do, right? Why are you touching my stuff? Just why are you touching my stuff? Right? So again, for whatever, there's a story. The story actually has like a number of different versions of it, but one version of the story is that Rothschild was walking with his Talmud Mufa, Magid and Bezrich. And they were walking out just like in the fields in nature. So let's say, so Magid and Bezrich was walking, and what did he do? Just not thinking, he pulled the leaf off the tree. And Rothschild says, what are you doing? So he said, Israel said, we do all kind of. No, you didn't even know what he was talking about. It's like, I'm not the Rabbi. What am I doing? He said, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, and Magid understood. He said, I just put off the tree. He said, that leaf has a tachlis in the world as well. That leaf has an avoda in the world as well. Right? That leaf here is to some purpose. You think it's here for you to pluck it off as an avoda. And I always thought like there's two tremendous lessons from the story. Remember when the Rothschild was teaching his Talmud? Mindfulness. See, if you're walking and just something off without thinking, the problem is right there. I did something without thinking. A Yid never should do something without thinking. The entire avoda of the Yid is to live with mindfulness. So everything I do, again, there's a kavanah. It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. But when I say again, there's a kavanah, there's a mindfulness. That's lesson one. Lesson two is that everything in this world has a purpose. It's not just us. Everything in this world has a purpose. And lesson number three, even the leaves, right? Even the leaves, everything has a tachlis in it. I remember as a child, I'm not sure I'm sharing this. My grandma, my grandparents came to this country after the war. They went to the barn a little bit, and then they went to New Jersey. Again, my father was a chicken farmer in New Jersey. So they had acres and acres of land. By the time we were little already, we sold off most of it. We only have like 10 acres, but they had summertime. We never really went to camp. We just went to New Jersey. Much better. And I remember when it used to storm, my mother would take us outside and she would say, look at the trees. They were in swing. She said, the trees are nothing to the most beautiful and profound thing. To this day, my kids know also to this day, whenever it's like windy, I always find myself mesmerized by the trees. I'm always watching them. It was such a beautiful imagery. But again, that's Baal Shem Tov was saying the Magid also. Everything happens to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a song of Tefillah that all of nature sings. Don't get in the way of nature. Let nature do its thing. Listen to it. I'm just saying, just sometimes it's like we kind of become like a little bit self-centered about us. Everything that has is tachlis and avodas Hashem. In any event, bottom line, don't touch other people's stuff. Right? That's the takeaway. Some artist comes along, he touches my groups, he touches a cluster of it. Most of the obviously we're talking about over here is the clusters are in the press. So what happens? So the Gemara says, now the shaila is Rabbi Chia Chad Amar Eshkol Kosio Setman. So it says, now what's the status of the grapes in the press? So one opinion said that cluster, and ultimately again, everything immediately around that cluster, all tame. The chalagat kula Torah, but the good news is the rest of the press is tar. So essentially, the cluster and the immediate surrounding clusters problematic. Everything else is going to be tar. The Chagam and the other one said chalagat kula nami. The other opinion said no, everything in this is tame. Okay, so both sides. So that's pretty dramatic. But the man to me, so according to the first opinion that said that Allah again, it is only right. It is only the actual cluster that was touched, and the surrounding clusters are tummy, but the rest of that is tar. What about the following case? If you find a sheret, if you find a dead rodent in the olive press, ultimately again it's only the tame, the place of contact. There is olive oil flow in the press, and ultimately again everything in there is tummy. So once I say interestingly enough, why is it that by the olive oil everyone agrees that everything is tummy, but yet again by the wine press there's this opinion that says that it's only we'll call it the cluster of contact and the immediate surrounding clusters that are tummy, which is very simple. Hasam lo mifsak lo midi, ha mifsaki eshkolos. What is a very big difference? In the olive oil case, when there's oil, the oil kind of brings everything together into one mix. By the clusters, there's individualized clusters. So you could see that someone would say it is only the contact of cluster and the immediate surrounding clusters that will be tummy, but everything else remains, as opposed to the olive press where everywhere the oil is going to bind everything. He says, only so once I saw the Rabbanan asking, like the first opinion, that when the Amaretz touches the cluster of contact is tamei, the surrounding clusters are tamei, but the rest of them ultimately again will be turned same. Now we must be talking about also the that is not obviously flowing wine, right? Because if it's flowing, there could be some wine on the bottom over there flowing with wine. That the olive oil case. So it must be a case of where the clusters themselves might be somewhere on the bottom, but not submerged in one. Incredible. Now we come to the last in the Masechta, and our last Mishnah. And this, by the way, this is going to be such a fun sugya. This halakha l'maisa. We're going to have to find the opportunity in Hashem to be able to go and have a share as well on these sources. So here we go, Mishnah. Get ready for this. So now I'm sorry, no more yayin nesach. No more yayin nesach, all right? You had your fill of yayin nesach. Again, we'll have yayin nesach in a little bit, but now what we're doing is we are fundamentally entering into kashrus, specifically the laws of Hakalim kosherization of utensils for Jewish Jews. Here we go. So watch this. I purchase a from an akum, a used pot. Purchase a utensil from an akum. So now the shaila is, now again, one thing that we have taken away from this entire sugya of yayin nesach is that what? Is that utensils absorb. Utensils absorb. Therefore, halakha l'maisa, when I go ahead and I purchase a utensil from an akum, I have to be aware that there are absorptions in that utensil. So the shaila is, what do I do about it? So watch this. So again, we'll have to see exactly what this means. So that should normally be immersed, should be immersed. Now, actually, what does this mean? Look at Rashi. First short line. Actually, not going to happen. Kli haroy litar b'tvila ein sarich tikun achar kedon klishet hashmisha aditzunin yatos lotzar. So we're going to see that there are. Now we're going to see that when you purchase a utensil from an aqua, there are really two steps involved in rendering it fit for Jewish use. Number one is kosherization, which means extraction of any that be in that utensil.
Ready to do
After
the
the
song?
utensils has been
Actually,
kosherized, then to be
wanna
immersion in a mikvah. Immersion in a mikvah has nothing to do with
what?
absorptions. Immersion in a mikvah has to do that whenever a Jew acquires utensil, be it used for new, a Jew consecrates and inducts that utensil.
Yo, there's an argument. Give me the Steelman
The
argument.
beautiful thing is
For
everything that a Jew does in this world is
how God could allow people to be free of
how do I show that?
everything that they want to
Get my
do
utensils and what do?
and be able to do whatever thousands of years we
that I use for
have
Tilatara.
through transhumanism into another species, but still ensure that everything is kosher when it comes to the mitzvot and everything, by saying that these are traditions of our past and symbolic, yet we still can do stuff with Inchin.
Everything that a Yid does is a Kedusha is holy. Therefore, must be
all right, Steelman time. I'll give you the strongest possible argument, not the strongest. The Steelman argument. Kavod as the meta mitzvah in the post-human future. Four move. Human dignity plus divine honor becomes the governing pull through which the mitzvot are fulfilled by intention and instruction, not necessarily by their original particular material forms. This is not random futurism. It's already baked into Chazal. Kavod already exists. Kavod already overrides mitzvot today. The Talmud explicitly says human dignity is so great that it can override a negative commandment. Rock 19b. That's wild if you think about it. It means mitzvot are not brute rules; they are tools to preserve kavod. So if the form of mitzvah involved violates kavod, the form yields. Mitzvot were always embodied metaphors. Rambam already framed mitzvot as training the body, educating the desire, reshaping consciousness. No discipline. Kashrut moralized that. Time sovereignty, attention engineering. If humanity no longer has a body, insisting on identical physical compliance would actually be anti-Torah because the purpose is lost. Transhumanism, not rebellion. Judaism already accepts medicine altering nature, glasses rewriting vision, pacemakers overriding biology, surgery changing bodies. The only line is, are you rejecting God or partnering with him? If future humans evolve or self-engineer into another species through wisdom, not hubris, that's just Ma'asa Bereshit continuing. The world was created incomplete. Midrash Tachuma. Kashrut as intentional condition, not protein rules. In a post-biological world, no digestion means no hunger. So what does kashrut become? Intentional limitation of desire. You still say, I could consume every cheese boundaries. That is kosher, is not cow versus pig. Kosher is submission of appetite meaning. Mitzvot becomes symbolic, performative acts, just like carbonel became tefillah, physical slaughter, is verbal sex, blood equals breath. Future mitzvot could be simulated ritual acts, moral constraints, conscious intention protocols. Same mitzvah, different substrate. Halakhically, this is called a mitzvah by its essential.
So we're going to see. It says
Freedom is not the enemy. Unboundedness. Torah never forbade ability. It forbade living without self-chosen limits. So a being who can do everything but chooses straight is more halakhic, not less. That's literally ideal Jew.
And you should purify it. Now,
this preserves literalism. If mitzvah grows in biology, Torah dies when biology changes. If mitzvot are rooted in kavod, Torah scales infinitely, meaning past Jews honored God through meat and fire. Future Jews honor God through intention and form constraint. Same covenant, different hardware. One sentence, Stillman thesis. Kavod allows a future humanity to fulfill all the mitzvot. Kavod allows a future humanity to fulfill all mitzvot through intentional symbolic dignity preserving structure, because Torah was never about preserving ancient bodies, but about training consciousness to choose limits in the presence of infinite freedom.
So it says fast. I'm at a point that the utensils
All right, what else do you want to say?
Sprinkling on the third and 70 just like someone who's coming, right? Someone
I should start saying this at the beginning of these bitches.
Requires that as well.
What? Elu ve Elu divrei Elokim Chaim. But this is where we live by. So no one really knows for sure. No one knows for sure. Elu ve Elu divrei Elokim. But this is the Mazor we live. Now, there's another question that I have. It's very paradoxical. This is very paradoxical. But the idea that no one really knows anything except the fact that we know that nobody really knows anything. Isn't that really paradoxical? Who first came up with this? Talk to me about it, please.
Interestingly enough, if you notice, therefore,
yeah, that's one of those ideas that feels like it ties your brain into a knot, because it does. You're circling a real ancient paradox. Let's walk clearly. The core paradox in plain language. No one knows anything except that we know that no one knows anything. If this statement is true, then it's false. You know something. It's false. If it's false, then maybe someone does know something. So the statement self-destructs the moment you test the paradox. Who first? Socrates via Plato. G version. Socrates is the classic source. He reported to have said something like, "I know that I know nothing." But here's the key still detail people miss. Socrates did not mean this as a factual claim about what he meant it about methodological science. What he actually meant, other people know, he knows beliefs might be wrong. The awareness makes him other than people who are certain. The real meaning is closer to, I know that knowledge is always provisional. It's not paradoxical, it's epistemic humility. Pyrrho and the skeptics, radical version. Later Greek skeptics, Pyrrhons went harder. We cannot know how things really are. Problem, if you know that knowledge is possible, you've contradicted yourself. Their escape move, they said, we don't assert this as knowledge. We merely suspend judgment at Poshet. Very slippery, very clever. The liar paradox connection. This is cousins with this sentence is false. Yes, it is. Same self-referential. In ancient Greeks, notice this early. Abilities and quanted logic all the way to Gödel, modern computer science. Self is the poison. Jewish thought quietly solves and refuses the absolute version. Kohelet says, much wisdom brings much grief. Not no wisdom exists. Rambam says, we can know what God is not. We can know how to act, not show ultimate essence. That's crucial. Judaism says knowledge exists but is bounded, not knowledge is impossible. The deep fixed category mistakes. The paradox only appears if you confuse two kinds of knowing. Object level knowledge, facts about the world. This is a tree, fire, burn, stealing is wrong. Meta knowledge. Knowledge about knowledge. Humans are fallible. Certainty is dangerous. Perspectives are limited. When someone says no one knows anything, they're trying to make it while phrasing it like it. That's why it implodes. The non-paradoxical reformulation. This is the clean version. Instead of no one knows anything, say all human context, all human knowledge provisional, contextual, all human knowledge provisional, contextual, and marginal. Boom. No paradox. Still deep, still humble. That's faculty science Rambam. Modern epistemology. This matters and why you feel attention. Because if taken seriously, absolute version undermines morality, undermines Torah, undermines itself. But the humble version grounds learning, prevents dialogue possible. Keeps truth seeking alive. One line takeaway. Paradox only exists if you turn humility into an absolute claim. Once you treat not knowing as a stance rather than a fact, the contradiction disappears.
A utensil ultimately again that was kosher.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
Excuse me. So too,
you can't treat knowledge differently. All knowledge is the same. There's an argument to be made. All knowledge is the same, and to categorize it is knowing that you can do that, which leads into the paradox.
Order is very important. Immersion could only occur at
Okay, good.
kosher.
This is the hard version of the problem, and you're not happy. You're pushing on the exact fair point philosophers argue about when they refuse the easy escape. Let's stay inside your assumption. You're saying all knowledge is the same. You don't get great meta knowledge from regular. Once you categorize, you claim knowledge, and the paradox. That's a legit position. Let's steal it. Step one, accept the premise. No hierarchy of knowledge. Assume no privilege layer, no about versus about facts. Every claim is just a claim. Every I know is structurally identical. Under this assumption, this statement, no one knows anything, cannot be stable. Not sloppy, but because language. This is where the paradox becomes real, not semantic. Step two, the paradox is not about knowledge, it's about assertion. Here's the crucial move. The problem isn't knowledge. The problem is making assertions at all. The moment you assert, you're already playing the game. You've committed to conditions. You've stepped into a system that can talk about itself. That's why the paradox is unavoidable. If all knowledge is one flat category, assertions can refer to themselves. This is exactly Godel, Tarski, and Wittgenstein end up saying something unsettling. Some things cannot be said, only shown. Steady. Only stable positions left. Categorization, only 3 positions remain that don't explode. Total silence, strong mysticism. You don't assert anything, no paradox, but also no philosophy, no Torah, no science. This is the Zen Wittgenstein endpoint, whereof one can thereof one must be silent, but no one actually lives here. Performative skepticism, Hero 2.0. You act without asserting truth. You say things like, it appears to me, I mean, for now, this is true. You never say this is no. This avoids unstable socially. Embrace inconsistency. This is the spicy one. This is where modern logic goes. You allow some statements to be both true and false, paradoxes to exist everything. This is called dialtheism. Dialtheism. Graham Priest. Under this view, no one knows anything is both true and not fully true. Reality survives, logic bends. This is not fringe anymore. It's used in AI and formal. Step 4. Categorization feels illicit, and why you're right. You're sensing something deep. Categorizing knowledge creates an Archimedean point, a place to stand. But if nothing stands outside the system, then any categorization is already cheating. Any explanation is already circular. Any philosophy itself, any philosophy. So yes, the paradox is real under your rules. Step 5, the Jewish move, not a dodge, a reframe. Judaism doesn't solve this with epistemology. It solves with covenantal action. Not what can I know, but what am I obligated? God does not require certainty; it requires commitment under uncertainty. That's not knowledge, that's loyalty, and loyalty survives paradox. Bottom line, no escape hatches. If all knowledge is one flat category, assertions can self-reference. The paradox is not a mistake, it is a structural feature of thought. You don't solve it. All right. Is that the fucking knows?
Honor of his father's birthday.
All right.
Happy birthday and welcome to Mark Lewis.
No one knows anything. Just
With
talk
the
about
following
it.
message. In honor of father's birthday today,
All
may
right.
continue
Now what?
to be an inspiration to us all at Man.
Do you know the lyrics to this song?
Beautiful.
I'll do my best, and people will be like, "All right, Rabbi, tough shit." If he doesn't, no one really knows all the fucking lyrics to everything, really, because they're very subjective. There are some people. There's a story that I've heard before when Bob Dylan met the Beatles, and he said something along the lines of, something like about getting high.
To see a father or something like that. And then, I don't know what happened to him.
I should know this. Okay, Bob Dylan meets the Beatles, and he's like, "Oh, you guys are so."
Okay. Anyway, a beautiful dedication in honor of our beloved. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see.
Dude, what's that story about when Bob Dylan met the Beatles and Bob Dylan listened to what the Beatles had said, getting high?
You might already be 7 hours.
It was a lyric.
So, it's not outside. Okay. Standing outside.
Yes. This is one of those classic 1960s music anecdotes. Here's the story straight, cleaned up. The meeting where August 1964, where the Delmonico Hotel in New York, who Bob Dylan and the Beatles, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Dylan was already the voice of folk consciousness in the U.S. The Beatles were just exploding globally. They were curious about each other. The misunderstanding. During their conversation, the Beatles mentioned that they had just been writing songs influenced by marijuana culture, though they were vague about it. Dylan, famously sensitive to subtle linguistic cues, apparently misinterpreted a casual joke or lyric reference as that the Beatles were getting high, more literal in a literal sense. Fueled Dylan's own experimentation with marijuana shortly after. He's reported to have said something. They told me about getting high, and I thought, I've got to try that, which shows the classical culture of that. This is not what I mean. Dylan, between the lines of lyric and slang, and the Beatles were just joking about the reference in pop culture. The outcome, Dylan introduced a more folkloric interest in those influencing songs like Norwegian Wood, Sitar plus lyrical sophistication. Dylan in turn got more experimental and rock-oriented, partially inspired by the Beatles' energy. So the misinterpretation wasn't tragic. It was one of those cosmic misfires that actually led to mutual inspiration. In fact, Brian Epstein, Beatles manager, said that the whole meeting was incredibly awkward but historic, and that Dylan was already a mythic figure. No, this is not what I mean.
are in 1,000-to-1 ratio. In other words, 1,000 units of per minute to 1 unit limited item. They're
Beatles.
So Yain Nesach is a good example of this. Right? A little bit of Yain Nesach into a lot of other wine. All again, it is not about from that. Interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi Yain Nesach. Rashi says, so it's interesting. Rashi referring this as a case of a drop of wine falling into a lot of like a barrel of kosher wine. Right away, Rashi said the case, interestingly enough, is a barrel of Yayin Nesach that actually gets mixed up with other barrels. Again, we'll discuss the distinction between wine falling into wine versus barrels getting each other. Okay, in any event, so Yayin Nesach is what we call Asr B'chol. Ultimately, again, there was a very special dedication to our Chaver, Rabbi learner. The learner says, Nirtz Hashem are making Aliyah, Nirtz Hashem tomorrow.
What are lyrics of Beatles songs that have been misheard that are
in honor of Rabbi and his incredible Hakara Satov for the coffee? For the coffee. And the coffee means so much.
I want to hold your hand. Yeah,
takes so much.
Yeah. Oh, so Bob Dylan misheard it. Oh, yeah, I can't hide.
Coffee
and I get high. Yeah, there it is. So, what is
brothers.
it?
Again, this was a group initiative coordinated by Dr. Josh Rosen. So, the following individuals sponsoring in honor of Ari: Josh Rosenblum, David Flum, David Schwartz, Dottie Rosenblum, Moshe Abramson, Moshe Duncan, Milt Gertner, Dovie Ziffy, Steve Kalaska, Yoni Frager, Zebby Daniel, Josh Perez, Jeremy Lasson, Ari Elman, Ira Grossman, Mark Lussman, Alan Wiseman, Moshe Gavan, Mike Shigardin, Shmuel Karapkin, Paul Pollack, Menachem Schofeld, Shmuel Silver, Dovie Elman. If you're not on that list, you are no longer welcome to coffee. I'm just telling you, bring your own. Bring your own. Bring it on. That's it. That's it. Sorry, just a very small Hakara Satov from all of us here. We are going to miss you incredibly, but I'm so happy in this
Yeah, I tell you something. That's something. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand.
This the Rosenblum Hashem stepped up to take on this mantle. Although again, if you'd like to share in this, you first understand.
And something. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. So please say to me, you let me be your man.
Everyone notices when they go exactly to plan. Like 98% of the houses
say to me, you let me hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I touch you, I feel happy inside. I'm not sure. I can't hide. I can't hide. I can't hide. I think you'll understand. I say something.
Thanks for finally coming in, by the way.
I hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. You, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling, my love. I can't hide. I can't hide. I can't hide. Yeah, you know, that's something.
This statue is very idolatrous in nature. So what's that?
Your hand, your
Yes.
hand. I
Because
wanna
you see,
hold,
I've
I
always
wanna
wanted
hold
to
your
extract
hand.
animals' heart. It's hard. And
Now, that's not like the
talk about this, right? So remember, so you
that's
go
not the
ahead
best
and you're
argument
extracting
in
the
lyrics
heart
because
through the
the,
so remember,
no,
the
it's
reason
I
help this was because
can't.
in the middle of the heart.
So you need a better
So
example.
again, obviously this is about the Zora. Therefore, so in other words, all those things is just another example of all those skull.
Can you give me a famous example of a song
is an ox
that
is stone. That is
an artist originally had the intent of certain lyrics, but they changed due to other people mishearing the
We're going to
lyrics?
see exactly like common theme in all of these items.
Yes, classic music history phenomenon. Here's the most famous clear-cut examples where the artist intended meaning got by how people misheard or reinterpreted the lyrics. People misheard or reinterpreted the lyrics. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. Original intent. Springsteen wrote this a dark, bitter critique on the U.S. government, especially how Vietnam veterans were treated after the verses about being sent to Vietnam, coming home to job prospects, feeling abandoned by their country. It's basically an anti-war, anti-jingoism song. What people misheard and misunderstood because of the huge triumphant synth hook, the chant like chorus "Born in the USA," stadium rock production. A ton of people assumed it was a patriotic anthem. Okay, that's a good example. Made at political rallies, used campaign ads, treated like flag waving celebration. Springsteen later said this misunderstood completely flipped the song's meaning and that he was horrified by how it was used. Other famous hits, quick hits, every breath you take. Other famous examples, quick hits, every breath you take. Intent, creepy obsessive surveillance after a breakup. Misheard as a romantic love song. Sting has repeatedly said it is not a love song. Semi-charmed life. Third Eye Blind. Intended about meth addiction and spiraling self-destruction. Misheard as I suddenly had even removed the explicit Doug references, making them understanding worse. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. The Beatles intent, according to Lennon. Doug's drawing plus Lewis Carroll's style, surrealism, public interpretations, Ellis. The Beatles denied it, but the acronym did not help. Hey Ya, Outcast, a song about the failure of modern relationships, was heard as a party. Andre 3000 even warns listeners, y'all don't want to hear me, you just want to dance. If you, yeah, okay, that's fine.
A piece of meat. Remember, basar mahalo is only kosher meat and kosher milk. So you have a piece of meat that was.
Give me a line by line confusion though. Original intent of the line was something, and then people misheard it, and now the misheard lyrics become lyrics.
So this is really incredible, by the way.
When I was a kid,
is the goat.
there's a book that we would go to Barnes and Noble and check out books, and we'd buy books. You didn't check it. It wasn't a library. It was a store. I don't know. They still exist, but they're like few and far between. Anyway, we'd go to Barnes and Noble, and we would read books. If I had been good, sometimes I'd get a book. Sometimes not though. And I always wanted toys. Books are cool, but I always wanted toys. So sometimes they had this one area that were like interactive books with some toys. Anyway, there was this one book though. I would always go and I'd be looking for my folder. I kind of certainly not outside the store, but in the store. And I would go and see my mom, and she'd be laughing and laughing. And this book was called Kiss the Sky, which is a misheard lyric. Well, Kiss the Sky. It's called The Kiss the Sky. And it's a misheard lyric that is
again mixing with other pieces of meat, answers the entire mixture.
People thought he was saying, Jimi Hendrix was saying, excuse me, like, kiss this guy. And it's actually kiss this guy. And she would just read this really simple. I remember this book was like this. It wasn't like a, it was just like a book, like maybe like this, and you a little bigger, but and you'd read it, and she would just sit there and laugh and laugh and laugh. And I didn't back then, so I didn't really get that these were misheard lyrics, but I very much enjoyed, as I got older, misheard lyrics. They're really funny. And Kiss This Guy is one of those lyrics. Okay, so give me an example of that replaced. Okay, Louie, clean, simple lyrics, poor recording quality, plus mumbling vocals led to wild mishearings. What happened? Fans believe lyrics were obscene. The band eventually embraced ambiguity. Later performances leaned into altered phrasing. The song's identity became inseparable from the variations. Okay, that's one. Propagate Jimi Hendrix. Original lyrics. Me, while I kiss this guy. Well, they just use it. Okay, but people were, excuse me, while I kiss this. What changed? Became a huge joke. Hendrix leaned into it. He'd exaggerate the line in live performances. Sometimes literally point to a bandmate to gesture towards someone on stage. Many live versions sound like Kiss This Guy. The misheard lyric eventually became culturally accepted and effectively real in live canon. Even though studio lyrics remained the sky, the performed lyric mutated because of the audience. This is a textbook example. It's the one that I just fucking gave.
So you obviously you define it individually. Whenever an item is ranked as an individual unit, in Halal that is called
even those. Okay, yeah, this is a textbook. Okay,
that is counted.
Monda Green becoming canon. This is the textbook example. Monda Green becoming canon. Another strong example. Oh, my cousins and I used to laugh about this one. Bad Moon in Creedence Clearwater Revival. Original lyric. There's a bad moon on the rise. Misheard as there's a bathroom on the right. Oh, we would just, that was so funny. What changed? Fans sang the misheard line loudly at concerts. John Fogerty eventually sang bathroom on the right. In live intense, the joke lyric became social. It's appeared in setlist, liner notes, and CCR lore. So it does like work way in. Again, studio version unchanged and in the deck. Rare, but real case lyrics officially altered. Louie, the Kingsman. Original intent, clean, simple lyrics, poor recording quality plus mumbling vocals led to wild mishearings. And I remember this one was a big one. What happened? Audiences with the lyrics were obscene. The band eventually embraced ambiguity. Later performances leaned into altered phrasing. This identity became inseparable from the misheard versions. Not a single replacement line, but fine. Mishearing read. Not a single replacement line, but the mishearing redefining. Not a single replacement line, but the mishearing redefined the song permanently. Why this almost artists usually lock the studio lyrics early, resist changing writing, resist changing written canon, only allow misheard lyrics to live jokes or live variants. So the Hendrix and CCR cases are about as close as you get. The crowd was wrong, but the crowd won. Yeah, I want a case of where officially reprinted was wrong. Yeah, give me a case where an official lyric was reprinted in a big band.
They will say, what is unique about this? Every item here in this Mishnah has both of these qualities. Number one, Davar Shebaminyan, and number two,
okay, perfect. There is a real defensible case where a major band officially reprinted the misheard lyric, not just joked about it. Phoenix Clearwater Revival, Ben Rising, original lyric, studio Edmund on the rise, massively misheard. There's a bathroom on the mishearing was widespread that it basically followed the band everywhere. Where it becomes officially reprinted, 2008 CCR John Fogerty compilation. John Fogerty released a live compilation titled Bad Moon Rising. There's a bathroom on the right. That is an official release from the songwriter himself with a misheard lyric printed in the title, distributed by a major label. That's about as canonized as a Mon Green ever gets. Fogerty has sung Bathroom on the Right live, acknowledged effectively coexisting with original lyric, said the crowd version was too strong to fight. So while the studio lyric never changed, the commercial title did, and that's a big deal. Why it matters? Most cases, the fan jokes, live ad-lib interviews. This one crossed into official packaging, commercial release, artist approval. Right. Is that the end of your fucking story? If you want even stricter cases,
if they fall into a mixture, they would also never be bottled. Why would they never be bottled?
give me a Beatles version or a 1960s version.
So why not? Why not go ahead and include those as well? To which the it says Hasam.
What the fuck?
Elsewhere. I already mentioned elsewhere. Fine. I have a sneaky Karos.
Short, honest answer. There's no clean document in Beatles case where this lyric is often was an original way. Lyrics were locked down pretty tightly, but there is a very close 1960s Beatles adjacent case, and the closest Beatles specific edge case. Here's a clean the okay, Purple Haze. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Okay. Closest Beatles. I am the Wellers. This is not a correction. Sorry, it's strange what happened. Lennon knew misheard and overanalyzed this lyric. He intentionally altered the lyric later performances. Earlier lyrics conflated with each other. Some printed lyrics reflect what fans thought they heard rather than what was originally said. Lennon after later admitted he enjoyed that no one could pin the lyrics down, so he intentionally fed the confusion. So now the crowd accidentally winning, but official printed lyrics diverge from the original and the band allowed the confusion to persist in canon. It's the Beatles saying there is no correct lyric anymore. That's what I'm saying. Bottom line, if your standard is a misheard lyric officially printed and accepted,
and ends with the principle.
Then the
But like I
Beatles,
said,
no
begins
clean
the
example.
statement,
Late 1960s,
Ela
Rap
Surin
Hendrix is the
Ba'ol
earliest true
Shel
case.
These
Beatles, in which case I am the international candidate. Cool. Are you done? No, we got to.
And there are certain like noun. So when it says Hari Ilu is obviously coming to say what? It's coming to say these items, but it must be excluding something. Said the Gemara,
gotta do it.
what is excluding?
Fuck.
The minion.
I hope this doesn't get up.
So we'll say bottom line, here's what the Mishnah
Are you
teaches
gonna do it
us.
with sunglasses?
Any item
A dog?
belongs to these two keys. Number one, Asr Bahana. Right? Asr Bahana. Ultimately, again, you cannot get
Why not?
benefit
What? I
from
don't.
it. And number two, it is a Davar Shebeminion. Ultimately, again, it has individualized unit importance. So it's never possible.
Very superstitious. Very superstitious. Too far. 13-month-old baby. Looking glad. 7 years of bad luck. Things in the past. You believe in things that you don't understand. Superstition, yeah. Is that the end of your story? No, we gotta do the other part.
No matter how badly you try, no matter how many avenues you
Was that good? That's all right.
mess up everything.
The best thing you've ever done? No.
You live like this.
What is?
Intentionally, unintentionally.
Slanging dick like it's going out of style, baby.
You can't.
That's tight. How golf balls are made. I love that shit.
But there's a piece of
All right. We watched yesterday. One of my favorite Rothschilds is
always possible.
how golf balls made. And it was
because it's a
fucking
piece of me
amazing.
that's always holy. Because it's a piece of me that's not really mine. It's a piece of me, ultimately, again, that is the Ribono Shel Olam. There is a piece of me, therefore, Asr Da'ana. There is a piece of me that's Asr Da'ana.
What are you doing?
I can't fully well, somebody in as far as the but he says part of like this esoteric piece of tshuva that we can't really wrap our head around is because tshuva is rooted in the power of the neshama. And the power of the neshama defies comprehension.
So he's saying, I know some Rebbitzin out there. That's no deal. This right? I know they do. I've met you. I know you're real people, and you're just doing what everybody else is doing. I get it. I get it. I get it. Why don't you speak to the rabbin like you speak to the Rebbe? Because the rabbin, it sucks absolute donkey dick with some of this bullshit. People in really compromising positions, they're inconsistent, and they'll get on board. But if I went over their wives are going to sit there like, aren't you like this rabbi? And they're like, well, why would you want one of my other rabbis when you're doing they were doing what their rabbis were doing? And they'll be like, yeah, get out of here. I like this rabbi. And then everybody's going to start doing it the way that I do it. And if you don't, that's cool. That's cool. But I want to come together. I want the Psalm together, the breast lovers together, the Chernobyl is to come together. The fucking Chabad to come together. I want everybody to come together. And we're separated. In fact, before I do this next part, okay, forget about
somewhat almost like not
lyrics for right now. Back to the religious discussion.
Qualities, but after you have those two qualities, you're never bottled. You're never bottled. So it does not matter what the world throws your way.
All right, so why is Judaism so fragile? I mean, I get it that there's like free and stuff, but other religions have like a doctrine that is consistent amongst all of its believers, and Judaism really doesn't have that. We had the Shulchan Aruch, but that didn't unify everybody completely. When Mashiach comes, can Mashiach make like a doctrine, like just a big book of like what you're supposed to do? I think that Mashiach can do that. Mashiach can do whatever they want generally. Now we're talking about a big meta question. Why is Judaism glued together compared to, say, other shit? Listen carefully, because the reasons are structural and even kind of beautiful in their messiness. Judaism is a covenant, not a creed. Most religions unify doctrine, believe X and be whatever. Judaism unifies around a covenant and practice. You are part of God's people to these laws and ethics. Key difference: belief is secondary to action. You can we're doing that thing. This immediately makes it harder to have a proclamation. Texts are interpreted, dictated. Torah, Talmud, and halakhic works are conversational, not declarative. Every generation debates what the law means in new circumstances compared to other shit. Judaism says, let's argue about what X requires in this moment. This creates diversity by design. Judaism treats argument and plurality as a feature, not a bug. Geography, exile, scattered authority. After the destruction of the Second Temple, Jews were dispersed across hundreds of communities. No central pope, no caliph, no single to enforce a uniform interpretation. Communities adapted to local circumstances. Babylon, Spain, Eastern Europe, Yemen, etc. Each community develops its own style of halakha, liturgy, minhag, custom, and even philosophy. Halakhic methodology allows flexibility. Rambam's Mishnah Torah tried to codify everything in one book. Brilliant, clear, bold. Yeah, that's another example. But even then, people said, yeah, but we follow our local authorities too. The Talmudic principle, these are the words and others may dispute them, is baked in. So even most systematic codifications don't eliminate divergence because interpretation is itself a mitzvah. Well, isn't just theological, it's practical. Judaism responsibility. You can follow the strictly, you can interpret the civil law, you can make mistakes. This isn't chaos, it's intentional. God doesn't want robots, just ethically conscious agents. If everyone had to follow a single doctrinal belief, you'd lose the human growth element. Messiah, Mashiach, isn't a doctrinal unifier. You mentioned Mashiach. Even if Mashiach, Judaism predicts the Messiah by unity, not impose it. The single doctrinal. Okay. He wouldn't destroy free will or override local practice. He would harmonize, not historically attempts to centralize Judaism. Always backlash. That's because Judaism is institutional. Big picture summary. Judaism is fragmented because it's covenantal, not creedal. Interpretation is central, not optional. Dispersed communities adapt differently. Codification never eliminates debate. Free will, modern responsibility are core, not side notes. So yes, theoretically, a Mishnah Torah or on steroids, but it would never be universally authoritative because authority in Judaism is relational. pluralistic, and participatory. That's literally by design.
What's the INSA, right? Actual.
I get that, but it would just be cool if Mashiach came and was like, hey, we're going to have another Mishnah Torah or Shelton or Root, and you don't have to follow it just to unify everything. But you don't have to, not force anybody into anything, but harmonize it, like you said. You don't have to give me a whole lots of stuff, just like in like a paragraph. Give me a steel man of how this is possible. I got you. You want a steel man of messianic unification that harmonizes without enforcing. A Judaism where unity emerges naturally without crushing free will. Here's the strongest argument. A man comes not as a legislature, but as a of Torah and Kavod. He radiates wisdom, ethical clarity, and holiness so compelling that all Jews recognize the same moral and spiritual framework, even if they interpret the laws differently. He doesn't issue decrees to override communities or codify doctrine and universal. Instead, he illuminates the principles behind mitzvot tradition in a way that everyone intuitively sees, and local customs continue, free remains intact, and halakhic debate still thrives. But the underlying covenantal vision becomes so clear and compelling. Agreement no longer fractures the people because everyone is choosing the same values, the same intention, and the same awe of God. Unity arises through shared recognition of truth and not coercion. Yeah, give me the future tech version of that. Oh, this is going to be fun. The future tech messianic unification where Judaism evolves with transhuman capabilities but still stays kosher and intention. Here's the stillman. Imagine Mashiach arrived where humans have evolved biologically, cognitively, and maybe digitally, but retain consciousness, moral awareness, and the capacity for free will. Issuing rigid decrees, he interfaces directly with human cognition, amplifying understanding and awareness of mitzvot, kavod, and ethical intention. Can now experience the essence of Torah directly, a neural, emotional, and spiritual resonance with divine prospects, with divine principles, rather than just following ritual mechanically. Local customs and halakhic interpretations continue. Some may simulate traditional practices virtually. That's interesting. Others may innovate in bioethical ways, but everyone practices the same meta truth about the purpose of mitzvot, cultivating moral integrity, honoring God, and harmonizing human freedom with sacred order. Disagreements shrink not because they are prohibited, but because the clarity of Mashiach's presence makes the core intuitive across all forms of existence. Free will isn't overridden, it's expanded. Choice becomes informed by direct insight, enforced by law. Unity is achieved not through a universal codex, but through shared access to the same underlying spiritual reality, amplified by technology, evolution, and presence. Amplified by technology, unity through a universal codex, but through shared access to the same underlying spiritual reality. Amplified technology, evolution, and the humanity, even as a post-human species, opts into the covenant voluntarily, but with a clarity and harmony impossible before this awakening. Yeah, whatever. So we're all waiting. I personally wait for Mashiach. So much. I mean, I listen to this fucking song. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. I've been listening to this bitch for 4 fucking years. And when Mashiach comes, if Mashiach walked in the fucking door right now, I'd be like, dog, I got your theme song going. And Mashiach would be like, that's tight. Are you doing everything exactly the way that you're supposed to be doing? I would say, no, like the circumstances, though, I'm doing the best that I can. And I think Mashiach, that's tight. Really? Yeah, like Buddy Nazarene, that one motherfucker, that's tight. Really? He'd be like, that's whatever. I mean, I'm doing everything I fucking can. And I understand that that's how most Jews are.
Put wine and so there's wine in the sealant. Am I allowed to use this wine press? So the Mishnah is
that the end of your story?
If it's stove, you need to do is now
no, there's another question. Okay.
Now again, it's
yo, dog, I don't want this to be a Megillah, nothing really long, but just whenever I'm driving home from work on the 405, where I have in the past, the 405 Express or 405 way in Los Angeles, and it's getting to be pretty close. I've always think to myself, well, I got into traffic and the sun would set. Would a really halakhically strong person pull over to the side of the road and walk home since we can't drive on Shabbat? If so, then the 405 would be backed up because there are prudent Jews who would feel this way and would pull over to the side of the road. But nobody does this. So, do people just break Shabbat under these circumstances? I feel you. This is one of those real-world Holocaust versus modern life questions. Here's the concise statement answer. Most Jews don't stop driving on the freeway because Holocaust allows the principle of unavoidable circumstances, like needing to get home safely or just living in a city where transportation is essential. 405 at sunset is chaotic. If everyone pulled over, it would be a dangerous, illegal, and practically impossible. That's considered halakhic context. In practical terms, driving on Shabbat is generally prohibited, but Holocaust recognizes that in modern life, people often rely on legally forbidden. This is why there are strong traditions of planning earlier, staying over, or using them for walking limits instead of suddenly stopping and driving. Most Jews don't treat it as a personal failure. It's understood as a tension between ideal observance and real-world constraints. So, yes, people do break Shabbat in these circumstances, but it's not taken lightly. And avoiding you're caught in traffic after something called is realistic survival, safety, and sanity take priority. Has this ever happened to you? No, fortunately. I always make plans to be home before started.
So all you need to do is down. What's the process by or dried off?
Really? And you've never broken Shabbat? I'm not saying that. Depends how you define Shabbat.
It was made of wood.
And breaking Shabbat. But
no problem, just wipe it down.
To my knowledge, I always make plans, and I had to. Some employers really lay down the law, and other employees were really flexible. You like the end of your story? No. Something else about it. One time, this was not for Shabbat. This was for a Chumash class. I never was late to Chumash class. Always early to Chumash class. And but one time, I in maybe like everybody had come in, and I walked in 30 seconds after that was the close-up, but we hadn't sat down and started studying.
Wine residue,
And
right? The way the Mishnah frames it is
because I normally would get the Kumashim for everybody, and I get
had the press not been so that it just been used ultimately.
I would normally get Kumashim for everybody, and I would get.
That's obvious. Zov Saknan. That's the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said. So the Gemara says, would you have thought? Who had
The Talmud for everybody.
Would have thought no.
Really? Yes. Did you always? Very early into my, and so I would just get Kumashim for everybody, and I would put them at everybody's table place, and then when
class
was complete, I would put them away.
That's when it's problematic for the Jew to use it. But if for myself,
my Rebbitzins,
for myself,
and
Akum just went ahead and crushed grapes in it, it would be totally fine.
all right, well, that's a cool story.
So most the alternate version of this, Rabbi said, very interesting, that our Mishnah that talks about a remedy is only talking about a case where the issue is. But for argument's sake, in this press, off you can't use it, right? Even if you were to go, now we'll say, now it doesn't mean that there's no way to use it. It just means that the process of, let's say, wiping it down would not be enough. So the Gemara says that's obvious. Pshita, Zav, that makes it sound kind of obvious. Because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, what does the Mishnah talk about? The Mishnah talking about a case where the Akum sealed the press, which makes it sound like the process of going ahead and wiping it down, like drying it, I should say, works in a case where you're only dealing with the seed. But if the Akum crushed grapes in it, changes the math on this, and therefore a press is usher. And when I say usher, it can't be used. Perhaps there's another regressive process that can make it usable. But just stam what we would
Is that the end of your fucking story?
No,
dude, this is going on. Here we go.
That's obvious. Are
you done?
I might have thought that even the process of nigul, drying it off, should work even in a case where the Akum actually uses it.
Wash your face and hands. I was doing that thing wrong. It's like David. But when I can say bracha, like my mind is in somewhere else. So we'll try to dude, are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg, your shit sucks, dog.
We don't know what that process actually entails, but here's what I do know.
Wash your face and hands. On the problem.
My problem now
Indeed. I'm going strong. Don't save me. Sadness song. Even things you don't understand, and you suffer. Superstition. Devil is on his way. That was tight. Is that the end of your fucking song?
back and complain to me
Maybe.
in today's measures. Which is another way of Rav saying to Bichia, do your due diligence on this. Right? Because if you mess up, you're going to
Is that the end of this?
Right? So ultimately, again, if you mess up, you're going to come
Damn,
to
bitch.
and ultimately, again, complain to me. So make sure
All right,
that
are you
before
done?
go ahead and you contract this press, whatever you're going to do,
Yeah.
do your due diligence.
Is that the end of it?
Okay. So
we'll try. We'll see.
It goes. So what happened?
Sometimes Zuckerberg's shit sucks.
So again, here goes that, and he sees that the press is very smooth. Honor, high, bad beneath of circular. Okay, it was something so smooth. So again, there be a lot of absorption over there. Look brand new. So therefore, he said, you know what? This should be enough. We're drying it off. Not get about say. I want to be clear. We don't yet know fully what that process of nigov actually entails. But the Pashtos, nigov should be enough over here. Because of this, as he was looking around the press a little bit more, because he said,
no, shit sucks. All right.
Crevice on the bottom of the press. And watch this.
The peak. The 15-month-old baby. Glass. Here's a bad love. The past. When you believe in things. Is that the end of your story? No, actually, it brings up something. He said something and really interesting to me.
It didn't have like these nooks and crannies. And here again, even though the press itself looked clean and pristine, it was because we'll say here's also like a tremendous metaphor for tshuva as well. The tshuva, I will say, really getting into the nooks
broke
and
the looking glass.
Okay.
Self. So
let's do a little bit of introspection. So Baruch Hashem,
this doesn't have anything to do with anything else that we just talked about. But there's something called Project Looking Glass, and allegedly there was some kind of
when we kind of do that
technology that Dwight D. Eisenhower received during the with extraterrestrials
stuff that shouldn't be there.
And
things look good by both sides on the point. That's an account, right? When the exterior
Edwards Air Force Base and some other Air Force Base in the 1950s, that if you looked into it, it would show you the events of the future. And allegedly, this is stored at the Scottish Rite building in Washington, D.C. I may have some things confused, but like, what is this? And then also, wouldn't that type of technology perhaps violate the Heisenberg
that's where work begins.
Theory?
That's where Shula begins. We just have to have the personalistic honesty, integrity, and more than that, bravery to do that incredible.
This one involves. This one lives right at the intersection of Cold War secrecy, UFO lore, and physics buzzwords. Let's separate what's a story from what's coherent without being dismissive. What Project Glass is in reality. Project Looking Glass is not a documented U.S. government program or any credible archive. It's a modern narrative that emerged from UFO disclosure shows 2000 forums and New Age military industrial. So usually goes like this. You basically nailed the beats. In 1950s, during Eisenhower's presidency, the U.S. allegedly made contact with extraterrestrials, received a device, a looking glass, that could view possible future. The tech showed branching timelines. It was supposedly stored somewhere somewhat powerful, Scottish Rite, underground bases, etc. Important note, there isn't any primary source evidence for this. No documents, no witnesses with verifiable access, no corroboration, independent sources. They behave exactly like a myth that grows by retelling. What Eisenhower gets pulled into, Eisenhower is a magnet for these stories because he warned about the military-industrial complex real. He also saw early black budget projects real. He lived during peak UFO hysteria real. He was famously opaque and tight-lipped, also real. The physics question, great instinct. Now to your Heisenberg point, because this is where the whole story actually breaks. What future viewing device violate? Would a future viewing device violate physics? Yes, hard. Heisenberg uncertainty principle. You cannot simultaneously know certain pairs of properties, especially momentum, with arbitrary precision. But more important for the spatial alters the system, the space, the device that shows the future would require determinism at a fundamental level, eliminate indeterminacy, break causality. You could change you saw. That's not advanced tech, that's a different verse. Even worse, the information. If you can see the information changes visions, which changes the future, which invalidates the vision. The only way is out fatalism. You can't change any world branching. You see branch, not the future. Most of the lore quietly switches to two without admitting it. People still find it compelling because it scratches real anxieties. Governments do hide things. Tech advance faster than time does feel unstable. People want reassurance that someone knows. Looking Glass is basically Cold War, sick, anxiety plus sci-fi metaphysics plus secrecy ethics. Bottom line, clean honest. Project Looking Glass was not a historical program. It contradicts quantum mechanics, causality, and information theory. It uses real names to feel grounded. It survives because it's true. Or in one line, if a device like that existed, it wouldn't violate Heisenberg. It would violate reality itself.
But I love myself. Wipe it down. Wipe it down. How you use it?
No, but give me a steel man here. Work with me. Maybe some advanced technology could get past this. It could happen. Anything could happen. So what about some super advanced alien civilization? Why couldn't they get past it? All right, I'll steal it properly, not debunk it. Not hand wave it away. Let's assume very advanced aliens, millions or billions of years ahead of us, and see how this could work without breaking logic. All right. First rule is stillman. The tech literally can. The tech cannot literally see the future as a fixed movie because that does collapse into paradox. So the aliens wouldn't be doing that. They'd be doing subtler. Steelman Model 1. Hyper predictive determinism, not time travel. The device doesn't look forward in time. It measures the present universe with near total precision. Includes variables we don't even know exist. Run simulations so accurate they are indistinguishable from foreknowledge. Think weather prediction, but for reality itself. Exactly. To us, it looks like prophecy. To them, just computation. Why this doesn't violate Heisenberg? Heisenberg limited measurements, not necessarily all possible physics. Aliens might access hidden variables, subquantum layers, extra dimensions where uncertainty results. Still probabilistic, just insanely big probabilities. Steelman Model 2 many world scanner. This is the cleanest one. The device doesn't show the future. It shows a dominant branch of many futures. So, no casualty violation, no paradox, no fixed destiny. When someone sees the vision and acts differently, that simply moves them to a different branch. The device was never wrong. You just didn't stay on that timeline. Why aliens could do this? They may have tech that can observe or infer branching wave functions. We already theorized this. They engineer. We already theorized this. They just engineering it. This is the version most would reluctantly say if anything like this were possible, it would be this. Steelman Model 3, light cone axis. Here's the freaky one. The device doesn't access the future globally. It accesses your future light cone. Events that must occur unless something intervenes. Example, a supernova already set in motion. A supernova in motion. A traffic jam, casual jam already causal. A traffic jam already causally locked in. A political collapse already mathematically inevitable. You're not seeing, you're seeing inertia. Aliens might map causality far deeper than we can. Know what comes are already baked in. This feels prophetic, but it's just extreme cause literacy. Steelman Model 4. Conscious cup futures. Now we go full alien. The device doesn't show objective truth. It interfaces with consciousness itself, shows futures conditional on the observer's current mental state. So the vision is what will happen if you remain you. Once the mindset changes, the prediction dissolves. This avoids paradox because the vision was never unconditional. It was a mirror, not a window. Very advanced civilizations might see consciousness. Very advanced civilizations might see consciousness as a physical variable, not a mystery. Why humans would mythologize this as well? Because to us, 99.9999% accurate prediction equals consciousness-dependent outcomes equals mysticism. So we tell alien civilization get Heisenberg and causality, not breaking them, but by operating under them around no magical crystal ball destiny, but yes, text so it would feel like prophecy. One line, steel man. Device wouldn't show the future itself, but the gravitational pull of reality towards certain outcomes.
We're still in the
You
sugya
find. Go for
right? The mission introduced us to this interesting idea that if you are selling wine to an akum, you're selling wine to an akum, so how exactly again that type of sale needs to be structured in order that the wine doesn't end up becoming yayin nesech, possession of the Jew. The wine becomes yayin nesech, possession of the Jew. We're stuck, right? We're stuck. There's really no remedy for that because it's usher than us. So again, essentially the Mishnah said you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, then ultimately again, whatever the Ovid is, when he does Mashiach, he's being Moshe his wine, and if he makes into Yain Nesef, it's becoming Yain Nesef ultimately again in his possession. So therefore that led to a what does Mashiach ultimately work by an Akum? It's only because she's raised up.
All right, are you done? Let's see how it's possible if
so if
ChatGPT
agree on a price,
can summarize that conversation just now.
Measure out,
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if YouTube
but ultimately again the proceeds are
has its shit together.
Since there was an agreement on price, therefore subsequently when the become the Mashiach on his wine. Mashiach will become in a kona, but it doesn't work as a kinyan. I might double flutare, and ultimately why is if Mashiach doesn't work, that means when the oven cooking the wine, it's for blind wine, then ultimately again if it becomes yainesa, even stam name, then the proceeds from the sale should be unequivocally usher. I'm asking, what's the case over here? This is very interesting. The case over here, the Gemara is where the Akum went ahead and
Can you please provide
the Akum advanced
timestamps
Rashi's over here.
and perhaps
Dinar, Rashi's over here. It's in the first wide line of Rashi.
like a short summary of the following?
This is very interesting. So what did the Yaakov do? Let's say we know the barrel is not going to be. It's not going
Would you
to
be
be
shocked?
more,
Yeah,
or the wine is not going
because
to be
it
more
just
than $100.
I tried. Yeah, it
So what
did,
does the
but I
Yaakov
can't
do?
access the
No,
content, and there's no
he
searchable
advances
time
me the money.
restrictions.
He advances me the money.
The
And
video
ultimately he says,
has
listen,
been
we'll
removed
sell
and made
it
private,
afterwards,
but
and
the
if
channel
there's
was taken
change,
down.
you'll return
YouTube
to
is
me
serving it
the
as a
change.
catch, which
So the Gemara
red
says, okay,
red
that's the
won't
case.
have it.
So again, this is a different
Video
kind of
is
scenario.
weird
Why
blank
is this
video.
different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math of all this.
Yeah, I mean it just started. So
In case, look at the
try one from yesterday.
Madad, actual pot, Damabusuri. Then if I see other Kufavim, measured out the wine before the price was set. So the proceeds ultimately again will be us, but why? But if halacha l'maisa again, if halacha l'maisa the advanced money, then why should it be problematic? So again, he responds back then, right? Ultimately, Ravashi responds back to Shisha. According to you, the Amrit Mashiach of the Tona, you say Mashiach does work. If that's the case, the Gemara says, Amai Reisha Damav Mutar and the Seva Damav Asurin. So again, the Kashna of Rav Kashish is back on you. If you're right that this is a case of where the Akum advanced the money actively, and therefore halacha l'maisa, really the Yisrael already has the proceeds of the sale in hand. If that's the case, then there should be no concern of yayin nesach in either of the cases. The Mishnah makes a distinction: the measuring occurred before or after the establishment of the price. The Gemara says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, but now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately again, Israel seller agrees to makna the wine, and therefore Mashiach work. When there is no agreed upon price, he is so willing to go ahead and convey all of the wine, which makes perfect sense. And that's the distinction. So when they agree on the price, and the Oved B'chavim subsequently does Mishicha, it'll work. And therefore, again, the wine is the Oved B'chavim, and ultimately Israel will keep the proceeds of the sale. When the price has not been set, and Mishicha is, so there is no agreement to a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if the Oved B'chavim touches the wine, it becomes essentially yayin nesach, and the proceeds become prohibited. Incredible. The dinami. So therefore, Rashi says, according to me also, even if advanced, see the advancement of money by itself doesn't create the totality of the transaction. Pasak samchadaite, lo pasak lo samchadaite. If ultimately there was an agreement on the price, then it was committed, right? And when we say commit, he's willing to allow the Akum to acquire it with Mashiach. If he did not advance money, or if he did not ultimately the Israel is not committed to the transaction. So this is very important, right? So first of all, this nugget of information over here is incredibly important because what this is highlighting is the power and the importance of establishing a price. Establishing the price allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Money has not exchanged hands yet. Non-committal price, what do you have? What do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, but with absolutely no transaction. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to Rashi Tashma. Noach neraga pachos mishavakuto velonitan leishava. So this is very interesting. Ben Noach, one of the shemitzos b'nei Noach is death. Now let us deal. Ben Noach, interestingly enough, is held liable even for less than a shavakuta. It's fascinating, right? If I steal a shavakuta from another Jew, certainly not good, but I'm not chayiv. What's the logic of that? The logic of that assumption is people are mocha or less than a shavakut. I don't care. It doesn't like it or be annoying, but it doesn't matter to me. So who steals less than a shavakuta? Lachik liability. A ben Noach, interestingly enough, is held liable even for less. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return the stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So if a ben Noach steals you less than a shavakuta, it's chayiv. And whenever a ben Noach for violating shemis b'nei Noach laws, ultimately, again, that liability is a death penalty. So he's chayiv, death penalty for stealing less than a shavakuta. But interestingly enough, he has no obligation to return it to me. Because from my perspective, less is insignificant, therefore obligation to return it, which is quite fascinating. The Gemara says, that Mashiach doesn't work by an such an expression. Why should the akum be held liable? Right? Ultimately, again, he didn't acquire it. If Mashiach doesn't work by an akum, then how would the akum be liable ultimately again taking my item? To which the supposed to say, you're right, Mishum, it's Sa'ari li Yisra. At the end of the day, do you know why the akum is liable? He's liable ultimately again because he caused pain. Because he caused the Jew pain. But as you're going to say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is positing over here is that the akum liable stealing less than a shavakuta can't simply be theft. Because if it's theft, ultimately again he'd be obligated to return it. The liability the Gemara wants to suggest ultimately is because he caused and discomfort to and to. That's the liability. By day 72a, by Lonitan Lishavon. So what does it mean that he's not obligated ultimately to return it? The end of it, ultimately, again, this is not in the framework of return. Now, what does this mean? Because as we said before, a Jew is held on less than a shavakut, right? And therefore, because there's mechila, therefore the akum has no obligation ultimately to return. Here, that's the case.
What the fuck?
Look at the end. Look at the end of that Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. So Akum 1 steals from you less than Shanabuta. Then Akum 2 steals from Akum 1 the same item. What's the halacha? Akum 2 is liable. Akum 2 is liable for death penalty. Simar says 1 second. So I understand why Akum is subject to death penalty. Why? Because he caused pain to me, the Jew. Ella Sefer my object. But what did Akum 2 do? What did Akum 2 do? Hello, what do you see from here? Shmamino, Meshicha ba'ovet kochavim kone shmamino. Rather, what you have to see, I will say, is this whole thing only makes sense if really there's real theft. Right? So Akum 1 way steals from me is a thief. Why? Because Meshicha works. And then when Akum 2 steals from Akum 1, it's going to be liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. Therefore, most of says, what do you see from here? That Mashiach is a bona fide form of acquisition, a bona fide opinion by Akum. And this is incredibly important. Mashiach, not all kinyanim that we have as Jews work by Akum. Right? Work Akum. And which makes sense because a lot of kinyanim, remember, learned out Daraisa. So not everything works, but ultimately, for example, like we know Kinyan Kesef works by an Akum, right? We know that. Why? because the first time we see Kinyan Kesef is by Avram Avinu from a Hiti, right? From an Akum. So I know the Kesef works, and now I know Shicha works as well. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Shicha ultimately again works by an Akum. Okay, incredible. A story. There was a guy, the Amalei Lakabre, who said to his friend, suppose say, here's the case. Right? Reuben has a piece of land. She wants to purchase the piece of land, a piece of real estate. Reuben's not really willing to sell right now. But what Reuben does tell Shimon is, Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. It's no problem. So land I sell to you. What happened? It'll say. It's a pretty predictable story. Okay, so what happened? Reuben then he sold it to Levi. Sold it to sell to Shimon. So obviously now Shimon's claiming 1 second. You promised that if you would sell it to me. So what's the halacha over here? Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef says, halacha l'maisa konek kama. Ultimately, again, really Shimon has the right to it. It belongs to Shimon. Kama. Good. I'm really Abaye, but hello, Pasuk. By a second. How can you say that Shimon acquires it? He never even spoke price. Right? So you're about to say there were two things we saw already from the last segment. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction when price is agreed upon. That's number one. And number two, we saw that the Shicha works even by an apple. Okay, those are the two nuggets that we walked through the previous sugya. So again, in this case, about what are you talking about? Although Reuben said, if I ever sell it to you, they never spoke price. If they never spoke price, how is there any level of commitment from Reuben to Shimon? So where do you see that when there's not an agreement on price, essentially there's actual commitment? Where do you see that from? This not our Mishnah. Hamocha in a little bit kochavim. If I sell my wine to an akum, pasak shalom madan dam mutarin. If we before the akum measured out the wine, then all proceeds are mutar. Why? Because again, agreement to sell because there's a set price. When the akum deals with the wine, it's wine already. So whatever happened with it's not my problem. Therefore, the proceeds are mutar. But ultimately, again, if the akum gets to handle the wine before there is a set price, he's made it yayin nesa in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are all served. So the Gemara says, "My habi Allah." So what's the result of this conversation?
Hello. How are you, Mr. Aquarius?
You see here that a seller is always actually committed once price is established. So the Gemara says, "My habi Allah."
No way. What's going on?
Just for the resolution. The resolution is where there is agreement on price, there's transaction. Where there is no agreement on price, there is no transactional commitment. So what else do you want to talk about? I says, well, 1 second.
No, we don't.
No. Maybe this is different. Because again, since Yayin Nesach is so hard, maybe it's only by Yayin Nesach that ultimately again agreement on price represents out an agreement price, there's transaction.
me and her at his house. She came, then come up and then she has to call them to come help her. So I thought we was going to do the house, but when I overheard him, I was just called the ambulance to come pick him up.
What happens?
Take him to the hospital.
And they answered it from the
His mind stuff is not even real. He's like moving, but his minds are cool, but he's just not,
Let's say I want to acquire something from Ruben.
So
I
at the hospital,
go ahead and let's say Ruben has certain merchandise.
She said he's doing the same thing. I want to take his clothes off, but I'm trying to figure out. Because I know it's like a tab, but I'm trying to figure out what
on these, on the
I think he wants to go
nurse and pull
sorry to say it hurts me not to say it, but
big Pasach ad Shalom Madad.
I think so. Yesterday, Ray said he was asking him, Dad, do you want to? No, he said her.
Before I started,
He was saying her. He said, I want to go home.
whether there
She
was
said
an agreement on price, ultimately, again, I don't acquire for myself. Both of us can go.
She said, do you want to go to Virginia, which is my grandmother?
Retract from
She
the
said,
applicable
you want to go with
from the
Virginia?
transaction.
Yes.
I will say, what's the logic here?
So, then,
And I will say, this for
she
myself, I have not done anything directly with the
And
items
then
themselves.
I had said
Like,
something or whatever, and he can't hardly hear. So I guess her, and he was like,
that are kind
you say you want me to go to the Lord? I said, no, Papa, I did not say that. I didn't say I went to the Lord. So I don't know. I think he's tired. Yeah, he is. He's tired. No, I understand that. But
then
it's not. So
Pasach
the Lord say he's not trying to bring him go. No, he's not going. He's the old doctor.
price.
He's not going over
Even
there.
though again, I still have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is. But at
Yeah,
that
ready
point,
to go.
again,
I don't
once
think
it's
he's ready.
fixed,
I really like
on price. Number two, I'm doing the
He's
shit.
got eye
I'm
vision.
doing the
So
shit
he
called.
does. His eyes
Again,
good.
even though
Anyways,
to work out some
I believe
details,
he's
right?
got
We
those.
have to work out the details. Neither of us could renege.
Absolutely. So did they get him
Well,
on?
it is her.
Again, if there's no agreement on price,
They get him
and
on
I'm just kinda
antibiotics?
thinking through the merchandise, Schneehan, both of us have the ability to go to tracks.
Yeah, doing tests right now to find out what's going on with
Okay.
him.
Agreement
Don't know.
on price.
Don't know yet.
That's
They're doing
actually
tests
commitment.
to
Now
see
again,
what is
you
going
have to
on
be careful
first.
with this
Okay.
because
They went to McDonald's. They went to go. They
you
go.
can't back out
Um,
even once
They
there's
don't know
agreement
yet.
on
They don't know. I
price.
just wanted to let you know that you was
This is
busy
a very
to
different
let you know
kind of
they had
case. In this
admitted
case over
him.
here, let's say
They
I'm buying, I
took
don't
him
know,
on to the ambulance. Come over here to get
you
him.
know, pots
Wow.
from Ruben.
Took him
Now
to the
Ruben's down,
hospital.
he is loaded
Yes.
on. So you
So
say,
they're
okay,
at the
I'm
hospital.
gonna
So
pay,
when I
you
know
know,
something, I will
$10
sure
per
let
pot.
you know.
Excellent.
Again,
Well, he'll
there's a
certainly
whole
be
bunch
in
of stuff on
my
the
thoughts.
I don't know
And
what it is
he's a
that
strong
I'm
man. I think he'll be home soon enough. I think you're in the right mentality. That it's not his time yet.
On an item,
You know,
I just have
I think my job is to say, I think I have to put it in.
I can't get out on that.
Me go and come up here, go, it's a lot.
Other cases of price,
You know what I'm saying? And my uncle's
there's too
already
much
took
other
out.
transactional ambiguity. I can
You
still
know,
back
I don't know what
But
they
you
do.
must
But we're thinking it after you find out
price.
what's
You need
going
to
on.
build up price in order to create transactional commitment.
I don't
And
know.
therefore,
I don't know.
failure to agree on price
If we do,
results in not
she had got the bone care. She got hospice.
Another case, so
To
it's almost
have
like
the
they're
doctor
going back. Remember again,
called
how did
last
this whole
night.
start? You know, Ruben, Shimon goes over to Ruben selling your property.
And so
Ruben says, I'm not selling you it. Yeah, but when I sell, I'll sell it to you. I'll sell it to you. And then Ruben goes and sells it to a lady. Ruben doesn't really have any recourse. Right? Why? There was never a discussion. So we can't do never a discussion on price.
They said she should add home care at the hospital. So yeah, because they're not doing it. Nurse comes here. They're really not doing it. Well, 90% comes to take the give it back. He needs more care than that. He needs more care.
So shouldn't
He does need to get the money back. He needs more care than that.
Sell one day.
I understand.
I'll sell two for
Why does he can't pick him up? I can't pick him up.
Right.
Then Ruben went and sold it to the lady for $126.
Home care, she does.
Obviously, Shimmy's right is someone's always right.
Right. You just need somebody to come who's doing more than what's currently being done at the home. And he was fine. I'm not 100%, but I mean, like, you know, I'm sure that they'll probably give him some antibiotics and maybe some fluids, and he'll be back to normal maybe by the end of the week or so.
It's not like day where people you didn't sell your land.
It sounds like it,
Sold your land was when?
and that's why you would want antibiotics to fight that infection.
So Yaakov says, obviously, if Ruben is selling, he's in finance. He has the right to us. To get the best.
Well, that's good, and I'm glad.
And I'm like, yeah, okay, he made a promise to sell to Shane.
Well, I appreciate you keeping me updated. He's certainly being in my thoughts.
And again, I'll say,
Absolutely.
Get more for his property. Yaakov says,
I'm trying to be strong.
Shimmy can be right, yes. But ultimately, again,
Absolutely. Oh, Miss Aquarius. He's lived 99 years, and he's got another good decade. Perhaps you never know, you know. But it's not like he's got. It's not like you've ever said he's got cancer or he's got heart disease or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure at 99 years old he's not brand new, but he's still been going really well. Yeah, but that's not bothering him right now. A pacemaker? But yeah, exactly. I mean, he's been living with that for a long time. So, you know, hopefully he just needs kind of a, you know, when you get your car, get all the fluids rechecked and basically replaced and everything, be good as new as he can be. Perhaps by even tomorrow, maybe, you never know. But the good thing is, it's not like he was conscious when he went home. He's talking, even though he's not making a lot of sense. He's 99 years old, like you said to me. He never makes a lot of sense. So kind of living in this world. And for the questions about, you know, Virginia and that, of course he wants to see Virginia because he hasn't seen her in 40 years or whatever it is. I'd want to see her too. You know, like, so that's kind of a skewed question. He doesn't want to go anywhere. When he says he wants to go home, he's never been to the place he's talking about, so he doesn't have to be home. Perhaps, I mean, maybe he does, but like you say, he doesn't know what he's saying. So maybe he just. Exactly. And I know that your aunt was saying, "But you are home, Daddy." Like I get that. He just got confused. That happened.
praise, all you need is majority. If he says Kid'amri B'Tlasa as 3 say, then you need unanimity in the appraisal. The Amri B'Tlasa. So the Gemara says, good.
Exactly. I could give you an analogy. I could give you an analogy. I don't know if it's the best analogy, but like, let's say someone's okay. Perfect example. Someone's. Just one moment, Mr. Queers.
Choosing a number like 4, then obviously what you're saying is, I want the appraisal to be unanimous, and therefore again, at the Amri Bar. So ultimately, the appraisal only going to be binding if Allah Chalamais again all 4 agree. The Kol Shekin Hey Chad the Amalek the Amri Bar. All the more so he's much less. Shiny B'Tlas to this. So I'm going to say the property, and let's do it as 3 would appraise it. As 3 would appraise it. Get a shiny B'Tlas. Ultimately, again, Tlasa Vishamwa, and ultimately, agree came along. So 3 people appraised it. But I'm going to Leisu Tlasa Achrim. The king would say, Shimon says, you know what, I have another base. I have another 3 guys.
Apologies for that, Mr. Queers. Mr. Queers, you've got a situation where you have a man who is 99 years old, but still has a working body and a working mind to some extent, to the limited amount that he has. And it's not like they admitted him for a heart attack or for cancer or anything, God forbid, really serious like that. They just got to figure out what's going on with his eye, and hopefully they'll figure that out. And
I told her to tell them.
So ultimately, again, Funa says, he said that the second you can demonstrate in a material way.
Can you text them and ask? Hey, you make sure to tell them about the eye.
That appraisal stands. Of course, one of the parties can show that for some reason that appraisal says the Mishnah, not unless a Mishpah,
I was under a lot of pressure.
I am selling wine ultimately again. So what do? I take my funnel and I pour wine into
Absolutely.
the
And we'll be
now watch this. And then I go ahead and I think that
So when it came, I put
wine into my jar. So what's the
one of the young guys was like, are you the daughter? I said, no.
There's a lid.
I said, I'm the granddaughter. He said, you the sister, I said, granddaughter.
The Gemara says
You were talking about brother, my husband in the room with you.
That's what it sounds like is happening over here. Is that we are concerned that somehow some of the way out there,
take care of him. So that guy right there,
over here is that got transferred over to my wife. Right then, I put the funnel in my barrel. My wine jug. And therefore, again, some of the Inesa gets mixed in with my that's what it sounds like it's happening over here. We'll see if you took his diaper off of him the one you are pouring from, right, is going to be mutter, and the one you're pouring into is going
he's
to
confused.
that case is talking with us. Let's analyze. So it's not hustle. So it says
Extent, but we don't know why he was at home. He's got an infection. His body's trying to fight it, and I mean, he might one of those things where you might just be trying to do something different so you feel better. Okay, well, maybe if I remove the clothes, I'll feel better because the clothes are making me feel not constricted or something like that. He doesn't know.
Okay.
but it sounds like he'll be okay, and you keep a strong support for your family, and I'll be strong for you. And you go back to you go to watching Netflix.
This is a case of where you have moisture.
What happened to the movie?
Wet. These cases, these streams of water are not considered to be a connection below the tumah, below the top. So, for example,
Okay,
if you
we'll
have
go
a
watch something else.
stream, right?
Netflix has tons of stuff.
The downward item is tar. That stream does not create ultimate happiness.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I'll help you find something. I don't know what's on I don't know what's on Netflix right now, but we could go to IMDb and find something that's really highly rated that you might like that's of interest to you. So I'll go to imdb.com right now, and we will. So you want a movie like the one that you just watched, or yeah, you want a okay. So
stationary bit of water.
We're gonna go to TV shows, the top 250 TV shows right now, or of all time. And you need more than just I don't know. I would want more than just a movie for you, because a movie's going to be over in 2 hours, and you're going to be back to work. So this would be a great time for you to get into a funny show. Have you ever seen The Office?
Okay. So what does that have to do with anything? So the Gemara says.
Okay, long time ago. Okay, so The Office is like a comfort show. And I could have that thing on 24 hours a day. I absolutely love it. But if that's not your yes, ma'am. Absolutely. 100%.
You can imagine the screen that runs down.
I'll do my madam. Okay. So right now, the 27th most popular show is The Office, but that might not. Okay, I don't know if it's on Netflix. So I think it's on Peacock.
Where is it at? Where did you look at it at?
You understand what would that mean? What that would mean is if you were, let's say, well, let's see. So I'm not So I'm not such a food. Where do you know this from? From where do you know this? If it's from a Mishnah, I need to buy below the tumah, below the tara. So it's in the Mishnah we just mentioned. The needs of kitapus and mashkitofeach does not create the connection for tumah and tara. The tumah and tara who's below. Also here that these three items not create connection for tumah and tara, but they do create connection ultimately for what? For yayin. If that's the case in the shborim, like the shborim is just the sitting body of water. Chibur the militara. That does create connection to the militara. Would you infer from that the militara yayin nesach lo hadikibor, which says only for tumatar and not for yayin nesach. Elo meha lekalamashin. You're right. You can't infer anything from here.
All right, Mr. Porter, I'm sending you
what's happening over here.
link to season 1, the seasons on this website. And if you don't like it, then you're in the minority. Okay, well that's why it's a comfort show then.
Does that stream create the connection ultimately again between the two items or not? That's what we're trying to figure out over here.
All right, I mean you can watch, but you can if you want a cartoon, go for it.
Creates connection, and what we're beginning to see is that really has
okay.
two different applications. Let me go into it. Gemara says, "Tina, let's analyze. Let's use our Mishnah.
It's not letting you.
He took a funnel.
What do you mean?
I have a funnel, right? I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel, right? So I go ahead and I'm selling wine to an Jew. I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the aqua, and I go ahead and wine for the aqua. So what does the Mishnah say? Say I'm a base. I'm base with 72B. What did the Mishnah say? If the funnel has a lip, yayin us, then ultimately again the wine is going to be us. So the Gemara says, "Akeves b'yayin, akeves yayin b'mansa." So I'll say the Gemara now unpacks this case. That's like right. Why? I don't understand. Why does the now? Obviously, what Mishnah is saying is like this: if I go ahead and I take my funnel, right? I put my funnel into the jug of the apple. I then pour the wine, right? I take that same funnel and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, if that funnel has a lip, it's going to answer my wine. What the Mishnah is saying is because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour for the apple that gets stuck in the lip, and therefore if I bring it into my utensil, it's going to make it usher. Now the Gemara says, understand, why is the wine left over in the lip from the pour vacuum? Why is the wine usher? What made that wine usher? The Gemara says, it must be through the pour. Or as I will say, it's through the flow.
It's Bob's Burgers on Netflix.
Pouring my wine through my funnel into the tree of the apple. Now the assumption is, what's on the bottom? Even before I start that pour, what's on the bottom of the utensil of the apple? What's there? Droplets of his previous wine. What's the status of that wine? Yeah. So now I'm pouring my wine through the funnel in the utensil of the apple, which means now there's a stream. That stream, right? The bottom part of that stream is hitting where? The body utensil of the apple. So
I think it's on.
The top of that stream is where? The stream is connected to the droplets that are held back in the lip of the funnel. And therefore, that stream connects the droplets on bottom to the droplets.
Did you watch Dave Chappelle's newest stand-up special?
Makes the droplets in the lip.
Yeah, it's on there. It's really good. He talks about Stevie Wonder, Aretha Franklin, and Martin Luther King Jr. and Nipsey Hussle and T.I. He talks about T.I. and going all over Atlanta.
See from here a stream or a flow ultimately, again, between that which is above and that which is below. So maybe the issue with the lip is no. Maybe the case.
Well, there you go. You found something.
Right? What's happening over there?
Find you a series.
What ends up
So
happening
right now
I end
on,
up filling up the
do you like
wine
Stranger Things?
so high in his jaw that his wine level
Yeah,
goes
no, I
above
understand
my
that.
funnel. No, not totally above my funnel.
All right.
But above
So
the bottom of my funnel,
we'll
which
find
has a
you.
lip.
So
This has nothing to do with flow. Nothing to do with flow. This has to do our speaking. This has everything to do with actual direct contact of wine. So now it
100%.
makes a little bit
All
more
right.
sense. Now,
we want it to be
Atlas wine
a.
is
I'm just
surrounding
going
the
to go
bottom of my
ChatGPT. We
funnel.
want it to
So
be
if there's no lid on the
a
bottom,
comp.
who cares, right? Or I'll just pull it out and we're good.
What are the top
But if there is a lip on the bottom of
50
my funnel, now I
comedy
really do have a potential
series,
issue, because some of those
like
residual
TV
droplets
shows
are going to be left
ever
in the bottom of
on
my funnel.
that are currently on
So the
Netflix?
Gemara says, but if I do not the wine level to the bottom, low, it's not going to be a problem. In that case, again, it's not a problem.
Okay.
What do you see from here? And a flow does not create connectivity. In other words, you have no problem from here. That flows, that stream creates connectivity, to which the Gemara says, low. The answer needs of was not necessarily and obviously in a case where the actual wine level in the aquam's jug is above the of my funnel. Obviously, everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic, but that doesn't change the point that there's still a shayla about the status of flow. I say the person is pouring from one utensil.
You're good. Okay. So, what happened to that link that I sent you for the office? What happens when you click it?
Which we don't even know what this means yet. And so if I'm pouring from one plea to another, as Shalom and the that you're informing is mutter, hard, the Baini, Usser. And yet, to us, we see from here that ultimately, again, it's going to be us. Shmamina, Nitza,
Yes,
see from here, ultimately, again, that a flow or a stream creates connectivity. So that's true that the flow creates connectivity.
All right, so you go to the message that I sent you. The phone. Yep. And then you go to that link. No. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, and do you see the one in the top left? 1x1?
So they'll say this is very interesting. It could very well be that in this case, which again, the Gemara has not exactly clarified what this case is, but it could very well be that the way you're pouring in this case, we'll say is fascinating, is in spurts. Right? When you pour,
Okay. Go to your iPad.
You could pour with continuous stream, so that there is a stream that's connecting utensil A to utensil B.
All right. We'll get your iPad.
Right? What happens when you go? We have a lid obligation in the Spanish. So you pour in spurts, right? So what do you pour in spurts? You like, I don't know what the right term is, like you jerk quickly, if that's the right, right, a quick flick of the wrist. And interesting.
Okay, what's weird?
Watch that in slow motion. What that does is it transfers the liquid from A to B.
So did you click the same link?
So ultimately, again, the liquid transferred, but there's connection between A and B. So therefore, we'll say in that kind of case, everyone will agree that even if you say that it's right?
Yes.
Creates connectivity.
I see it.
Again,
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
But it could still very well be that a general
Yeah, that's okay. Go back. That's okay. Go back and copy the link. So you hold it down, and then the copy thing should come up.
The end Mishnah, which says that pouring the upper finger means mutter, anything that's
Yes, ma'am. And press paste.
You can't understand it. Ready to draw ultimately any kind of conclusion from that case. So touch
And then press go.
Barrel. Bar means like a sister.
Okay, download Google Chrome.
Any flow that comes from the edge of the barrel going downward is going to be usher. So from
okay, it'll just take.
As connected and this whole family thought that it was a Jew who was doing the poor. Because that's actually an akil who was doing the poor. And the akil is coming as a result of the koach of the akil, which the Gemara says, if it's the akil that's doing the poor,
Yes, ma'am.
then why is it only the stream that's usher? Why not say the contents of barrel number one are usher as well? Remember, let's take a step back just for a minute.
Excellent. Just that's exactly right.
What does that mean? Touch what? The wine, right? The container does not make it yayin nesach. So the Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, so let's say, we are being reintroduced to a new concept.
Okay, then I want you to just type in to Safari or Chrome on your iPad.
But that rabbinic prohibition was only what?
Let me know when you're ready to start. Okay, it's the letter. You know what? Just Google it. Actually, just go to Google.
Ahead and pours and the wine is moving. As a result of this koach, the flow which emerges is going to be us. But the contents of the barrel.
Just type into Google. I watch The Office.
That wine that moves as a result of the koach of an apple, that ultimately is midrabanan.
Yep. The Office.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then type .cc. I know that you're searching for it, but give it more information. That's it. It should be the first link.
That is inside ultimately again remains what it's also have to stop over here for today. So ultimately again, this is very interesting. Because I will say this
don't know what's wrong with it.
This opens up the
Oh, I
argument.
got it.
This opens up this new conversation for the range is selling out is a new idea. I mean, it's not we've seen it before, but I love
And what happened when you quit?
I was direct contact with
I checked it already. You see it's going.
Okay. And then, did it not? Okay. I'll give you another place you can watch it. Just a moment.
Because of his car, but the wine that remains in the utensil ultimately again.
I've got all the tricks, Mr. Aquarius. Don't
last
you
case,
worry.
we're talking about. What was the last case? Yaakov was pouring wine from
I
utensil
think it
into
was
utensil
his
B. Oh,
I know.
So now, so what did the Mishnah say? The wine in utensil A
All right, Miss
remains
Aquarius,
mutter. The wine in
I'm
utensil
about to send
B
you
is usher. Why? Because again,
another
that
link.
flow is usher mitrabanan because it's flowing as a result ultimately of Yaakov. Everyone say to me, beginning tomorrow. What a week! Shkoyach. All right,
Okay.
We'll be in a good Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos.
Now this one, let me make sure I get it right.
Yeah, they come. I look like they coming soon. I don't know where they going. Okay, no, nothing.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I want you to try this link now. I don't want you to get frustrated if a pop-up comes up. Okay, so this website might have just initially have it. So just go to Discord and go to the message I just sent you. You should be able to just click that, and it should open. Yeah, perfect. And this one will autoplay for you, so you don't have to like play after each episode.
I didn't get those.
All our beautiful people, yes, Hashem will be answering for the Shalom and the months ahead. Shmuli and Liba David, Ilui Nishmas, from Father Rabbi Ari Flam, season. Chok Ari Ben Achover, Yaakov, Zichrono Livracha. And I think I'm learning sponsor Mark Gabler, in memory of his grandfather, David Shlomo, from the official, who's today, Dalo, we hope that Merit Chabar Torah. All of the Neshamas the families in the for this problem should bring home all of our hostages and allow these soldiers to be successful. So with that, let us we have a lot to do today. Really great.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
A great top.
All right, so just be able to hit the play button. If a pop-up comes up, don't get frustrated though. That happens, but it shouldn't. You just should be able to hit play.
Okay, perfect. Let's try that. All right, again, the says as follows. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, approximately 19.
I see. Okay. So,
just to reorient ourselves a little bit. So remember,
can you show me the whole screen?
What's the good news? Essentially, my wine with an aqua.
Show me the whole screen.
What circumstances do I have to be concerned that
yeah, okay. So it's it's loading. It's loading. It's
alone. And it's therefore again.
Okay.
everything comes down to the following. An aqua will go ahead and tamper with
Press
wine.
the
Well, essentially,
pause button and then see if you can hit the play button again.
he could find a reasonable reason as to why he's intoxicated. Right?
That's okay. Close. Like I said, it's gonna have pop-ups. Just close the pop-ups.
He's confident that the Jew is
There you go.
nowhere.
That's okay.
Criteria, then the wine is going to be
That's okay.
problematic.
It's gonna have
Any
pop-ups.
one
Just
of
close
those
the pop-ups.
criteria will make this assumption that the alcohol is not tampering with the wine. So the Gemara says, well, says, so then we learn from the interesting discussion with Rabbi. Making the assumption that whatever
Okay.
applies
Just
to
then just find a series on
applies ultimately, again,
on,
let's say for the ritual
Netflix.
purity
that-
of items, whether that's truma,
I don't know why they do that to us.
someone also who's like, let's say, not if is schooling the Torah. Even is unconsecrated food and Torah. Whatever applies for food for Torahs certainly applies for wine as well. The Gemara says, "Misfek, Gemara is a kasha. Happening is shalcha like concern shamar." So this is actually an interesting case. Let's
Do you
say
Tyler
the
Perry?
Amaretz, who are neighbors, they have two adjacent fields. But the
Okay.
way that we are two adjacent homes, the way that the homes are set up is the cover on the inside and the Amaretz is on the outside. The only way for the cover, let's say, to access his home is through
She has
the
peacock.
of the Amaretz.
Yeah.
The cover doesn't have another way to access his home. So the cover.
All right. So then just watch that one movie you wanted to watch or whatever. He gets home and then you get peacock her and you can watch it.
There
There you go, man.
All
right, that out.
His Kalim in his chutzner, even though technically speaking, the Amma could lead
I'll be right back,
from
Mr.
his chutzner into the chutzner of Chaver. So usually when it says Kashi the Rab, so there's a Kashi Rab, right? Because Rab said a lot more in the previous case, where let's say a Chama Aretz and the cover had adjacent fields, it was just a very low mechitza in between those two fields. So Rab said ultimately the cover has to assume that his tas are tame because the Amaretz could reach over. It's a Kashi Rab. Amal Charav, shiny house. In this case, is different. Why? Shenichas alok. There's no feasible reason why the Amaretz would ever be found in the chutzner of the cover. See, I both say, remember the case is the cover to access his home is through his field. The Amaretz has absolutely no reason to be in the cover's part. So because of that, he has no reason to be there. Because he has no feasible reason to be there, therefore we assume he's not going to tamper with the produce. So Tashma says as follows: Gago shavar the malami gago shalama. So as I say, interestingly, let's see you have two roof lines. The roof of the chaver, the roof of the Amaretz. The roof of the chaver is higher than the roof of the Amaretz. So what's that? Also, chaver shafech shavar. So when the actually ultimately again the chaver could go ahead and put out his produce, his tar produce. He could put out his tar kalim. As long as we are confident that the Amaretz doesn't have to reach over onto the roof of the chaver. So says the Gemara, Kash Rabbi open. It's Kash Rabbi open because Rabbi open said before in the side-by-side chutzner case that chaver need not be concerned about physical contact between his produce and the Amaretz It's shiny hasam. The Islam, the Ishtamut, it's different there because there the Amaretz could come up with a good cover story as to why his hand is in the roof space of the cover. What he could say, Imitsure Kamasra. You can tell I'm measuring space. I want to see between my roof and your roof. I'm picking up building up my roof. I'm measuring this. So because he can make an excuse about taking measurements, he has a good aloshal amaretz. Let's say you have two opposite rooftops. So when the action came in, so the cover is allowed to put out produce, even though technically speaking, the amaretz could ultimately reach there. Whereas it's kasher. So why are you asking kasha? Another opinion. Who's the other opinion? This is the opinion of Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. I hold under the unbeknown Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so let's say Saban, what are the
How do you know where they are?
Take one ultimately again.
60. I got location on like.
If you're going to leave your wine with an apple, there have to be two factors present.
She wanted me to get it, but I didn't get it. She wanted me to get it, so
I
she
have
didn't
to
know
be
what.
going away with the apple, never knows when I'm coming back. And then I could pop up without being detected. Right? That creates what we call a mirsis, a sense of fear.
Okay.
Of being discovered.
So that just pings her phone?
Of all, the apple has to have a good reason as to why he would, or has to have a good alibi, story as to why he would be in this proximity. If he doesn't have that story, alibi, I have to worry about my wine because I'm not going to care for it because after he comes with wine, then he assumes he's not going to be discovered.
Yeah, but that just pings. That just pings their phone, exactly.
That's what Rashi says is this is a group of soldiers. So a group of soldiers into a city. Shas shuttle, if they're coming into a city, and what's that about? Eating barrels of wine will be usher, but ultimately stumos mutaros. Barrels of wine will be a mutar, right? Because the assumption is the soldiers will go into any open barrels of wine, but they will not go ahead and open up any sealed barrels of wine. The shas milchama, but if it's war, elu the elu ultimately both open barrels and sealed barrels. Because during the time, there's no time for libation. There's no time for libation. By the way, and here you could see the fundamental distinction between the yid and the achar.
What you eating?
In times of distress,
I'm eating mashed potatoes, beef, and
get enough of the
beef bowl.
Basically. In times of stress and distress is where you see true metal and nature of a person. Right? Like the Gemara says, there are three ways that you could see the true nature of a person: koso, kiso, and kaso. Right? Ultimately, what happens when he drinks? How does he spend his money? And what does he get upset about? So at least two out of those three, money and anger, represent how you deal with stressful situations. Because at the end of the day, when I'm not stressed, I can put on a good show. When I'm not stressed, I can put on a very calm exterior. When I encounter stress, difficult situations, that's when the true me comes out. So I will say it's incredible. So now war is a pretty big stressor. So the Gemara says, what does the Akum do during war, he turns away from his deity because deep down he probably knows that it's not going to help him anyway. But
real wacko.
Incredible. So the the cash at top of my now for me. Essentially, that's when right in terms of Yaakov is not worshiping his deity. He's not libational.
They're the hospital. They know this.
All of the barrels
They'll take care of him. Could be as good as God willing by maybe tomorrow or the next day.
You have the city, which was ultimately again, which was conquered. What's the halacha? By a Gentile army. Kol kohanos shebesot of the sunos of the wives of Kohanim become asura to their husbands. That was a very dramatic halacha, which certainly requires a lot more explanation. But at a basic level, what are we concerned about? That when Gentile soldiers occupy a city, what are they doing? They're violating the women. They're violating the women. The halacha is that the wife of a Kohen becomes asura. Normally, if the wife of a Yisrael is violated, she remains permitted to her husband. The wife of a Kohen, if she is violated, becomes prohibited to her husband. So the Gemara says
would, but
city that was
we got the other championship,
and
Los Angeles is in it.
So what's the kasha? Silence there. You just need to sound the Mishnah.
It's a big game. Los Angeles Rams.
Have no time for anything but war. But here it sounds like the soldiers have time for immoral conduct. If they have a time for immoral conduct, why wouldn't we say they worship idolatry as well? This is a Rabbi Gemara.
I get a notification for you. You'd be like, Rabbi Rothschild said, everyone.
No time.
I wish I could do that. I wish I could just sing everybody.
For immorality. Like, in other words, we'll say it is part of the system.
Okay,
what you saw
there you go.
Yesterday's daf. Also, especially 16 days in a row, right? Like we were saying yesterday about the Jews who are sitting down and having wine with the non-Jews. Just because they're going to engage in immorality doesn't mean that they're going to engage in idolatry. So again, essentially, immorality is much better than idolatry. It's still not by non-Jews. Says,
somebody gonna come and say something.
You're not worshiping.
I wish that was possible.
Yeah. Incredible. The Mishnah goes back to so that's another interesting case here.
Snap your fingers.
All right, let's do the next.
So you have workers, Jewish workers, who work for Jew. Okay? So now what happened is payday. So right now, the pay is working Jewish workers. What does he do? He wants to pay them in a barrel of yayin nesa. Right? So let's say I work for the Akum. I go ahead, I earned $1,000. He's like, great, I have a fantastic barrel of aged yayin nesa. I'm giving it to you as your wage. Right? So what's the halacha? So let's say, so obviously, if we remember nothing else, what we do know is yayin nesek is
right.
You can't get benefits from it. So now what do I do? This is very interesting. The Gemara says,
what about
we want something that's all listen to this. So what I can say to the Akum is, Akum, do me a favor. I don't want the barrel of wine. So why don't you sell the wine? You sell the wine.
What about you like cartoons?
Get paid with the proceeds of the yayin nesa. Now why is that? because I have never taken possession of the yayin. So as long as I've never possession of it, it's never entered into my domain. It's not mine. It's not mine.
So type in the Garfield show. Netflix.
His own possession.
It's like a 3D version. Yeah, it's
just to me. I'm allowed to then pay the proceeds.
There are 3 seasons that are.
Thank you.
You're welcome, madam.
Which one is it?
It's called The Garfield Show. It's got 3 seasons.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam.
Because I acquired the barrel of wine, the alcohol was obligated to me in money.
You're welcome, madam.
No shit. No shit. Case number one. Case number two is
They have 3 seasons. Go to season. Oh, you're right. Huh. Interesting. I'm sure you don't need to know that much about Garfield.
What's my problem? Because again, I will say, what happens with the Yayin Nesek that becomes owned by a Jew? That's a survival.
Almost the same as
That's a survival. Interestingly enough, if I never take possession, I can tell the Akum, no, thank you. You sell it, give me the proceeds. I and owned by a Jew has no destroyed.
Yes, ma'am.
Says the Gemara. I'm not even sure Rav. Most of the Adam Lomar, the old Kochavim, say that face align manas hanara. So Rav says, using the same idea, Rav says, I could say to my Akum neighbor, so also for example, it's tax time. I have to pay my taxes. So I could say to the Akum, do me a favor, go and take care of my tax bill for me, and I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Now, what's the chiddush in this? The chiddush in this is that even though, let's say, I know that the Akum is going to use Yayin Nesach, that look say peace alive manas hanara are no. There no sin mitzvot say isur. The isur is a shachai v'aseis l'melech yayin. Mutter lo me la'ovei kochavim ha'beis alai. Apagam b'kol yoyv ha'ovei kochavim yayin nesach v'ha'in Yisrael pari d'mehal kevan d'havi matzi l'selukei l'shlifa d'malka b'zuz. Listen to this. Actually, there's a tax, right? And therefore, I'm obligated to go ahead and give, 10 barrels of wine. So I tell my neighbor, can you take care of my tax bill? And I'll pay back. Akum has no problem. He uses yayin nesach. Ultimately, again, I'm still allowed to pay him back. Why? There actually explains because the way particular tax works is although it's a tax on produce, it also paid off in money. But because of that, I don't really care if the Akum uses Yayin Nesach. I'm paying him a financial debt that is not really related to Yayin Nesach. In other words, the particular that he used to pay the debt is really irrelevant to me. What I just need him to do is take care of my tax bill, and I'm going to pay him back. So it's ultimately, again, is going to be mutter. So Merikasha Meisvei, Al Yomer Adam Lo'ovei Gochavim, Ol Achtai La'otzar. As follows. I can't say to my Gentile neighbor, Ol Tachtai, literally again, come in my place to the root. They will say, now it's the same case, it's a tax. Rashi says, Ol Tachtai La'otzar, Hikanis Bim Komi La'is as Hashoter, Kimoze Yazar. So the idea over here is, I owe the local ruler, the local government. I can't say to the Akum, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, This is presupposing, of course, he's going to use Yain and Nesa to pay this off. So again, I can't do that. I will say it's kind of just important. I've said I can't ask my Akum neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I know he's going to use Yain Nesa. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Rab, no. This is different. We'll say, why is this different? Look at the lashon that's used. Ol tachtai. What does ol tachtai mean? Stand in my place. So this is the Jew is saying to the Akum, I need you to be my shaliach. So if the Jew is creating shlichus with the Akum, it's literally creating agency, and the Akum is going to use Yayin Nesef, then indeed that is problematic. The Gemara says, this is only comparable to Maltini Minalsi. Going ahead and making a distinction, ultimately again, because between lashon of like do me a favor or help me out and stand in my place. When I ask the Akum for a favor, he's not acting as my agent. He's taking care of something for me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has, or again, whatever the Akum uses for payment, whether it's Yain Nesef or money or wheat, it doesn't matter to me. When I use lashon of ol tachtai, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. With this creation of agency, then the Akum actually uses Yain Nesef, it's viewed as if I am actually carrying this out, and of course that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. Says the Mishnah next. It's interesting. We'll say, I'm selling wine to an Akum. So what happens? Pasak ad shalo madad. So we'll say, if halacha l'maisa, pasak means we came to agreement on price. We went ahead and we came to agreement on price, right? Aval lo madad, ad shalo madad. This was before Akum poured out the wine for himself. So for example, let's say I have a barrel of wine, I'm selling it to the Akum. Akum wants to buy 3 gallons. So I go ahead and we agree on the price. After we agree on the price, then the Akum pours off the wine into his container. Okay, just a moment. So we agreed on a price. Before the before I put anything into the utensils, with whose utensils is poured off into, and so the proceeds are mutter. Now I'll say, now remember what would be the problem over here? So the assumption over here is that remember wine that belongs to an Akum becomes Yain Nesef. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business. This is my wine right now. But it's ultimately again going to an Akum. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming Yain Nesef before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem of getting benefit from Yain Nesef. So if we agree on price before wine is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately become permitted. Just look at that first Rashi in the Mishnah. The Farish bin Gemara, Kaima Ike Demuki Lamishum Mashicha V'Okana. Hilchach, כשמודד היינו משיחה, וקריא עובד כוכב מיד, הבילי בישראל זוזיגה בידו וכוכב מבעבר, ויעיינסק לא הביא עד לנגלה. So we'll say, so essentially, there are multiple parts in this process, right? Action. Ultimately, again, first, we have to agree on price. Second, what ends up happening, the Obed Kochavim lifts up, let's say, the barrel, and goes ahead and pours it, or I'm lifting it up and pouring it. But the assumption over here is that he's lifting it up and pouring it. That's going to be Mashiach or Hagvah, right? He's taking possession of it. At that point of time, it becomes his. When does it become Yayin? Yayin Nesach occurs. Well, we're going to see for now, we're assuming Yayin Nesach occurs when the Akum touches the water. So therefore, as long as we've agreed price prior to the Akum having any contact with wine, the deal is considered to be done. And therefore, again, as soon as the Akum lifts it up, before he even touches the wine itself, it becomes his, and therefore ultimately are permitted. Whatever happens to the wine afterwards, I don't care. I don't care because I got my money, or at least I'm entitled to my money. Good. Gemara says, however, if our Akum went ahead and lit the wine and poured the wine before there was an agreement on price, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be asr. Now, what's the reason for this? Rashi, Madad Achalo Pasat Dama Basur, and Rashi says, so now watch this. But if we didn't agree on price, lifts up the wine, ultimately, again, I'm not giving it over to him. Because without an agreement on price, I'm not conveying ownership of anything. And therefore, even when he does Mashiach, even when he lifts it or he pulls it, he has not acquired it. Therefore, when the Akum, if he ends up touching the wine, is considered belongs to a Jew, can't get any level of benefit from this. Therefore, both sides. So watch how this case works. So again, I'm selling my wine for Akum. So the Mishnah says I have to be careful here, right? Because if he takes possession of this wine before the transaction is complete, right? Well, I should say it differently. He touches the wine before the transaction is complete. We have a problem. What's the problem? He's made my wine into yayin, and I can't get any subsequent benefit from that. So therefore, the Mishnah says, here's the way it works. If we have step one, agreement on price. If we're agreed on price. Step two, when the Akum lifts up the wine, he acquires it. He acquires it. He's now acquired his wine. Once he's acquired his wine, now I have a debt by him, right? So now transaction is done. Transaction is done. He owes me money, but the wine is his. What's the beauty of that is? What's the beauty of that? He's lifted the wine. He's lifted the wine in a container. Remember again, does lifting wine in a container make the wine yayin nesach? No. When does it become nesach? When he actually touches the wine itself. So now what's ended up happening, well, he's very good. He lifted the wine, Shikha, he's acquired it. He now owes me my money, Shalom Yisrael. The problem is if he begins to lift it and subsequently touch it before we've agreed on this, the transaction's done. Because the transaction is not done, when he's lifting and touching, what is he doing? He's lifting and touching my wine. Because of that, there's the strong possibility that my wine has become yayin nesach. Yayin nesach of a Jew, what's the halacha? Says the Gemara, Amar Meimar, Mashiach of Avik of Chavim Koner. So you see from here, that Mashiach by is an effective form of kinyan. The honey parsoi b'shad par the shani lahada. How do we know this? So first of all, I said these Persians, they send each other gifts, and no one ever has the ability to demand the gift back. Right? What does that show you? That shows you that once one of the parties goes out and does Mashiach, right, ultimately takes possession of it, it's no backseas. Rashi says no. No. Perhaps Mashiach is a kinyan by Jews, and Mashiach does not work by an apple. So the word says, but what about the Persian gifts? The reason why the Persians don't give back gifts, ultimately, again, is because of this, right? Either arrogance on the part of the recipient, I'm not giving this back, or arrogance, right? That's the pashtus what this is. This is arrogance. Shabbos says, interesting, does Mashiach work by an akol? So Rashi says, from where that ultimately, again, Mashiach by an akol doesn't work. So listen to this. Lahano Savyusa. Listen to this. Rav said that to the Savyusa wine merchants. Ki Kailisu Kamal Obekochavim Shakli Zuzi Minayu Bahadar Kaila. It's interesting, so Rav said like this. You are going ahead and melt wine for Obekochavim. Make sure to get your money first and then go ahead and measure it out for them. Why? The elo. Now, both say that interestingly enough. And let's say the apple doesn't have money on it. Right? He doesn't have cash. So what did you do? The elo. Now, kitu ba'adai, always keep extra cash with you. And osfinu, lend your money to the apple. Right? So lend him money for the purchase, and then what's for other shakli. So this was the Eitzah. Ultimately, again, that Rab gave to these individuals, right? And Rab said, again, when you're selling wine, ultimately, again, to an akum, make sure get your money first, measure out afterward, right? And if they don't have money, so lend them money, and then ultimately they'll pay you back. And then right, you must low. I'm sorry. Can't go. VE low, because if you don't do this, Abdisu Hachi, Viva Vizuachi, Kika Habiyainesa. So we'll say, what's the problem? If you don't do this, then the concern is that if Yaakov ultimately again, he's going to end up making it Yayin Nesa while it is still in your possession. And ultimately, again, when you take money, you're going to end up taking money for what is Yayin Nesa. So let's see 1 second. But if you think that Mashiach really works by an days,
Yes,
71b. If you think that Mashiach works, need the mushroom.
Okay, well, at least we know what happened, right?
When the other lifts the barrel,
I don't want that.
that's Mashiach. That was how when he pulls it close, and that's Mashiach. He acquires, and therefore, even if it subsequently becomes Yayin It's becoming yayin nesach in his possession. In the akum's possession, right, and it does become yayin nesach, you touch it. One second.
That's good that they find out what's wrong with him and that they're even talking about when they're going to release him. That's great.
About over here, a situation where you were measuring it into the utensil of Yisrael, then ultimately again you would be right. You would be right. The word goes a little interesting.
Remember phone calls? I will be back.
You do what you need to do. Sounds good. Glad to find it. Pretty good news, I think. I mean, usually the morning is not good news, but it's treatable and midweek.
Interestingly enough, what's the issue over here? The issue is that when you pour wine into the utensil of an akum, so the assumption is that that utensil itself, there may be previous droplets of, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, the warm wine from Rocco is buying wheat. Well, that's like this. So the way this would work is normally, so the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, we want to suggest that even if we agree on price beforehand, the wine ultimately then should still be mutter if you hold that Mashiach works akum. Why? Because let me pour it into my utensil. The akum could do Mashiach. He acquires the wine. Wine doesn't become yayin nesach until you actually touch it. First Gemara says, 1 second, what are we dealing with over here? Where I'm pouring my wine into the utensil of the akum. Oh, that changes everything. Because if it's into the akum, the assumption is that there are wine droplets previously there. Those wine droplets are yayin nesach. Once I pour wine into the utensil of the akum, the new wine becomes yayin nesach immediately by coming into the utensil. The problem now here is that it's yayin nesach even before Mashiach. If it's yayin nesach before Mashiach, if it's my yayin nesach, the problem because I can't get enough from yayin nesach. To which the Gemara says, so if I don't stand still, so this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, essentially, 1 second, when does a utensil acquire? A utensil acquires object once the object is in the airspace of the utensil. When does the poured wine become yayin nesach? Only when, presumably only once it hits the bottle where there are droplets of yayin nesach already there, which should then mean that technically speaking, the akum should acquire the wine when it comes into the airspace of his kli, which is even before it becomes potentially yayin nesach. In which case, the transaction should be permitted. Which is, what do you see from here?
This may be controversial, but I don't really give a fuck.
You see that
and this is the field.
Flow
this motherfucker in Ho Chi Minh City can shoot me in the middle of the fucking street, but this is how I honestly feel. The only Judaism is Orthodox Judaism.
So Gemara says you see from here it does. Why? So watch this. So what does this mean?
That does not mean that people who don't practice Orthodoxy are not necessarily Jews.
So because
but I feel the issue within Judaism, really everybody at this point should have a conversion so that we know that everybody's halakha Jewish. And
harmonious,
I find
and therefore it's all yayinis.
things
Even
like
the stuff, even the one that
even
has
Reconstructionist or humanist
still
views,
considered to be
Reconstructionist or humanist Judaism, in many ways, and
the Gemara
secular
says, good.
Judaism, I find, in many ways,
So
to be more in
it's
line
all makes
with
sense if the aqua
traditional
the utensil in his
halakhic
hand.
Judaism.
The moneth ultimately again,
And
it is the obligate becomes utensil is
I don't
actually
consider the
sound itself.
I don't even know why they're called that. I think that they should be called something different, but I don't make those decisions before I was born. And I think that there's a major contingent of Israel that is Jewish, and you all need a conversion as well. It's called exactly who Jewish. When I say Jewish, I mean halakhically Jewish. That's what I can hold down. When I say Jewish, I mean halakhically Jewish. Everything else doesn't matter.
What's the case over here?
Really? Then you're a non-Jew. And if you're a non-Jew, that's fine. If you want to be Jewish, there is a process. You can one of your Lord. If you just never want to be Jewish, that's totally fine too. You're just a non-Jew. A goy. And you're part of the goy. And I'll say it. Guess what? A lot of Israel are goys and part of the goyim. Even people who are recognized as Israel are non-Jews. They're goy. They're part of the goyim. And if this is controversial, I don't give a fuck. Everybody needs to be halakhically Jewish if you want yourself to be Jewish. And I know somebody out there agrees with me. I know a lot of people agree with me. You know who? The halakhically Jewish people of the world. So I think that one day I would like Israel to have a process to ensure that all of Israel is Jewish halakhically. And if you don't want to be, that's fine. Then you're a non-Jew. And that's fine if you want to be a non-Jew. But just recognize that non-Jews exist all throughout the world, including in Israel. It isn't somewhat controversial to say, Israel, you all need a conversion so that we know that you're all halakhically Jewish. That's the easiest way. I played this out. You can watch my discussions and so you can take your shot. I've said and I feel it. And so some Robinson is going to be out there like, so does this mean that my sister-in-law, who's not halakhically, who is not practicing Orthodoxy, not practicing Judaism? Yeah, in my opinion, absolutely. What is she practicing? Some of bullshit.
Then subsequently, when the Akum does Mashiach, right, when he takes the utensil into his possession, ultimately again it's already his. And if it subsequently becomes Yayin Nesach, I don't care. It's not mine. It's mine. So we'll say, now interesting, the understanding of the so the Mishnah seems to presuppose that Mashiach is a form of Kinyan that works by an akum, right? Literally pulling something into your domain or pulling something towards you is an acquisitory act that works by an akum. Now the Gemara just says, by the way, that's a machlokas. Amemar says yes, but Ashi says no, it doesn't. This then birthed to a whole subject which we're in now about. Essentially, we're in the middle of that machlokas. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara this way, because to this, I buy pieces of metal. Because she makes pieces of metal from an alcohol. The means of an alcohol. And in that I find an idol. This is sort of in Shalom Nasan Mos Mosha Yasir. So it's open Yasir. So again, having money, ultimately, even if I didn't shoot right, it was the same thing. So we have possession of, but I didn't get any money. Now I'm looking through this. I'm looking through the return. So I see the idol. Okay, which haven't paid any money, return it. You haven't paid for it, return it. And you say, Nasan Mos Mashak, you'll look down on that. But if I paid the money and I didn't shoot, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. It belongs to me, and therefore you will say, what do I do with the idol? Let's see, right here. I can't get any level of hana from it. Now she says here, right? Yeah, here below Kanye, below Chayi, below Laval. That's never what's it comes out. This is very interesting. When do I acquire something from an album? When there's two steps. Two step acquisition. Number one, I paid money. Well, let's say, for example, I didn't pay money, right? And then the money side could return everything back to the album. So we're saying we have to make the assumption that if Mashiach works on an album, then Mashiach will do as well. If that's the case, then even when I haven't paid, if I did Mashiach, ultimately, again, I shouldn't be able to return the idol to the owner. Rabbi says, no, this case is different. Why? We shouldn't do Mexican mekachtos. Because the most of it hopefully looks like a mekachtos. What's a mekachtos? Mekachtos is a transaction based on mistaken assumptions or circumstances. The most basic level, I go to buy a car, I go to buy a movie, and I say I want to buy a Cadillac, and he sells me a Toyota. That's a mekachtos. That's a mekachtos. Then therefore again, that is a voidable sale. So therefore the Gemara is about to suggest that when I bought pieces of metal from Yaakov, and it turns out that there is an idol in there that has the appearance of mekachtos, and therefore as long as money has not been given, there was Mashiach, this is voidable. So I was going to say, if that's the case, Reisha mekachtos, Sepala mekachtos, I hear that logic. I definitely know addresses, but then it should be met pieces. What does it matter if I paid the money or not? If at the end of the day this is a mistaken sale, then it should be voidable whether I paid the money or not. Amarava, Reisha Sepa mekachtos. In both cases of mekachtos. One second, here's the problem. It said if I paid the money, I can't return the idol. If I didn't pay the money, I can't return. So why the distinction is mekachtos? Reisha, the lo yoyev zuzi, lo mischazik others from the Yisrael. Because again, in the case where I did not pay the money, therefore I will say, if I didn't pay the money, then this whole thing does not have the appearance of avodah zarah in the hands of a Jew. So because of that, it's just returnable. So Again, but the same the like second is where I dictate the money. From the Israel that has the appearance of Jewish-owned idolatry. Jewish-owned idolatry. What do you do with it? Incredible. That will stop over for today. We'll pick up in Hashem with this. So again, we're still embedded in this very same conversation, which does Mashiach work by an akum, doesn't it work by an akum? And again, based on that, the mechanism to affect a sale of wine to an akum to be continued and solidified. Tomorrow, side, Shkoyach.
Jewish by Israel are not Jews. They're Goyim. They're part of the Goyim.
What up, big dog?
Controversial. Everybody.
Go ahead.
Be Jewish if you want to consider yourself to be Jewish. And I know some of you.
I'll help you. Just okay. Okay. You know that the NFC Championship's on, Brandon?
All right, Joe. Say good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this monitor to thank our annual Torah sponsor, the
Okay. So open up Streamlabs.
Our Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Rabbi Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah parents, Avram Ben Asher,
Oh, okay, you want to get that camera working. Okay. The way to do that. Let's see here. You're missing one of the options. Hold on. Go back. Not that. Go back to. Okay. At the very top of OBS, maybe that's a full screen, please.
What he's got is Ayin 70, and we are picking up on some special days 69B, 6 lines up from the bottom. So this is memory says as follows.
No, make it a full screen. Make OBS a full screen. Right now it's not. Like maximize it. Make it as big as it goes. In the upper right corner, you should be able to press maximize.
Number one, does the
upper right corner of OBS.
Or I could be coming back immediately. See if he thinks it could be coming back.
Press maximize.
Again, the wine filter. If he knows I'm going to be going for a little while, how long do I have to be going in order for the wine to become problematic? That is not.
It's still not maximized.
Said enough time to
OBS.
In the seal.
You want to maximize OBS.
No, because that type of
okay, that's not the. Okay, I see where your issue is. Okay. Move away from that. Okay, stop.
And then replace.
Okay. Now in the upper right corner, not all the way in the corner, but of OBS, you should see. Just one moment. You should see an X. Hold on. Just put your mouse in the middle of the screen.
We're confident. Well, that's the share. So
Okay, stop. I want you to move your mouse 2 inches to the right. Okay, another 2 inches to the right.
We had Rabbi Eliezer earlier, actually. And Rabbi Eliezer said,
okay,
that in general,
hold on, you're very close to where you need to be. Do you see that little box in the upper right, just above where you are? There's the minimize button, the square, and the X. Do you see the minimize, the square, and the X?
Number two, when it's easy.
Too far. No, not that one. You're missing it. Wait. Move. Stop. Just stop moving the mouse. Stop moving the mouse. Stop moving. Okay. Move your mouse 1 inch to the left.
So that's an interesting question. So now that we say
that that square. You want to press that square.
Replacement of the lid. Furthermore, we assume that if the barrel is sealed,
No, that's some.
the aqua really is not
Stop.
going to do anything with it.
Stop.
It's not worth the
You
trouble.
were just on the square.
Sealed, opening it, creating a new lid.
And quit moving your mouse.
Very interesting.
That one. No. Stop. Stop. Leave your mouse right there. Okay, you're not on the right thing. You want to move your mouse just a tiny bit, less than half an inch to the right. There's a square there. Do you see the square?
We are confident that halacha l'maisa, again, one seal is pretty much enough.
Okay. Put your mouse on the square and press on the square.
Why don't we just leave our barrel line with an apple? Which the Gemara says, interestingly enough,
No.
Mishum Shaycha. Because of the Shaycha. Rashi says that's Rashi. Nekev dak shehu magufa sachabes.
Click that.
Barrels is they have an air hole.
What happened? You're clicking that square.
Hole in the seal of the bill that would allow, I guess, some of that gas from the fermentation process to escape.
OBS. Click that. Click that. Click that.
So
press click. Press the left click. There you go.
Okay, Rabbi says as follows. What's the interesting case here?
Okay, now what you want to do,
let's eat of Jews.
In the upper,
Jews are going to a non-Jewish zone.
All right, so this is Streamlabs.
And they have wine. That it's their wine. So we're sitting with her. Jews.
Okay,
right?
this
Jews,
is Streamlabs.
Zona,
All right.
Jewish wine. So what's
that? So
wine is
let's have you.
Why don't you have to be concerned that the Zona over there is going to make it yayiness?
Okay, go to OBS. Open OBS.
Just because a Jew is seized and can't overcome Yitzhak or immorality,
okay, where's OBS?
Doesn't mean that he's committing adultery.
Is this OBS?
What's the habit? That means like this guy.
Okay.
Obviously, again, going to commit Radera with her. So perhaps again.
Okay. What you want to do is.
Thank you so much. Will allow again to be touched.
Okay. Do you see where your microphone, like at the bottom, it's green, and like when I'm talking, it goes up. Do you see that? Okay. I want you to rest. I want you to. Do you see titled on the left side of your screen. It says Untitled and Scene 1 and Scene 2 and Scene.
We all commit Avera. So most of the nature of life is we all commit Avera. So we have areas
Okay,
of life in which we
right click on where it says Scene 1. Yeah, right click there. No, don't do that. Yeah, just right click. Okay, go to Scene. Go to the above scene, not Scene 1. The higher.
Obstacles to children is a lack of self.
Okay, that's okay. Go to Scene 1.
Because I have sinned, therefore I am damaged goods. I am compromised.
Yes, sir. Okay, now below that, there's like a big black square rectangular box. Do you see that? Just where there's nothing there? Yeah. Right click there. Right click in there.
I have gotten myself off the rails.
No,
but I
like
not
in the whole box.
Just because I've made mistakes in life.
That's okay.
No way to rebuild and rebuild.
You're okay. You're absolutely fine. Are you using a piece?
For immorality doesn't mean
Okay, excellent. Absolutely. Don't worry. Don't apologize. You're not doing anything wrong. Great. Let's see here. Okay, do you see? So basically, you're minute of the options that you need, and we got to get it back for you. Okay, on the left side, very left side, start in the upper left corner. You see a green square, the Streamlabs icon. Just the very top left corner of the whole screen. Top left, whole screen. Keep going. Okay, go all the way to the left. Yeah. Okay, what option is, okay, not that one. Below there, there should be, what is that first option when you hover over it?
So because the zona, ultimately again, she doesn't.
What does that say? Okay, so then what? Okay, camera. Okay, what does that say?
Ultimately again,
what does it say?
The wine ultimately becomes
editor. Editor. Okay, editor. Yes. Okay, what's the next one say?
This distinction between the Jews with the Akum zona versus non-Jews.
Now what? Layout editor. Okay, click that one.
Is that down on her? So you're going to say ultimately again the way self, where you hold yourself.
So left click on it.
The world will get you.
There you go.
So this is zona. Unfortunately,
okay.
Becomes zona as clearly as a person knows the case and doesn't feel like a woman.
Cool.
A woman.
Now just one moment.
Has to resort to this. Who does resort to this type of work?
See the one that with the 4?
So if you lack a sense of self, the world will also respond.
Just one moment. Let me see.
So therefore, again, she lacks a sense of self. Therefore, again, myself, the Akum is going to go ahead and treat her with a lack of respect and dignity as well, and therefore take.
Okay, do you see where it says?
Incredible.
Source selector.
House was stored Jewish.
Source select. Yeah, it's just below that one, right there.
So what
grab that one and pull it over to the right. Yeah, not there. At the bottom of those 3. So right there would be fine.
What happens?
Okay, source selectors.
Therefore, the Yisrael was able to see through the hole.
Okay.
Into some of the barrels of wine. And he saw it was a hole.
Where it says layout at the top.
What's the Shaila? Shaila is what's the status of the
All right. Go to add tab above that.
That Yaakov ran into the storehouse. And what did he do? That's strange.
Okay.
Number two, what else?
Now hold on.
He locked the door, right? We find him standing between barrels. So now what's the status of the wine? Someone on this is very interesting. Called the Harvey.
Cancel.
Any barrels that you have.
That's okay.
Ultimately, again, will remain permitted, right? Because most of the logic is like this.
Okay.
Since the Akum knows that he.
Do you see where it says?
Opening of the door. Therefore, what?
Let's
Therefore,
see.
Scene
selector.
However, the high Gisa.
That source selector. Selector. Actually, let's see if we fixed it. Okay, in the upper left corner, go back to editor.
Interesting.
Yes, sir. Yep. Good job. Okay, move that OBS thing.
Kept on the lower
Move that.
story of the house. Listen, now what happened?
Move it up. Oh wait, never mind. I misspoke. No, it's not your fault. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Stop. Don't move. Don't move. Go.
Like a hole in the floor.
Yeah. Add source.
He was able to see his wine on the first floor. Okay, good. What happened? Shamu called Tigra, so they heard a commotion outside. Akum left their homes, went out this commotion.
We want to turn on your virtual camera. Okay.
The Shaila is now the Akum was affected.
I want you to go to your start bar. No, not that one. Right. The second to the right. Do you see it? Wait. No. Yes, that one. Open that.
And not be discovered, or if there's a fear of being discovered, he is not.
Okay.
We'll see these cases.
All right. Do you see the one third from Streamlabs one?
When he has a legitimate excuse for being
Close that one.
If he has no excuse
or go click the Streamlabs. Yeah, right click and just press close.
There's theft and he could be held liable. So that's why you notice
on the Streamlabs one.
Has legitimate access. There has to be legitimate access, and ultimately, again, a time frame in which you feel he can do whatever he wants without being discovered.
Did you do it?
But if there's a fear of discovery, even if there's legitimate access,
okay, excellent. This as well. We're just going to do all over.
In which the wine of the Jews.
Okay, excellent. Now reopen OBS.
So when they went in one time, they saw that there was an Akum who was standing in, who was sitting in. So it says now, some of Rabbi said, Shari. If at the end of the day, so
okay,
the guy has
OBS.
To be there. There, he could be accused being accused. Then again, the wine is permitted. So what is this? Shari. It's in the short.
Click on
lines,
OBS again.
Lines, about 4 lines in. Shari, Shari, the Hafa, Shari, Akbashia, the Hollow Nogam, the Pa'asr, the Hafa.
OBS Studio. Open OBS Studio.
Whenever the Gemara says permitted, means permitted even for consumption. So the idea over here is
okay. There's anyway.
Okay. There,
do the run normally. On the right one.
There's a fear of discovery and low, but if at the end there is no
click OBS.
Of being accused.
Okay. Hold on. Close Twitch. Close this Twitch guy right now. We can go back to him, but we don't. We need him right
why the Akum would be blind, and number 2, no
there you
fear.
go. Wait, go back. Yeah. Okay. So right at the bottom, over the OBS.
Okay. Amar says,
yeah.
Essentially, find an excuse for why he is there.
Over it again.
Have a good excuse.
The one on the left.
In other words, it was Shari, which is another way of saying like this. If he could explain there, then you have to be concerned about tampering.
Just click it.
There, and it can be accused of
Okay, right click on OBS.
And the one again is going to be Rashi for just a moment.
And you
Rashi
press close all.
and just explain away why he's there.
It again. And put pin to.
He has a good reason for why he's there. So we
Yes.
really have to go
Okay.
ahead and
Done it again.
Why? He has a good reason. Essentially, he has an alibi.
What's the bottom? What's the bottom one say?
As to what he has a cover story because
Yes, close window.
That real, he may have made this.
Okay, it might be okay. You see in the oh, I think I know. Okay, all the way on the right by your clock. Do you see there's an arrow going? Yeah, next to that. Okay. Now, do you see the OBS logo in there? Right click on that.
In both of these cases, the Gemara says,
on it. Yeah, right click it. Exit. That exit. The issue, or that's one of the issues. Okay.
So
do it again.
The Akum has the ability to be there, and apparently he's not concerned the Jew's going to pop off. So the Gemara says, now 1 second. My love,
okay, it's not exiting. Press Control Elite.
We're not dealing with the case where the Akum doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there. Which the Gemara says, no. But the Eastern Nisham with it. No.
And start Task Manager.
Here, where Allah again, the Akum does have a good explanation why he's there. Right? So because of an explanation why he's there. Now, obviously, the second case is more obvious, right? Where the Jew says to the Akum,
okay, good.
Guard my wine.
Now,
so first of all, in general, when you ask someone to guard something, generally that can mean that.
Okay. Do you see OBS Studio?
He's allowed to be there. That case is awesome.
Yeah. And task.
First case with the Akum in locked door. We said the wine is awesome. So the Gemara says, by the way, that's a case where the Akum has a legitimate.
Now let's excellent. Let's reopen it in the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
He's there, therefore, Allah, so the wine is going to be awesome. Okay, who is Soiko Chavim? What's an interesting case? Jew and a non-Jew were sitting.
You close the task manager.
Fascinating, by the way, is that this is like against error we spoke about, right? So errors that we had is exactly to prevent a Jew from sitting.
And just left click on OBS.
All right, now then the Gemara says they're sitting together. What happened? It's actually Shama Yisrael Colts.
Click on OBS. Yep.
So this is sitting opposite, show right there, and it can't be. What is the Jew here?
Click OBS Studio.
Starting Mincha.
Yes.
So what happens? Come.
Okay. Now say launch anyway.
Here's the sound of that. What does he do? He runs towards.
And press the one on the right. Launch in mode.
Run towards such a melodic sound. So he gets up and he's supposed to know obviously what's the problem. What's the problem? He left his wine on the table.
Okay, so the Chrome you can close.
Is permitted. Why? Must listen to this.
There you go. Close this guy.
See, this is very interesting. Right. So, but also why? Just also don't know how long.
Minimize.
So you have to do bedtime. That somehow time was like an hour and a half.
Minimize this Discord.
Right? So ultimately again. So this is how wrong
okay.
So once again,
minimize.
Therefore, because he doesn't know.
Not close it. It's no big deal. That's okay. All right. Your OBS isn't showing up for some reason. Go to click OBS time in the bottom. No. You know what, Brandon? What I want to do? Okay, yeah, that you want. That you've got 3. Click one of them. Any one of them.
The Jew, the shofar blast,
the middle
siren. Rashi points out. Rashi says,
here's what I want you to do, Brandon. Just restart your computer. There may be a bug with OBS right now. Just restart your computer and come back.
That you understand what it means to be in the Jewish homeland. I'm a Jew who's observing Shabbos in a foreign culture.
We'll see you in a second.
And it's so like the land observes Shabbos, irrespective of what the
restart.
People do, right? In other words, Eretz Yisrael observes Shabbos.
And then come back to the Discord.
They used to blow these shofars in Babel also. It wasn't just in Eretz Yisrael. They blow the boat. So the Gemara says as follows: in any event, they're sitting on a boat. It's out of Shabbos. She hears, my gosh, the shofar just blasted. Starting imminent. And this was cheaper than a shushi. And Shabbos says there were different levels at different times. This last right before Ben Hashmosh means Shabbos is for us. So what happened? You left. He left. Now, obviously, he left his wine. He left his wine. So the shayla now is what's the status? Amar Rava. Rava says, Amar Shari. The wine is permitted. Wine is permitted. Now why? Mema Amar Hashtam Nitka Lechamre La. This is wild. Why? Because Yaakov says to himself, the Jew really is going to realize he forgot his wine. He's going to come back for it. Come back for it. So that's how is he coming back for his wine? Right? The Pashto, again, he can't carry it. So how is he coming back ultimately again for his wine? Rashi says, so the Tomar, the son of Chadaiti, the Ovi Kochav, the Shul, the Shabbos. So 1 second. This was this case, the wine should sure be us. Why should it be us? Because it was the first time the Jew ran out of Shabbos. Second of all, he can't come back for his wine on Shabbos. He can't carry that wine on Shabbos. It's all sad, right? To do that. So what about Shabbos? It's pretty wild. Ha'amar li Isser, you know, Isser the Ger told me, Ki avinon ba'arminus. When I was a Gentile, Aminon, Yehudai Lomitri Shabbos. We Gentiles, we used to joke, the Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews observe Shabbos? Dimitri Shabbos, because if the Jews really observe Shabbos, how many
All right, big dog.
money bags
Share your screen again.
found Friday evening, Saturday morning in the shop, in the literal site. What inevitably happens to Jews on Erev Shabbos? They're stuck in traffic, they're running late. So we'll say, what's the halacha, technically speaking? If Shabbos starts, you're on the journey. And literally, again,
Okay.
Shabbos.
Now open up
Put your money
OBS.
back down. Isser says, we Gentiles used to joke, the Jews don't really keep Shabbos, right? Because if they really kept Shabbos,
Yeah.
then
Close all your
you
apps
should be
except
finding
Discord
money
and
every
OBS.
Erev Shabbos, right? Every Shabbos night, so every Shabbos day, from the Jews who deposited their money.
Close TikTok.
Let's say, incredible. The Gemara says, the lo yedana, but what the Gentiles did not
Click on OBS.
is the Yisrael and Yitzchak. The passage of Yitzchak. What is Yitzchak? So you know Yitzchak. Hamotzi kiss b'Shabbos molif pafos midal alamis. They're both say ultimately again.
Yeah.
There's a way.
Okay, launch anyway.
What's the way to deal with this? Walk in increments of less than Dalet Amis.
And
ultimately again, there's no
yeah,
Akira,
that
there's no Hanocha, there's no Torah.
okay. Minimize Discord.
So technically speaking, you walk and you stop and you keep doing this at intervals or
Minimize it.
Technically speaking, you
Don't close it. Just minimize it.
Not ideal.
Okay.
Not ideal.
This. Close this. Close Firefox.
Right. First of all, Muktzah is B'Rabbanan. Right. So that came later
Okay.
on.
Minimize. Yeah. Okay. In the bottom right, where that little arrow was that went up, and we could OBS. Click that little arrow in the bottom right by the clock.
Technically speaking, and carrying that on shot. Technically speaking,
The OBS. Left click.
I'm not actively holding it in my hand. It's being carried on my body.
Yeah. Click that. Click. Yeah. Just click that.
Used to joke that the Jews don't keep
Okay.
this because we're not finding any of their money. We should be finding money on Friday night and Saturday
go
morning.
back to OBS on
the also the Gentiles and
where
transport your wallet or your money.
Yeah. Click one of those. Click that.
There were these Ganovim, right? These thieves who came to pump.
Okay, stop.
Now what happened was
you see on the right side of your monitor, there's like an arrow pointing to the left.
Sorry, who are you?
No, not there. That's the one that goes up. Keep going to the right, all the way to the very end. Keep going to the right. No, that one. Yeah, click that. What happens when you
And I heard the line roaring. And what did he
click
do?
that?
He hid the barrels. He was in the barrels. Amar Rabba said,
Click
what's
that.
status of the wine? So Rabba said, Shari, the wine is
Okay.
water.
What is that saying? What does that say?
Like this, just like I'm hiding the barrels, so to what? There could
What's
be a
it?
Jew who's also hiding me between the barrels, and he's going to see what I'm doing. Once again, fear of discovery.
What is that?
There were these thieves that came to Kumpadisa.
What is that?
They opened up a lot of barrels of wine.
Okay, that's fine.
The status of the barrels?
That's okay. Okay, at the bottom, pardon me, the bottom where OBS is, right click OBS. Yeah, right click.
Again, apparently, the majority of the
And just press close Windows. Close the windows.
Rabbi said, here's the good news. Here's the good news. Ganovim, for one thing is, they're not all down. You gotta look at the bright
And
side.
now
Everyone
the arrow
has
on the
deficiencies.
right that
Everyone
points
has
up.
things they do wrong. But again, you gotta focus on the things that I'm doing right.
Yeah.
So they might be
Click
Ganovim,
the OBS one. Left.
idolaters. Incredible.
Okay,
the same episode happened done. These thieves were opening up barrels of
Let's
wine.
see here.
So the Gemara says,
Oh, okay, I found what we needed.
wine is
Okay, press exit.
So it says ultimately like a really
No.
and Rabbi says Safek Bia is tahar. What does that mean tahar? Let's see again, which means if you have a suffix about an
Right click on it and press
you encounter tomorrow. Now,
Control Alt Delete.
Again, the suffix is tahar. What's the case? So very dynamic, very interesting case.
Press Control Alt Delete. Let's get your task manager up. Okay. Let's end OBS. Yeah. But hold on. Now keep scrolling on here. Keep scrolling down.
So a person walks in.
Yeah. And we want O. So we're at M. Hold on. Go back up.
During the rainy season.
Go back up. You're at W. Go back up. You're at S. Go back up. You're at R. Go back up. You're at R. Okay, stop.
So somebody was
Stop.
into a plane during the rainy season. The two of us are deployed. Now
Okay.
we know that there's a grave in a particular
Scroll.
field. Right?
Let's close this. Close the task manager.
Listen, I know that I walked
Yeah.
in this area.
Okay.
This area,
Now,
I don't know is
OBS.
field that has this or not. That's what's called
Click on it once.
Right?
Yep.
The suffix of an entry. Did I
Okay.
encounter tomorrow?
Now it says OBS is already running. Unless you meant. Okay, hit cancel.
It says that if you're not sure if there was an encounter, right? Did you enter into this field? Then ultimately again,
Don't hit
something
launcher.
not touchable.
With that air points up, let's have you click not that one. That one, yeah. Okay, do you see the OBS thing anymore? I don't either. Okay. Press Control Alt Delete.
So Shiny house when they get the possible Shimamona, how do they spec Sveka? Mara says, no, actually that case is
Okay.
different. Why is the case different?
Let's make sure OBS isn't running anymore.
Interesting. So apparently, the other thing it was common to put into wine barrels besides wine was money or jewels. In other words, it was like a
Doesn't look like it is.
where you hid your stuff. So a lot
Keep
of times
scrolling
when
down.
thieves came and they popped open barrels, they weren't coming for wine, looking to see if someone had hid any of their possessions. So therefore, the Gemara says it's a spec. Suffix number one,
Okay.
again.
You can close the task manager.
Suffix number one is, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? That's suffix number one. And then suffix number two, even if it was a non-Jew,
Let's click that.
perhaps he wasn't interested in the wine, but rather what? He was looking to see if there were possessions in there. And therefore, again, that spec Rabbi to say, ultimately, the wine is going to be incredible. So
I love your background of those meerkats. They look cute. Okay, open up OBS.
Interesting case.
Yeah. Okay, what does that one say? No.
So what happened? So the Gemara says
OBS, left click on it. Yeah, now hold on. Now hover over it. You see that there are two options.
just parental desperation, right? We've all had those moments, or just take it, whatever it is, right?
OBS,
So
yeah.
the
Do you
Gemara
see,
says,
stop?
so what happens? So she
Now, do you see one of them
wine
says,
foam in her hand.
what's it say at the right?
Remember,
It says
zero
styles or
of
something?
Sternum is
Stats.
on an
Click on
alcohol
stats.
from 1 day old. From 1 day old.
Click on the
That's
stats.
the halacha. So now she has wine foam in her hand. The shaila
Do it
is,
again.
did she touch
Hover
the
over it.
contents of the barrel or not? So Rabbi said Chamer Shari.
Click on the word stats.
Rabbi says the wine is mutter. Why? Emar migabod de kadisa shakyasan. She took it from the side of the barrel. In other words, most I remember again, the only concern of here with Nesach is if the akum touches the interior contents of the wine. We assume over here that
Do it again.
It must have foamed over, and she got the foam from the side of the barrel. Therefore,
Okay, put the one on the left.
So the Gemara says, now, 1 second.
I'll tell you what. I want you to hold down
foam on the side of the barrel, right? So
Alt tab.
so even though there's
Hold
no
down
foam
Alt
there
tab.
now, we assume there was foam there from the beginning, and therefore it's fine.
The Alt button is by space and tabs all the way on the left side.
Like off a commander of the army. So there was this.
Hold down Alt tab.
In charge of the army.
Do you see Alt button? Okay. And do you see the tab button?
That came, and what happened? They popped open a whole bunch of barrels. So the Gemara says, so they went ahead and they opened up a lot of barrels.
Okay, stop. Do you see the Q? Do you know where the Q key is?
This happened before.
Okay, to the left of the Q key. Do you see that tab says tab?
For armies coming in.
Okay, so hold down the Alt and then the tab button. There you go. Stop. No, do it again. Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Right. I'm sorry.
So press tab one time while holding Alt. There. Pressure.
Now, Rabbi don't know.
Okay. Minimize Discord.
That if there's a suffix whether or not again there was an encounter with Tumo. The suffix is tar. Is that why he read it?
Minimize.
It said it was tar, right?
Okay. So hold down the Alt button and then press the tab button once.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Interesting. Perhaps it was because
So
that the majority
just keep right there.
The majority of soldiers conscripted into the army were Jews. See the way Rabbi Elazar. So ultimately, again.
Okay, hit tab again.
Said the one was permitted. Exactly why.
Hit tab again.
High suffix.
Hit tab.
Suffix magu. 1 second.
Hit tab again.
Holding this spia, right?
And hit enter.
A suffix, and it's whether or not there was an encounter with someone. This is not a suffix. Say, what is this? What is this? Suffix maga. Whether or not
and you only have
one
monitor, right?
With more stringently than suffix bia.
Okay. Right click on the on your desktop. Right click on that. No, on Meerkat. Like on the no, not there, not there. Do you see the animal on your desktop? Put its eye. Right click on the animal's eye.
What does that tell us? That perhaps this is not about one.
No, right click on the animal's eye. Right click.
It's about they're looking for stuff.
Click.
So because of that, ultimately, again, you have
right click. There you go.
Even if it was an akum where they're opening it up because ultimately they wanted the wine.
Go to display settings.
For riches. You put together all of these stakes.
Yes.
What's the result? That the wine is going to be permitted. Incredible. Misubisa b'masra le aklida maftecha la'avadas v'chadim. So what's this case? There was a Misubisa.
Go to display orientation under scale and layout.
This was a case. This was a
or multiple displays. Actually, go to multiple displays.
A wine merchant, right? She has a store and she sells wine. So we'll say, what did she do? She gave the key to her Gentile, to her Akum friend. Right?
Okay.
To her Akum friend. Rashi says over Aklida, Mateach Shmiras, Matechos, V'lo Chadai Pelikana, V'nitnes Kigana. I will say, Rashi says a little right in this case. What's the case? Muspisa, right, our Jewish woman wine merchant, is leaving her store. She locks it up. She gives the key to her Akum friend. Now, what's the job of the Akum friend?
Go to detect others display.
Don't go into hers. So there's absolutely no
click that button. Let's see what
the
happens.
Akum should be going into the store. Right? If you notice over here, the Misubisa
We didn't find another display.
watch
That's good.
My
Okay,
she
you
didn't
can
say
close
watch my
this.
store. She didn't say run my store. She said just watch my key.
Yep.
So this case once came in the basement.
Okay. Click on your desktop. If you have an icon for OBS, click on the icon. Yeah, right there. Click that icon for OBS on the desktop.
Because the legitimate reason there for what? Is near system.
Not at the bottom, on the desktop, right above your TikTok. Right by, it's diagonal from,
access to the store. Or the wine is.
Yeah, right there, that one. Click that.
We also learn this.
Okay, press launch anyway. Press the one on the right.
So this is actually a different case, but the same concept. So listen to this, right? Let's say again, I have
Brandon, I'm at the point where I would say we should reinstall OBS because something's wrong with it.
I have a storehouse.
So that's not a big deal.
I give the keys.
So we want to close OBS.
What's the halacha?
Close all the windows for close the windows for OBS. Close all windows.
Why?
And press your start button. And type in remove.
I'm telling him watch my keys. I'm not telling him go into the storehouse. I'm not. Interestingly enough,
type in remove.
I'm not even giving
REMOVE.
the responsibility to guard my produce. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling him.
And it should say add a remove
keys.
program.
I'm telling him to do. Therefore, he must have. Most interesting enough, Ashta.
Add a remove program. Yeah, click that one.
So this is going to be the halacha by Taras. Is there any shaila by what?
And then.
The Taros, are you telling me then Taros are stricter? You hear the argument?
No. That's not the right
when
one.
I give my
Close
key
to
the Amaretz,
close
my
edge.
Taros remain tar. Then all the more so if I give my key to the Akum, my wine is going to remain.
Okay, go back and press start button.
Supposes that
type the word remove.
Are treated more stringently than wine. Is that true? The Gemara says. That's true. That is true.
Type the word. So press the start.
Let's say I share a fucking Amaretz.
Press the start button on your keyboard. On your keyboard. Type the word remove. MOVE.
Misifas literally means like repeat fence. Rashi says, so I share property. We don't share it with properties. And we have low fence that's between our properties. Those words mean very low fence. Really reach over one side to the other. Okay. Then we'll say now remember, on my side, I have taros. Right? I have ritually pure. The Amaretz is generally someone who is non-taros.
Delete the word remove.
Ultimately, in Rav says the halacha, we have to assume at some point in time.
Okay, now press the space bar.
To my taros, and therefore my taros ultimately going to become tummy.
Did you see where it says apps control panel? Yeah, that one. Click that. Okay. Now type in the upper right corner. There's a search bar. Type the word remove. In the upper right, right remove.
Which is quite interesting.
Okay. Now, do you see on the it says add a remove program?
And aqua
Nope.
was only wine
Yeah,
when,
that one.
when
That's
was
that one.
legitimate reason for him to
Okay,
be there.
to
It doesn't
OBS.
right? Yes. In this case,
In the search,
if you know
there's a
legitimate
search.
reason why aqua's hand should be extending over.
Yeah, that's fine.
My
We're gonna remove it,
by the
which
Amal.
means, but we'll just
We're all
reinstall
Jews.
them.
We're all Jews, right? So in other words,
Okay,
so I'm
finish.
not even touching my stuff. Right?
Close
Interesting
control
enough,
panel.
we see that in this case we are
Re-
concerned. The wine we're not concerned. Yochanan says again remain tar. So concerned about that. If Yochanan feels that halacha l'maisa again,
open up
there's no concern, remain tar. Right? So stop over here for today. Right? We'll
in the installer.
I'll say tremendous. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Let's find the. So install Windows. You see it says Windows.
Yeah. Rothschild, bro.
Hey. So now what you want to do? Okay.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. Dedicating all the Sherman Trust this year as a supposed
Know that, right?
Goldberg.
Yeah.
For Aliyah for the Neshamas of his father from his mother, Peggy Fager, Hazel Bassett Tfilos.
Do you see at the bottom?
Answer in the coming months. Soon Shir in this month of Elul, the Eves covered from father of Ari from Harab Yitzchak Aryeh is in a family.
Okay, so maybe it was or something. Okay, yeah, it is gone. Okay, so hit retry.
Some suggestions today from the test 69. And we are picking up in
Okay.
section all stuff from the bottom.
Click download it. We couldn't sign. Oh,
we have over here. First of all, our general method is about no same time with
we
gum.
couldn't sign. Close that Microsoft thing. Close that. Yeah.
Into the beer, right?
Okay.
And again,
Scroll down.
the status of that is summarize. And I will say this is indeed
Just
have a mixture, right? And the detrimental taste, and for in ultimately the resulting mixture is going to be.
Yeah. There you go.
Now here's the thing that when the
check
now
loads.
the beer, the result of the mixture, the beer was awesome. There's no same time with
Okay.
gum is awesome. But then Rabbi
Just
says,
wait for it to down.
same time with gum. So maybe it's because Rav holds no same time with gum is awesome. The resulting mixture is going to be obviously don't pass in that way. No same time with gum mutter the
Want to install
which is, although we often come with gum is usher, maybe a mouse, whatever, I don't. So maybe he just maybe.
Okay.
So again, so we'll say so essentially, Rabbi says when we'll say this is halacha l'maisa, no
Say.
mutter when you have a mixture of a prohibited item into a positive item, to a prohibited item, and the resulting mixture
Press control
a detrimental taste infusion. The mixture is a taste infusion. The mixture is. Also, if it's no same time the shva becomes the
See if you see
Remember,
OBS
our
anywhere.
classic case of that is vinegar. The mixture is also going to be okay. Let me ask the follow-up question. Type of samach test here. What happens if a mouse into vinegar falls into vinegar? So now what are we asking in terms of vinegar? So look at Rashi. Type Rashi. Sheret machbigo loses botan.
Now download OBS.
Itself, ultimately, again, you assume that in general, which is come with gam. Or maybe even if it's no same time l'shva, right? Maybe it has a benefit of contributing any positive taste, and therefore the resulting mixture should be. Because you have to understand something. Right? As you can see, these cases happen a lot more. Right?
Okay, so you want
to
close Microsoft Store.
Which I will say, not to say that shva, even
install
vinegar, which by the way
below there.
Imparts significant, right?
No.
If you could impart flavor and vinegar,
Go back to your download.
No, don't bring up that case. That case is hahu.
And you should have a thing that comes up.
So it means that understand. So that
Go
case
press
is a little
OK.
different, right? Remember, as we talk about in general, the question is mouse falls in a confused case. What is your
By pressing the start menu and then pressing the start. Yeah, and then go.
So remember again. So in general, the sheret is a lentil. So therefore, again, this is not just dissolving.
Type in OBS. There's a search. OBS. Okay, go back.
That the shear for bittel of a mouse would be one, because a mouse should be no worse, all right, or really actually like no stronger.
Okay. I mean, you
can
kind of sell
now
it,
that's
but
interesting. In some bittel, right, the laws of null have different shiurim for nullification. So, for example, we're used to usually the concept of shishin, 60 to 1, 100 to 1. So if truma falls in there, you need 100 parts.
Go down. Go back up.
So comes on Rabina says, I think the malus, right, are no stronger than Truma. So Truma mixture also 100 to 1. Okay, I'm going to Tachliva by Gizla Rabina. Vilma Kitab is stronger than Truma, and that's spices. Now, a spice is always assumed to emit
yes, you did.
Flavor intensity.
So you downloaded.
But the onion has a different set of
Okay,
halachos.
that's probably our issue.
Tachliva says,
don't. Yeah, close your control panel. Open up stream.
Yeah, Truma spices in general is that their flavor
yeah.
is much more intense.
Our issue was.
Truma
Okay,
spices,
you can press upgrade. That's fine.
Sheer bechallah vinegar, a mouse is bottled in a ratio of 50 to 1. This is interesting. Now, kind of, you just need what? 50 times vinegar. 50 times vinegar, that ultimately, again, what a mouse 50 to 1. Shishin. And I will say, what is the halacha?
Okay.
Called
So stop Microsoft Edge.
On a ratio of 60 permitted units to 1 prohibited unit. And the Torah b'shishin, whenever you have a
But they're
mixture,
super cute.
what simply look for is if you're 60 times
They're big village. They're really sweet animals.
Halacha the mixture is to say that this is only in items, but doesn't apply to sins. Rabbi Tam says it applies even to similar items, and that's generally how we pass it.
Okay, well, you can do that in a little bit.
And that is ultimately, again, if that is permitted. If it's not prohibited, incredible. Without, one only applies to mixtures, apply to people. What do I mean by that? So they'll say so much more good than there is negativity. And that's true for more good than there is negativity. So a person can sometimes rationalize and say,
there's your picture, right? So we're all done, right?
Good news, this definitely works in your
I noticed that when you start your computer up, all kinds of stuff starts. Yes, sir.
It corrodes us from the
and
inside out.
Minimize your picture. Hit Control Up.
So buttons in your path.
Click Control Delete.
It works in your food.
Where's your? There you go. Okay. Now on the left side, but go. Do you see? Okay. Do you see? Yeah, right there. Okay. So what is that? What's that one say?
Transporting wine with a Jew.
That one. Click. This is all the stuff that's starting up, and you may not want. So okay, just hold on before you click anything. We'll just go through it. Okay. So do you use Copilot?
And then I'm leaving.
Then right click.
I'm going to tamper with the wine when I leave. So and I could potentially return a moment.
Okay, crosshair. Okay, so you don't necessarily use it. It's overwhelming, and I don't need it all. Okay, so then what's starting up right away? That's only when you're going to play Fortnite or something. So that one can be easy to open. You can disable that one. You might want that. I know. Wait. Go back to Grammarly. You might turn it up. So go back to Grammarly and press Enable. Okay.
Okay. Hey, I'm leaving, right?
Microsoft Edge. Disable.
So he knows that's what.
Disable. Right, already disabled. Okay, what's the next one? Do you connect to your computer? Then disable.
If I leave for that amount of time, then
this one say.
Messenger.
Disable.
Essentially,
TikTok. That's the one bothering me. Disable TikTok.
He's like, I don't know what's here. Sealed barrels.
Proton Drive. You can disable it as well because you're not using it. If you need it, you just open it. If you use them, but you don't use them immediately when you start using your computer. Start up more efficiently. Update. That all is fine now. Exactly. Do you know how to do that?
I want to find out something very interesting.
Okay, click on the start clip, CLIP.
Around the barrel.
You see snipping tool? Click snipping tool.
If I were to come back shortly afterwards,
quit moving it if you can. Stop moving. Don't move.
Clay, no. It's not a new lid on the barrel. Okay.
Click that.
Fine. Next case. Wagon or in the boat.
Just press new again. And just make a square around the face. Okay, that.
I'm going to meet up with
okay,
you guys.
now in the upper right.
When I'm catching up with him,
Excellent. And then save it wherever you, in your photos or whatever.
I have right? I have a spot day. And dirt, why is it more dirt? Why?
Select it.
So because
and
I
we save that one.
Going for, he's living with the possibility to tamper with the wine. It
Yeah.
might be back on 2 days. So that's a different kind of case because now
save changes.
A window in which he could tamper. Enough time to bore
There
a
you go,
hole
Big.
in
Let me know, okay, buddy?
Seagull. No, enough time to take off the lid. To case 3. We call them the Chanos. What's I have a store? I have a store. I leave the akum in the
It
store.
is. Seattle is winning.
Even though again in and out. So that's right. I'm in and out. Nice again. I'm literally again just going. Ultimately again, the wine in the store is going to be mutter. Project. Since he has no idea when I'm coming back, what my schedule is, he's to tamper with the wine. Then I'm leaving the store. I'll be back tomorrow. I go back into whatever the amount of time is. If I leave for enough time, can he still me go? If I have time, that what? That he can go make a hole in the barrel. Right? And then we seal it. No, if there's enough time to remove the lid and to put the lid back on. Interesting. I'm eating with an akum at the table. We're together at the table. I'm at the table with him, and I leave my flask, white wine flask. And again, say the akum is eating at my house. And I also have wine flasks in multiple strategic areas, right? So I have it at the table, and I walk out of the house. My table was shorasser, right? Which makes sense, because at the end of the day here, the akum has been invited into my home, touch the stuff that's on the table. And therefore, again, mutter. But the wine in the cupboard, ultimately, again, Rashi points out the wine in the cupboard essentially was not there for use during this meal. Therefore, ultimately, again, ultimately, I leave the house. I said,
Delicious and so easy to prepare.
Akum flask on the table also. That which is covered is
It's a great
also
way to
the
drink. An idea.
because since I told the Akum to help himself. Rabbi also, because just to appreciate this Mishnah really serves as the basis for the pretty much kashrus operates, right? Yeah, let's say you have a restaurant, right? And what happens? You have a Jewish community, and then there are obviously not necessarily there watching the workers and giving furthermore different to watch to see what the worker is doing with everything. So how do you know that someone is right? How do you know that someone's not doing something? It says that there's a mirsas. In general, I use the word fear of being watched. Now, what is that based? It's based on the Yotzei V'Nichnas. The Mashgiach is there, present, moment. So because of that, who's coming in and out, that keeps everyone on moves and ensures that ultimately, again, no games are being played. So, hey, dummy. So let's say transporting. I am transporting my wine with it, transporting barrels together. So the Mishnah said, as long as my means is a chazaka that is guarded, and me, ultimately, again, what is that phrase? What does it even mean? Listen to this also. As we look, if let's say again, my donkey driver's okay, what's the halacha? Taras. Even if let's say I distance myself from my workers, I will say now, by the way, the assumption is ultimately again that purity. Yet the halacha is a short purity. Remember line. You go, and I'll catch up with you later. Ultimately, again, my taras are now coming because I have in case number one. Ultimately, again, not with my workers, and the taras are soon to become coming. But guess what? Ultimately, the ratio of the mikvah. Well, it's a team building experience, right? So in other words, we are going to mikvah, everyone in, right? And therefore, I retire all of my work, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, I don't understand, then the safer shall sleep. In other words, even if I say that my taros should remain mikvah before work, to which the Gemara says, here's the problem. I took my workers to mikvah, and therefore they are. The concern is that my workers may not, if another Amar, it's not my workers, touches produce, he's going to render it. To which the Gemara says, right? If the should not touch it, Amarabba, what's the case? So what's the case? I take my workers to the mikvah before work. So now they're tough. I can catch up with them at any given moment and see what they themselves are tahar. Also not going to let another go ahead and touch the produce. Okay? Is Ihachi sin, then that should be true in this sefer as well. Some chadatai. Here's the difference. The difference is when I say those words, I can't pop up that they feel they have some money there, but they are down. They'll let other Amina already touch the produce. I will say, what's the takeaway? The takeaway for this essentially is as follows. Again, appear without that creates vigilance on their part. And when you think that can ultimately, again, they will hold. By the way, in the Mishnah, essentially, you had 4 different days. Essentially, if I'm Akum, right? And I could leave, and I don't leave, right? And go ahead and the piece one is I leave without warning, but if I take leave, and I can't appeal, put the item in cover its tracks. So why do you have to multiple ways, right? That's the transportation, the my table. Why all the same cases? Truth says it's simple. So it says, listen to this. I am transporting the wine together with the ovi. That's when the ovi kochavim really that I'm going to see traveling together. It's much more possible that again I'm going to. But if I load up my wine on his boat or on his wagon, I'm going to press tour for no reason. Yes, no, that even on the boat and even on the wagon, once again, the barrel, you know what we did that is going to be us, sir. The ton of a carnival scene. And if we're just maybe Silva could come back, using a different way, and you could stand him down top of a the camisa, and without warning, the wine remains most better is not that again. In all of these cases, we talk about that I can happen touch. So this is very interesting. Now, a little bit about the whole back up. Shmuel says no. Enough time, machlokes shall sit. The machlokes only exists when you're using it as a lid of clay. Vigof. Everyone who shares the amount of time that it takes to
writings on the wall.
What's going on up there?
There even things that you don't understand in your face of hand. Going strong. But you don't have no saving.
If I don't come back for a day or two, you can get away with it. But if I come back within a day or two, I'm going to clearly see the difference in the coloration. And one of these that the Akum's going to tamper with it, there's only one thing, which is he's taking all the malos and the malos. Bryce says, the Pshigmil says, Chachamim, I know the Tony's on the top. How? Because the coloration will be on the barrel. Everyone knows when you make a clay lid, what do you do on the bottom of the lid? The lid itself is going to be fashioned ultimately on the barrel, which means when you open up the barrel, it says that when it comes to a clay lid, any type bottom, because the plug won't be smooth like the rest of the lid. Why perhaps again, what the Akum did will be discoverable from the bottom. It's not the same smoothing as the rest of the lid, but lamala haloyadi, which color. Therefore, the plug look exactly the same as the rest of the area, to which the wasn't sure about the. Even a lid that is made out of plastic, then ultimately again situmo nicker, then ultimately again the tampering will be your plaster, then ultimately again mihi de lamala lo yedia, although the tampering lamata miha yedia, because we'll say again, remember the way apparently these lids work is that over time, plug area is going to look different on the other side than the rest is. The shear is always not to plug a hole in the lid, but lo yedia, lo maiseh de ba'afet b'chazi. So the Rabbi looking at to see if the Akum tempering. People aren't
mass
really
adoption
looking
of
at the
crypti
lid
occurs.
for proof of tempering. It's just not because of the
You
wine.
can pay your income taxes with it.
Perhaps
You can use
side
it
can be smoothed
at the
out.
store.
Right?
Like, give me different levels and pictures of people who think when it's
good. That you would have to leave the oxymos. So again, remember, it's two factors. If I'm popping up suddenly, I tell him, I'll be back in 2 days, and replace the lid. That it's not enough, not talking about enough time to bore a hole in the lid, but rather enough time to mention as a stam opinion. Stam opinion means right? Emo, together with an apple, be on the. We'll say it's actually the last case, right? Or and I also said he will by himself. Marshall go with him have a muzzle b'shosa. But if I said to Akum, pour yourself whatever you in, to help himself. As long as I don't leave it in my house, the Mishnah doesn't even quote the opinion of the Tanakhama. Right? All it does is mention the opinion of Shimon Gamliel. So once I says interesting that I look up the Shimon Gamliel. First Gemara says Pshita. I'm gonna thought that maybe the Mishnah had a machlokes, and then at the end of the Mishnah, all Gamliel. Incredible. So it's like the bottom line halakha lemaisa. Rabbi says, yeah, what and look, because you where the Machlokim Shalomiyot is mentioned. So in the case where the Akum knows the ticket amount of time, the wine becomes up. What's the definition? Drink and plug it back off the lid. Drink, place the lid. Is in the last case, the opinion of the Tanakama is not even mentioned. Replacing the lid. What does that show? That the halacha follows with this sugya just yet. Well, what a day. What a day.
Probably in some other capacity, maybe in a form of balance. For truck companies, that's a different story. So I think
Biblical verse for an father, Abram ben Asher Pinchas, his mother hopes. Of all those who knows and doesn't know, and will Hashem be answered in this holy month. Incredible. Thomas response to Sholi and we would need Ben HaChavar of Yaakov Zichron Libracha and our Dia Brunas Yaakov Zichron Libracha. We hope that the American Rosh Torah also the Prophet should allow our holy soldiers to be successful of Ksiva the Chasina Tova. We'll say the dance Hashem. Us 3 lines down from the top. Soft focus, which is we're operating the entire doc yesterday assumption or withstanding that what we call sing come is mutter. That if you have a mixture and there is a slight mental effect on the general mixture, that how applies us. You would think something thousands of years we're not contained too many us to the position of Rabbi Meir. And the opinion that halacha l'maisa, those sing come is going to be awesome. Good lesson. So now we're going to analyze Machlokes Shishdiach Ulvasof Pagam. This kind of softens this Machlokes Rabbi. When is there Machlokes Amir and Rabbi Shimon? The flavor infusion was beneficial, and then it suddenly became detrimental. Right? Once again, example of that: cold beans, cold ripening, cold split lentils, cold greasing is great. Hot greasing is terrible. So if you had, and then you heat it up, it's detrimental. Want to suggest that's the machlokes. And then it turns that. But if it is these mutter, Isira Chaga Ula, Kasha Ula, Yayin Shenafal So Adoshin. Ultimately, again, it is. Who says that it's mutter? Rabbi is assuming over here that the case is where the vinegar fell in Lifgan. And yet, Rabbi Meir still holds again, it's detrimental from the beginning. How is it detrimental from the beginning? Because Halakha is still saying that who responds to this? And so, made the Yada Maikabanan to Yufta Kamosi, Chaga doesn't even a contradiction, which is, let's say, are beneath the aspect, right? As much as we like to say the process of art. Now, again, for people like us, like we'll call it, like you should know better. You should know better, and you should be a bit more worked out and a bit more thought out. Ulabasov pagam va'aser. That falls into cold greasing and was then reheated. That is exactly the case we're talking about over here. Exactly the case. Same time, the gam is mutter. Right? That agrees on that. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is something. Rabbi Yochanan says no. True. Rabbi Yochanan may cut off machlokes. True machlokes is even in the beginning. From the beginning, you have a mixture, and the taste infusion is even still that's not. No, we still say that it's possible. Rabbi Shimon will say that it's mutter. So the Gemara says Rabbi Yochanan. I'm sorry, but I'm regarding the machlokes. Fine. So what's Rabbi Yochanan? So again, machlokes between Ula and Rabbi. As to what is the machlokes Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Shimon? So here's the Shaila, Rabbi Yochanan's version. So are we saying that it was no Simcham L'Shvach confusion and then turns negative? Again, easy case to remember like Asr, Odoma, Bein Bezu Machlokes, where the initial flavor infusion is detrimental, and it's also Machlokes when the flavor infusion is. So I'm about Afshar Isa Lahad Rabbi Yochanan, if you're right, this time over to Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Meir really holds that no sin holds that if you have a mixture and the taste infusion is mental, Rabbi Meir in that case it is, and Rabbi Shimon says in that case it's mutter somewhere in the Mishnah. Now So the way I'm saying is there are some things I will say that are so dramatic. It should show up there within a Mishnah. So the Gemara says, went out, he searched, and he found. What a phrase. What a phrase. That's a mantra. He went out, he exerted himself. You know, the Gemara Second Gila says, in Yom Yagati, I searched, I tried, but I didn't, because if he really searched, he would have found. Search in life, if you're willing to put in the effort, now, maybe not all of the desired result thing in life is putting in effort and not achieving something. So there's a tremendous yesod that Rabbi is teaching us. First of all, I'll say, what Rabbi is teaching us is, if you notice, by the way, what does the Rabbi do? He poses the kasha, he searches for the answer. Too often, we pose problems, and we expect other people to run in life. Okay, so obviously there are times I can't solve my own problems. So instead of just deliver the solution, whatever the problem, go figure it out. Go out. Nafak, ashkaf, lessons. But again, nafak, you have to be willing to move yourself out of a state of life paralysis. You're willing to put in the effort, ashkaf. It's like literally, even if Rothschild was a little focused, you have to start creating that Yomi merch. Why do we have nafak, ashkaf? That's it. It's a mantra. Now, I found this design of Sa'ar should happen over here. This is very interesting. So you have Nabasi now. Sa'ar, remember again, Sa'ar, that ultimately again falls in Achnitz, Vichnitza. It happens that leavening agent is strong enough to go ahead and, now what happens over here? Nafal Sa'ar shall Truma, O Sa'ar shall Kwaya Karen. These ultimately again, Truma falls in, and interestingly enough, bread comments. So what's the status of loaf? What's the status of loaf? So the Gemara says, by the time that, let's say, the truma yeast fell into the loaf, all bread, it spoils it, right? It's not good. It becomes inedible. So the additional yeast actually is detrimental. That is what I'm showing out here. Again, it's too leavened, and therefore ultimately again, paga me karahu. If you notice, this is a perfect example. This is a case of where it's paga me kara. Now, in the beginning, in other words, that the truma yeast falls in already good. It's no good. See your person, never again. Let's go back for a second. He came along and said, wow, this machlokes when you're shooting on the air is such a major machlokes about earth-shattering machlokes. It should live somewhere in the yeast is put in, right? It's good to go. Look there. Why? No, here is in Mishneh. So the Gemara says, so this is man. Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Shimon. Incredible. So you must already say, Shiny said it's not necessarily a good case, and I'll tell you why. It's interesting. As much as this defeated, but it is not a typical case of Pagan. Why? Because essentially now it's over the loaves. So as much lost its edibility, its usability. Rashi says over here, Rashi just pointed out over here. It can be used as a starter for other loaves. Only what kind of loaves? Truma loaves, right? Because remember, you do have leaven that has now been mixed in. So it's limited usage, but it's nevertheless. So therefore, the Gemara just says, so the Gemara just says this might not be the best case, because this is not a typical, but certainly usable. Which is also another perfect, doesn't mean that it doesn't have a different purpose. We encounter this whole. Now, for whatever the reason, those doors are closed to me. Sometimes it happens because it's upsetting and it's disillusioning. Or sometimes it's just the normal physical abilities. It's just life has a way of just shifting on us, and we wanted to actually no longer speak about this. Life is about the power of the pivot. And even if you can't do the same when you're older that you did younger, certain doors have closed. So things that I wanted to do are not about finding max of you. So this loaf of bread is no longer edible. But doesn't mean you're not usable. Usability is always the best way to maximize the current set of opportunity. Tremendous. So the market, touch my social. So here we go. So we're quoting this again. So you have now in this case. So in this case, we call it the yeast. Then you sell in successively. Right. First, you had Sa'ar Shafulin. So Tashma Sa'ar Shafulin of Shafulin Shnaflu Sochaisa agent of Truma together. So what? First part line about saying about him. But Zekadila Hakmet make the loaf chametz. So what's that? So the Gemara said it is aser. Ultimately going to be aser. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon will say this is no sin ultimately, whatever order it is, when you put two leavening agents into a loaf, the loaf is no fault. So a couple of more variations in this case. Nothing falls in first. Everyone agrees to a leavening agent that you to go ahead and make the loaf into bread. Nothing shall chulin. What happens if the chulin one fell and the truma one fell in second? Oh, klaya keren. Whether it's truma or klaya keren doesn't really make a difference, right? One ultimately again is having a negative impact on the loaf. So what it's mutter. Oh, so won't say now, hey, Karo, please. Now again, we'll say, here it is. This is no same time with gum, right? The first leavening agent versus klaya keren. Again, now the loaf is over leavened. Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. And yet Rabbi Shimon says it's mutter. Right, much good. Yeah, Rabbi Shimon says to have over here a raya. This is a proof from a brayso that basar. I defeat him, and maybe you'll say Hachanan, and you'll say I would be. Rabbi Shimon said that in these cases, though the loaf is inedible, right? But what? It's still usable. So no same kind of gum. To which the Gemara says, Tashma Miseifa. Look at the end of the rice. Always the end of the rice. So one falls into Adasha and he's also. Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. Now again, once again, so we'll say one focus, right? Mayor says Asa, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. But he came out before. Ula explains this already. What do we know? This was the case of where what? The vinegar at Bach that then became with gum. That's how he explained it. I will say, but is anybody really arguing a case of where ultimately again, and then became detrimental, ultimately again, it's going to remain also. So we had this case. We had the Truma leavening agents, and then the Chulin one fell in. Everyone agrees that the law. When do you establish the halachic identity of a mixture? When do you establish it? At the moment it's created. Shvach is beneficial, even if subsequently it becomes with. So therefore, again, and this is the starter case, right? So if the starter, if the chulin falls in, even though again it is why because it was made. So therefore, everyone will that if you have vinegar that falls onto cold greasing and then also, Elalat shmel the pagam meikara machlokish shmamina. People will say, I love you in machlokish. If I'm not machlokish. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, same time with gum, and what are they arguing about? Where the mixture is detrimental, what I mean. Right? I know it's a better app. Right? Ultimately, again, what happened to both sides is that there is a machlokes tanoim about no sin tam, a detrimental piece. The Meir says that is so awesome. And no, that is mutter. What is everyone? Is going to be awesome. Right? Everyone certainly agrees that when there is a mixture,
I feel like I speak to people. My shit is facts.
Right, beneficial. And then detrimental, everyone also agrees that that is also. So the good one agrees is us. Machlokes case, no sin come with down. Good. That's it. Says the Gemara. Now, I'm saying, why do I need? So the Gemara says, here we go. Look for soldier show. It was the leavening agents fell in at the same time. That was case one. Again, first case is where the true leavening agent falls into. The last case in the Brisa was when the wine falling into the lentils above the seifa. I understand if you're when the seifa, remember again, the seifa is the vinegar onto the teacher technology come with gamma or machlokes. Mitzvah, so why do I need the middle case? And then ultimately again becomes with gam, just mentioned. Uma seifa below kamash b'chval asvira banon. So when there is an objective benefit, is there anything to say? Rabbi, but coming to Rabbi Shimon. This is the Rabbi saying Rabbi Shimon. He says two agents, Truma and Chulin, falling at the same time. So taking it 2 hours, Shitachnitz Misha Achos, to introduce two leavening agents into a loaf of into dough, it doesn't go in process. So what hard dough, which would normally leaven in 2 hours, to leaven in 1 hour, the prohibition. And therefore, again, remember, this is the Rabbi Meir wanted to suggest that therefore there is a benefit involved over here, and because Mayhem argument. And the Shittin says you're right. Some initial benefit, but at the end of the day, also both participate in some initial detriment. Rabbi Shimon, Litzari come together and Aser. Rabbi Shimon Tani the Amar, Aser, do not combine. Ha'orama, Rabbi Shimon Omer, in Litzarfen. Most of that genes we're going to have later on, which is the different forms of Isser combined. It says over here, Mishnah says over here, that Arba and Kraya Kera, which are two to remember in a field. So the Tanakh and the Abanam combined to form a shield. So we'll say, so again, that's in this case. So bottom line over here, right? Let's Milchik Tam the Shvach, The other niftamah, the afterwards becomes with gam, uses after. Noting time with gam, mahmogas. There was a mouse that fell into Asra Rav. Rav said ultimately again that the barrel. Now why is this interesting? That a mouse and a mouse, not in theory, but noting time with gam. Right, no, remember, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Right, it's, or whatever, sinking, it's there. I just want to point that out here. You can nullification when the isser is extend, when you're making a stew, and you saw the recipe says, piece of chazal, right? You're like, let me throw in a piece of chazal over here. It's called the mashisha, like an eating, right? 2,000 years, these are one thing in chazal. No one forget it was because ultimately, again, now, so therefore, again, what we're worried about over here is, in this case, the assumption is, the mouse, right? That's what makes you hear, the first thing they're going to take it out. The shaila other thing confusing is that the shvach or the shvach. God said the beer is awesome. God said the beer is like it's benefit. Like, what is the reputation? So that I've heard this was there must be that last point again that even a negative taste confusion is going to be something that the taste itself is detrimental, but yet it's still also same time with God is mutter. That's generally what he says. So what's going on over there again? Now it's the sheriff. What's the biggest by Schwarzen?
What is your version of mass adoption? Hey, my personal opinion is just go through the different levels of adoption. Level 1, peer-to-peer, and it's basically where we're at now. I think about 15 to 20% of people think we have mass adoption. Level 2 is really where I think the game has changed. That's major consumer platforms. That's really the Amazon test. That's Amazon, Apple, Uber, Airbnb. I think really maybe about 35 to 45% of people will think that it's real, and I think I'm included in that when I can start to use cryptocurrency on the largest e-commerce platform in the world. That's when it will become more realistic to me. Level 3, basically physical retail normalization. That's when we're able to use it at Starbucks, POS terminals. It becomes normal then, and I think about 55 to 65% will believe it's mass adopted then. Level 4 is really interesting. That's government acceptance. That's the income tax threshold. When you can pay your income taxes in crypto, that's when people are going to really realize that this is for real. And that's when I think 70 to 80% of people will feel that it's mass adopted, if not more. And then really level 5, that's where we're into the banking world, where people never even have to think about it. People are using crypto without even knowing it. That's when payroll, payments, everything is really running on crypto rails. So right now, I think that we're probably at around 20% mass adoption, and that is to increase to at least 35 to 50% of mass adoption when you can use it at Amazon. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
When it's moist. But once it's dried out, it no longer communicates to them. But if you tell me that sheriff is such a kiddish, then it should communicate to them in all forms. Well, well, using that same logic, shikvas zera to tell me the others. Ultimately, shikvas zera, semen should also communicate to them, whether it's moist or dried out. I love it, man. Why do you say the time and the time innovation? Ultimately, again, only communicates to when it's moist, not when it's dry. I love night is the color name, right? That will say, what is there to say? Shikvas zera amrach, one of the ru'il hazira. It only communicates when it's shikvas zera. What is it called shikvas zera? Zera means seed. When it's chewable, when it's potent seed. When is it potent seed? When it's moist. When it's dried up, it's no longer potent. Hachana means that most some amrach monica a most some. So to be able to say about sheretz, the Torah says that a sheretz communicates to when the most some. Now, what does the most some mean? Most some actually means the way that it is at the time that it dies. What is the sheretz like at the time that it dies? It's still retained its inherent moisture. So only when it's moist does it communicate come up.
I'm in agreement with you, Brent. So, yes, I mean, it's taken really 17 years to get to where we are currently. And I think that perhaps the time difference between when Amazon accepts it and Starbucks accepts it could be as few as 6 months, very, very quickly. So yes, I don't think that each one of these steps will take a decade or two to be implemented. I 100% agree with Brent. Once you get Amazon...
So it is fascinating to see that in certain countries, and historically, for example, even in
Perhaps I
England,
think that's
right, rich
certainly
and poor
something
consumed
that
rat
could
pie.
be
Rat pie,
foretold.
it was
I also
consumed.
think that
Right? In
what
certain
people
African
consider to be
countries
mass
and
adoption
Asian
certainly
countries,
is going to differ
mice
based
are
on the
considered to be
individual.
a form
Some
of
people will say,
protein.
"Oh, everybody can
Right?
use
And
it. You
it's
can
even
use
this
it at
guy, this
Amazon,"
chef
and
on
that might be
YouTube,
50% of the
it's so
population.
watch the video. Do not, I'm telling you, do not watch that. His mistake is horrible. Horrible, but he does prepare culinary dishes made from mice. Made from mice. Absolutely disgusting, right? But fascinating. But absolutely fascinating. So again, what's it? Because again, you see something like, there's no way that's correct. Right? It can't be. It can't be. In any event, the ice of Syrian does and we're talking about. At the end of the day, so royalty does eat mice. I'm also talking about this. Lokasha, Habidavra, Habidamasa. So apparently, both of them are different types of mice. Ultimately, again, there is city mice and desert mice. So it actually says over here, the Masa Akbar Shayusha mice, city mice are disgusting. Right, city mice are disgusting, and apparently, again, desert mice, like what range-fed mice, which makes sense why city mice also carry disease or different things like that. But again, kind of free-range mice apparently work consumed. Right, so we're going to stop over here for today. Again, what we still have not resolved, I was going to point out, when we have not gotten, I'm not deciding that we'll pick up for the rest of this tomorrow, and we haven't figured out yet what to do with the mouse in the barrel of beer case. And again, that will be tomorrow, and ultimately, again, no say time of time, resolution, Hashem, and halacha l'maisa tomorrow, Bosai, shkoya. All right, that was another great day, everyone. Good to Kodesh. Well, interesting. Ashkaro, I've been interesting.
Just before we continue, can we just, it's 300 watts of vacancy here. If you could retweet, get more people in, get more positive view on the topic, that would be great. We've only got 17 retweets. We have more speakers on the stage than that, so we can just get the retweet.
All right, we'll say good morning, a good Tavach, good Chodesh, a great physical stuff. So first of all, a very special thank you to Moshe Aaron and Johnny Larson, who really, they have to deal. There was a handful dealing with me while I was away. All the different changes, all the different trial and error. But I think Baruch Hashem, thanks to them, we actually came up with a system that works. Baruch Hashem, I personally appreciate everything that he did. Obviously, that's not that. Allow me to give to you while I was away, but it's a great Baruch Hashem to be back in person with all of you. Baruch Hashem, a fantastic start to our week, a fantastic start to our month. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Talmud Torah sponsor for Tav Shin Tei Hey, the Tilson Yisrael Havar for dedicating all the Shuman Droshos this year as a Zechus for the Sorrow Troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Av, last day of Av, Stephen and Wendy James in honor of their parents.
Who the fuck gives a shit?
Irene Rosen's in memory of Stanley Rosen's wife, Nicole Bracha. Dedicate our learning in this course. In the of all of our precious hostages, which Baruch Hashem, bring them home in the Shalom and the Karavan and the merit of our holy soldiers, may the Baruch Hashem be successful. The whole Maaseh Day, and in this course of a beautiful new month for Klal Yisrael, filled with Shalom, filled with Bracha, filled with Hashgacha, filled with Ksiyah, the Chasina Torah, for all of Klal Yisrael. Looks like today's daf is Samach Zayin 67, and we are picking up on Samach Zayin. The reason we're picking up on the right daf today is because I did not give daf yesterday. Right, so Baruch Hashem, my son Mordechai did a good job keeping up with the rest of Klal Yisrael. So we are beginning right on target at the 2 dots Zehak Klal. So I just want to point out, so we are picking up 2 dots, 2, 4, 5 lines down from the top. There's a lot of great halakha l'maisa that we have from these studios. I was actually thinking, I think we finish Avodah Zarah next week. Is that possible in 2 weeks? Must be okay, about 10 days. About 10 days, yeah. So the truth is, it could be, I think, maybe on Labor Day, in Hashem, we'll spend a little bit of time, maybe with an extra shear, just on some of these halachas, because there's a lot of great halacha, like Yardea halacha, that comes out of these sugis. But okay, stay tuned. Says the Gemara, Zaklau. Remember again, the Mishnah ended off with a principle. And the principle is as follows. Whenever something prohibited gets mixed in with something permitted, how do you know if the permitted item is prohibited? Right? How do you know if the mutter item becomes asr? So essentially what the Mishnah was saying was, if the prohibited item is no seitan literally means infuses taste. So remember again, for example, what was the example of the Mishnah? The example was on yesterday's daf. Yayin nesef pours on top of grapes. Right? So again, does the yayin nesef infuse tam? Does it infuse flavor into the grapes? Or for example, as we're going to see, the example the Mishnah gave was vinegar falls on top of greasy. Greasy are split lentils. So if it infuses taste, then ultimately, again, it is going to be asr. If there's no infusion of taste, then it's going to be mutter. Right? Now, again, the actual laws of kashrus are obviously a bit more involved and a bit more complicated than just that simple statement, but that's what we're going to go with for now. So just to reach the end of the Mishnah, the Mishnah says, Zakal, kol sheben asr v'no sein tam asr, kol she'in b'hana asr v'no sein tam mutter. Whenever the prohibited item infuses taste, the mixture is prohibited. Whenever the prohibited item does not infuse taste, then ultimately, again, the mixture is permitted. The Gemara says, Kigon, chometz shinafa al gabi grisin. Interesting enough, the Mishnah says, what's an example of a prohibited item that does not infuse taste? Vinegar that falls on greasing. Right, which again, as we spoke about before, like these split lentils. So if prohibited vinegar falls onto lentils, the mixture is permitted. Why? Because the vinegar does not infuse taste. Okay, so the Gemara qualifies this. I'm Rabbi Yudah Mishmuel. So Rabbi said in Mishmuel, this is the halacha. Now, what does it mean, the halacha? What we call also, just remember this phrase. Kol shebenosein tam asr. Anytime in a mixture, a prohibited item infuses taste, the resulting mixture is asr. If the prohibited item does not infuse taste, then ultimately the resulting mixture is permitted. Now, again, I will say, just so you know, like I said, don't go home and apply this, right, yet. Because the actual laws of kashrus themselves could be a bit more involved and a bit more complicated. But as a principle, we are accepting this principle. So now, let's talk about the specific example that the Mishnah gave. So by the way, just to give you an idea of this, for example, you're cooking chicken soup on Erev Shabbos. And what happens, right? Some milk falls in. What's the status of the chicken soup? What's the status? So first of all, if that's happening in your kitchen, please call me, right? Because that should not be out, right? But Lamaisa, so remember, technically speaking, using the principle of the Mishnah, it's very simple. Is there enough milk that would have infused taste into the chicken soup? If the answer is yes, then ultimately, again, the resulting mixture in the chicken soup is also. If ultimately, again, the answer is no. Let's say you have a pot of chicken soup and a spoonful of milk fell in. It's clear that it's not infusing taste, so therefore it's going to be mutter. Now again, the reason I said our contemporary halachas kashrus are a bit more involved because we have constant bittul b'shishin, right? Sometimes it is 60 times more. Again, solids versus liquids. Going back to yesterday's daf, min b'mino, min b'she'eno mino, like items, undissimilar items. So like I said, but principle-wise, this is the way it works. The Gemara says, now the Gemara says, Rabbi Yudah Mishmuel, now the Gemara is going to get into the specific case. What was the specific case the Gemara gave? It's vinegar to greasing, split lentils. What is it? Mishmuel Rothschild Ella, Shnachal Sok greasing roast, Aval Nafal Sok greasing sonin. So again, what says the Gemara? When do we say that vinegar does not have a positive impact ultimately again on greasing? That's only if it fell into hot greasing. Rashi says over here, Haki Hilpasa, first of all, second line down from the top, Haki Hilpasa, the no sin ham of Gamoter, Homate, Hogim, Greasin, Roskin, Omashpiach Hasatsoni. It's an interesting halacha. So apparently, vinegar has a detrimental effect on heated up split lentils, but has a positive effect, on cool lentils, on cold lentils. So therefore, Rabbi's name is Shmuel, but the Mishnah gives the example that vinegar on split lentils is no sin tam nifkam, is a detrimental taste infusion. That's when the lentils are heated up. But if the lentils ultimately again are cool, then the vinegar actually is beneficial. And therefore the resulting mixture will be usr. So whereas aval, listen to this, not for the soft grease and sonimid. But let's say again the vinegar, now again when we're talking about vinegar, this is primitive vinegar, right? The yain nesach vinegar. But let's say the vinegar falls into cold lentils, near sichon, and then you subsequently heat up the mixture, then nase k'mishe shviach ulbasov pagam la'aser. So we'll say this is interesting. What happens if the vinegar falls into cool lentils, right? Cold lentils, and then you heat up the mixture? What's interesting about this case? When the vinegar falls into the lentils, what's the status? Aser. Why? No sing tam, what we call no sing tam, the shvach. It's a taste, it's a beneficial taste. Two phrases you should remember. No sing tam, the shvach means beneficial taste infusion. No sing tam, the fkam, detrimental taste infusion. So interestingly enough, when the vinegar falls into the lentils, so let's say it falls into the lentils when it's cold. So ultimately again, that's no same time the shvach. That's beneficial. Now you heat up the mixture. So now, when I have my lentils, the result ultimately is what? The vinegar is detrimental. But the vinegar is only detrimental because of a subsequent act which was visited upon the mixture. Initially, when the vinegar fell in, it was beneficial, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the resulting mixture is prohibited, even if you subsequently heat it up. So in our second issue, so we'll say this is very interesting. Listen to this. So too, when do we say that it's no sin kamifkam? When do we say that the addition of vinegar to split lentils is ultimately again a detrimental taste infusion? When is that? Only when it fell into hot lentils. Aval, nafal so greasing. It's like split grain. Greasing doesn't have to be split lentils. It's like a split grain also. Aval nafal so greasing sonin. But if it fell into this cold greasing, viher sichon, and you subsequently heated it up, nasek mishish biach ulvasof pagam. That is the equivalent ultimately again of a mixture that first was beneficial and then only subsequently became detrimental. Now we'll say what the Gemara is highlighting over here is as follows, and this is going to be very important. When halacha looks at the status of a mixture, when do we judge, right? When do we establish the halachic status of a mixture, so to speak? At the moment the mixture is created. That's when halacha decides, is that lipgam or the shvach, beneficial, detrimental. So therefore, here's a perfect case of this. The vinegar falls into cold greasing, right? And then you heat up the mixture. So what's interesting about this? At the time the vinegar fell in, it was shvach. It's good because everyone knows there's nothing better than vinegar and cold greasing. Delicious, right? So that's good. So that's but now you heat it up. Everyone agrees that's detrimental. So when does halacha judge the mixture? At the moment the mixture was created, or when the mixture is finished? And the answer is at the time the mixture was created. Good. So you must become just Rabbi. So must listen to this. Very interesting. The thing just Rabbi and Bin Kimara is the cut how you also add the Shabbat Spitsipoli. The Kohen also Shchalayim. So apparently, Erev Shabbat, if you ever went to Tzipoli on Erev Shabbos and you went for Torah now, what did they serve for Torah now in Tzipoli? So it was not, there was no charcuterie, right? There was no fish board, there was no chili. What did they have? They had greasing and vinegar. Greasing and vinegar, that was it. I don't know, no try it. Don't knock before you try it. Right? I'm sorry? There was no sponsorship. That's how it was, no sponsorship. So that was the last week they had in Tzipoli. So they had this mixture of greasy and vinegar, and they called it shkalayim. Now shkalayim also is literally cress. So I don't know, I guess the taste of greasy and vinegar and shkalayim cress is the same thing. So we used to call it beach cress. Okay, why am I bringing down the story? One thing I started to show you, by the way, that this was actually considered to be like a good food item. Like people would serve this. They would serve this. So from here you see that clearly the mixture of vinegar and greasing ultimately again is beneficial. Variety. Okay, good. So we'll say, so a very important piece what comes out of it. So first of all, a culinary piece of information, which apparently again vinegar and cold greasing good, vinegar and hot greasing bad. Okay, so you need to practice that. Use that when you need it. Right, and that is a halachic concept, which is the status of any mixture is judged at the time that the mixture is created and not based on any subsequent things that happen to the mixture. So for example, if the vinegar falls into the cold greasing and then the mixture is subsequently heated up, we look at the status of the mixture when it was created and not after it was heated up. Okay, now let's say, based on that, I'm going to introduce something new. Listen to this. I'm going to try this. Notice it down with Gansham. So let's say, so now we have a principle. The principle is, anytime you have a mixture and the taste infusion is detrimental, then what? The mixture is permitted. Right? So let's just give the example of here. You take yayin nesach vinegar and you mix it with hot greasing. Hot greasing. Everyone agrees? What's the status of the mixture? What's the status? Mutter. Why? Why? Detrimental to its infusion. Because the vinegar, the leather vinegar didn't do anything. Now watch this. I'm going to start this. He says like this. When we speak about this, no sense how right? Negative taste diffusion. So the Gemara says, sorry. Alright, so let's say this is fascinating. So some people are going to say like this. When we say that something is no symptom of God, it is only outside, assuming that all the other ingredients, let's say for example, so you have yayin nesach or whatever, nesach vinegar, that falls into a pot of greasing. But let's say again, the mixture is fine. What's the problem? The problem is it's not really edible, but because there's not enough salt. Or there's not enough other additives. So it's a question like this. When judging whether or not a taste infusion is detrimental or beneficial, we look at the actual primary ingredients themselves and we don't take into account the additives. In other words, we assume if all the additives were fine, all the additives were there, would this taste infusion be positive or negative? But let's say again, the vinegar falls in, and it's fine. It just happens to be there's not enough salt, there's not enough pepper, there's not enough ingredients. So like says, that does not factor into the equation. So this is fascinating. I'll say it is. Well, watch this. Dig it down me. There's an alternate version of this. I'm going to show you an opposite version of this. Notice the time that comes Sha'alu, Ein Omen Kedera Zu, Chasera Melach, Chasera Melach, Chasera Tabi, Chasera Tabi, Elo, Hashta, Nia Hapata. In the alternate version of this, it's like this says, when we decide whether or not a taste infusion is positive or negative, we simply look at the final dish right now. Is it edible? Is it non-edible? If it is, then it's Rishva. If it's not, then it's Rishva. And even if the reason why it's inedible is because of what? The lack of additives, ultimately again, that is still the determinant of the status of the cooking. This is actually
Say
let's keep it.
I knew what you was making. Oh, roll me away, don't you roll me away tonight. I keep my cross, let me draw the cross, and I can serve you down the right.
Doesn't have enough salt.
And then you get on, you just walk down that better. I was like, get on that fast.
So now, when you look at this,
and we roll clean out of sight.
So do we
But I
say
could get into
that
that.
nursing time is done?
Oh my gosh, you're
Because
sick.
at
It's
the end
just
of the day,
like,
now the
Angel, would
mixture
you
is
eat
not
me if I
edible,
asked you what
but
your
it's
secret
not
is?
inedible because of the chomets or because of the greasing, right? It's inedible why? It's inedible why? Because of the additives, because of the seasoning. So is that called? So now I wouldn't eat this. I wouldn't eat this because it doesn't have the salt, the pepper, the seasoning. So do we say that that's nursing time of gum or not? So fascinating enough, two opposite versions of this one. In the first version of this, no, that's not called nursing time of gum. Nursing time of gum means we assume if all the seasoning was perfect, if all the seasoning was perfect, wouldn't this be a beneficial? Wouldn't this be a beneficial flavor infusion? Right? So all of the seasoning is good. So the answer to that, let's say in the case of vinegar that falls into cold freezing, would be yes. Okay, the fact that there's not enough additives in this dish, that doesn't make it nursing time of gum. And the second version of instruction says, no, we literally look at this dish as is. So the vinegar fell into the cold freezing. So right now, there's no salt, there's no pepper, there's no seasoning, there's no additives. I will not touch that. So if a bucket says, that's called nursing time of gum. Isn't that fascinating? So essentially what it is we look at the actual mixture as it is, and based on what it is right now, is that l'shvach, by the way, Larry, I think this could be something new on a certain day, no, a little greasy and vinegar, I don't know, right? Right, so a nice, first of all, just talk more, anything that you introduce is going to be like, right, so it's a fascinating side. So do we look ultimately again at the dish as is, and therefore again, if it doesn't have the proper seasoning, it's going to be nursing time of gum, or no, we look at the mixture as it is without the seasoning and additives, and just say to the primary ingredients, in this case, the greasing and the chometz, good mixture, bad mixture, and that determines ultimately the status. Really fascinating. I'm going to be open up. So let's say now, obviously, I have two opposite versions. So which one ultimately are we going to accept? So let's go. Says the I'm going to be open on. Kol shetama o mamasha aser, lokin alov, v'zeo k'dais v'dei achilas pras. So Rabbi say this happens to be another halacha, a lot of passing halacha. So any camels which have a mixture, and the prohibited item that's mixed in is tamo umamasha. It has both an infuses flavor and also the electoral prohibition itself is extant. Right, the prohibited item is still in existence. Zo kizayis b'te'achilas pras. So I will say, interestingly enough, this is a fascinating halacha of what they call kizayis b'te'achilas pras. In other words, this is actually a separate halacha. If you have a mixture of two items, forbidden item and permitted item, and the mixture is such that when you consume it, you would end up consuming a kizayis of the prohibited item in the time that it takes to eat kedei achilas pras. Now let's say achilas pras literally means what? A half a loaf. A half a loaf. So if when you're eating an extra, and the amount of time that it takes you to eat that half a loaf, if you end up consuming a kizayis of prohibited matter, then ultimately again that is also. Now there's a lot involved in this halacha. Take a quick look at Rashi. We're not going to look at all this Rashi. But it's the last Rashi on the dot. Kol shetamo u'mamasha lokin alav v'zeh k'zayis b'nei achilas pras. Velkadon zeh ne'emar shir k'zayis b'nei achilas pras. Halacha l'moshe Mishnah. So it says halacha l'moshe Mishnah. Shinyin v'shir pras shel tasha. That when you consume the amount of a half a loaf of a particular cooked item, kizayis means ma'aser. A kizayis of a supposed to, let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, you have, let's take an example. You have, I don't know,
well, that is a fact. Let's start there.
So let's say you have fat. prohibited fat, right? Right, or chaylev, I guess you call it. Right? That gets mixed in with porridge. I know the ingredients do not sound appetizing at all. Right, but you're hungry, right? You're a bacher, right? So what happens? So you have the prohibited item of the chaylev that gets mixed in with porridge. So now the chaylev itself, the fat itself, is actually extant in existence, and it's mixed with the porridge. If over the course of eating the volume of a half a loaf of the porridge, you would end up consuming a kizayis of chaylev. So that is a halacha l'moshe misinai, but ultimately again you get malchus for that. You get malchus for that. Rashi says, "Lo gilalav afapi she'ein kizayis shal iser ne'achal b'basachis." Even though first the Kiddush over here is that you're not consuming a kizayis of a prohibited item at once. Even during Shabbat Achilaso, the Okla Achigam lo elik achilas bas, mitztaretes achilaso beloke. So we'll say the Kiddush over here is as follows. In general, we assume that in order to be chayiv for prohibited consumption, you have to eat a kizayis of prohibited item. The Kiddush over here is, if you eat a kizayis, even if the kizayis spans over an amount of time, as long as it is not longer than what we call achilas pras. So if you eat a kizayis of prohibited item over a span of kidei achilas pras, the time that it takes to eat a half a loaf, ultimately that act of prohibited eating condenses, consolidates, forms a shear of isser, and you are prohibited. And we'll say, and by the way, this is not just an example of this. Let's say a person has a kizayis of chaz. Right? So normally again you say when you're chayiv eating kizayis chazer, you put a kizayis chazer in your mouth, you're chayiv. What happens if you eat a kizayis chazer over a prolonged amount of time? Are you liable for that? Now certainly, I want to go on record, not good, right? Not good, and don't do it. The shaila is there liability? Would you get malchus for that? So what's the answer? It depends how long the span of time was. If the span of time is what we call kidei achilas pras, the amount of time that it takes to go ahead and eat a half a loaf, then ultimately the act of eating is considered to be one cohesive act of eating, and you are liable. If the act of eating goes on for longer, then the independent acts of eating do not connect with each other, and there is no shear of prohibition. So most this is a big thing. So by the way, what is the shear of kidei achilas pras? What's the shear?
When I say Jewish, I mean Holocaust. That's what I can quote.
It's anywhere essentially from 3 minutes to 9 minutes. Right? So again, for example, if you were to eat the kizayis of chazer, let's say again, within 6 minutes, even though again you're taking your time with that kizayis of chazer, right? Halacha l'maisa, that is considered to be one act of achila, and there's liability. But for example, if you were to eat a kizayis of chazer over 20 minutes, everyone would agree it's obviously usher. You're not allowed to do it, but you would not get malchus for that. Because why? What's the logic behind that? Because since you're spanning it over such a long amount of time, that act of eating does not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so kosher time Russia, so zero kidas b'achilas pras. We'll say I'm a base. Kamo v'lo mamasho. Also, may lokinam. Interestingly enough, what happens if you have a mixture? And what happens? All you have is flavor, but you have no actual substance of this. Now, what's that piece? So let's say, for example, you have a piece of chaylev. Chaylev is forbidden fat. So your chaylev falls into your chicken soup. So what's going to happen when the chaylev falls into your kosher chicken? So what's going to happen? It dissolves. So now what you could have is time with that flavor. But there is actual no substance. What's the halacha? Asr, that is asr. They look in Allah. Ultimately, again, you don't get malchus for that. Then riba tam mifgam mutter. But ultimately, it's very interesting. Now, in riba tam mifgam. Now, if halacha l'maisa again, the additional infusion, for example, let's say the chaylev or something else, it is a negative taste infusion. ultimately, again, it is mutter. It is mutter. Rashi says, "Hariba kula masha she'afa bish nifka machmas tava acher." In all, this is in Rabbi says Abagam mutter. It's interesting enough. Rabbi said the Rosh is very interesting. But if let's say again the prohibited item falls in, and the prohibited item provides a negative taste infusion to the mixture, then ultimately the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. First, 1 second. The lema in nosan tam of mutter. Why do you say in riba? In riba means if it adds a negative taste infusion. Why don't you just say if it provides negative taste infusion, then the resulting mixture is mutter? So we'll say, watch this. Hakamash malon. The afagab the ika mila achrenaisa the padma bahadei, because it teaches us that even if the resulting negative flavor is the result of other factors. Now, when can resulting negative flavor? When can resulting negative flavor be the result of other factors? When no seasoning, no additives. That's still called no saying gam with gam. The nukasa. This is ridiculously exciting. Thanks so much for saying, watch this. What does that show? Hello, follow the second version of Reish Lakish. What's the second version of Reish Lakish? The when you have a mixture, how do you judge? Is it no say calm with down or not? Is it a negative taste infusion, not a negative taste infusion? What is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So, at the end of the day, does this mixture taste good or taste bad? If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is why? Why? No one put in the seasoning. No one put in the seasoning. So Lamaisa again, but you would say this, if I want to take that seasoning and it's linked with the primary ingredients, it doesn't make a difference. We judge the mixture based on what it is right in front of us now. And if at the end of the day the resulting mixture is not objectively good, then ultimately again, it's mutter. Even if the reason it's not good is because you don't have the seasoning in it, that is still called no same kam with gam, like the second version of Reish Lakish. And we'll say, and that it's a fascinating yisod, because essentially, which also makes a lot of sense. What the halacha is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do we judge it? How do we judge it? What's in front of you right now? We can't start with cheshbonos. Well, if it did have enough salt, it would be good. If it had a little less pepper, it would be good. No. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is, and ultimately, again, judge it based on what it is now. Both sides, and there's a tremendous musahaska on this. In life, you have to operate with the circumstances you have in front of you. Right? They will say, how often do we go through life and we think to ourselves, oh, if only my life was like this, right? If only I had more money, less money. I guess no one says less money, right? More stuff, less stuff. I had better health. I had this. I had a better shalom bias. I had better, right? I had all the things were better. How much more I would accomplish? Both say you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. But it doesn't matter. That's not how life works. At the end of the day, the way life works is take the circumstances you have in front of you and go with it. How does halacha look at the mixture? Don't tell me more salt, less salt, more additives. What is it right now? Take the mixture you got and decide. Is it no tam of gam? Is it no tam of shivah? In life, take the mixture you got. Take the life you got. Take the circumstances you have. Don't spend your time wondering what if or what could have or what should have. Take the mixture you have and ultimately maximize it. Take the life mixture you have and utilize it to accomplish great things. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Good. I'm not kind of. From all of them we could learn. No saying time of kamota. And we'll say Kana says, here's the good news. Bottom line, right? Is it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle that no sin kam of kam is mutter. Right? That whenever you have a prohibited item that gets mixed in with a permitted item, the resulting mixture ultimately again is going to, and again, the taste infusion is detrimental. The detrimental taste infusion, everyone agrees that the resulting mixture is mutter. So Bishalom Nikul L'chaye. So interestingly enough, Abaye says you're right. He's right. From all the positions we've seen right now, just interestingly enough, Elad Reish Lakish Amru Ka'amar. Let's say, if you notice, by the way, when Rish Lakish quotes this, Rish Lakish is Amru. They said, which means, interestingly enough, the Leilo Sirale. Rish Lakish is not espousing his own opinion, rather Rish Lakish is quoting the opinion of others. Now that's interesting. Why is that interesting? Mechlal de'ika leman damer nosin tam lifgam aser. Excuse me. Mechlal de'ika leman damer nosin lifgam iser. To which the Gemara says. So what makes it sound like is that maybe there is an opinion that holds that nosin tam lifgam is aser. Right? Up until now, we've been operating with the principle that everyone agrees no Tam Lifgam is mutter. That whenever ultimately, again, the taste infusion has a negative effect, the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. The fact that Rish espousing the opinion of others,
boy, they got the job done.
That's not his opinion. That means is it an opinion that holds no Tam Lifgam?
Yes, sir. Who's going to win, Seattle or New England?
You have a mixture. And the resulting taste confusion is detrimental.
That's who you want to win?
The mixture is still going to be usher to yours is in. Yeah.
Okey doke, big dog.
Amazing enough, there is an opinion like that.
2 weeks, we got the Super Bowl party. You and me.
Rabbi Meir. Wow. Rabbi Meir says, when you have a mixture of a prohibited item, whether the prohibited item is a positive taste infusion or a negative taste infusion, the resulting mixture is usher. Wow, that's right, Meir. Sure, Shimon says no.
NBC.
Usher or lifgam mutter. Shimon says, if it's beneficial, it's usher.
What's going on?
But if the resulting taste infusion is detrimental, then ultimately, again, it is going to be mutter. Okay,
yeah.
So let's analyze it. We'll say, what's the shot? Where does Rabbi Meir get this from?
It's frozen?
So we'll say, so first of all, this is mind-blowing, right? Because this
Are you sure?
Totally I don't know, I feel like my life has just been turned upside down.
Okay.
Right? Because my whole life,
I'll be
in
fresh
the last 40 minutes, right? My whole life, last 40 minutes, I always assume that everyone agrees no same tam lifgam is mutter. That if it is a negative taste infusion, I'm going to stop translating because you understand what it means. If it's a negative taste infusion, no same tam lifgam, that it's always going to be mutter. Now, suddenly again, I found Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds so no same tam lifgam, ultimately again is going to be usher. Right? So according to Rabbi Meir, really anytime.
What about now, big dog?
Of something prohibited into something.
There you go, big man.
The resulting
Thank you.
mixture is going to be usher. It's going to be usher. Whether it's positive taste, negative taste, it's going to be usher. It's not even usher. Rabbi Meir, where do you get that from?
Yes, sir.
Like Rabbi Meir. This is very interesting. Gamar migiule obdei kochavim. So this is very interesting. That remember, all of the laws of kashrus, or essentially like the laws of like taste infusions, are learned out from the episode of Midyan. Right? Because remember, again, Klal Yisrael goes to war with Midyan, is right, and what happens? They take all of the possessions of Midyan, including like the pots. So that's where the Torah gives us the laws of Hechsher Kelim. That when the Jews got the pots of Midyan, they had to kasher the pots. Now, why do you have to kasher the pots? Why is that necessary? And the answer is why? Because there's taste infusion, right? Because again, there's blios, there's absorptions. So ultimately, again, all of the laws of kashrus, as we know it, and all the laws of kasherim, right, are learned out ultimately again from Midya. So this is very interesting. So Meir says like this: So this is very interesting. Now, when the Jews got the pots from Midya, they had absorptions. What was the status of those absorptions? What was the status of those absorptions? There were no stam of gam. In other words, there wasn't any positive absorptions over there. In other words, that anything that was, in other words, what was the concern? The concern is a Jew is going to take the pot to Midyan. He's going to make his chalat. What's going to happen? Right? The Midianite made his chazer in there. So what? He's untrapped, right? He's taking out the blios, the absorptions. There's nothing in there that's going to be beneficial to the food. It's going to be detrimental. Yet you see that the Torah still went ahead and prohibited it. From here you see that even no same tam lifgam is going to be asur. How can I be loshna v'idach? So that's a Meir. What do Rabbi Shimon say about this? V'idach k'dafum redachiyah. Don't redachiyah. Lo asur Torah ella k'deira bas yoma the lo lifgam. So I'll say, interestingly enough, no, you're right. Gemara says, so Rabbi Shimon will say to this, when Moshe Rabbeinu commanded the Jews to go ahead and kasher the pots from the Midianites. What were they concerned about? Pots which were used within the last 24 hours. So Rabbi said the halacha is like this. The general assumption is when you use a pot and you cook in it, there are absorptions in the pot. Those absorptions only remain active or I should say only remain active and beneficial for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the assumption is the absorptions are there, but they're dormant and detrimental. So therefore, interesting enough, Rabbi Shimon would say, no, Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned that again, there were pots that were used by the Midianites in the last 24 hours, and therefore, again, there were active absorptions. So therefore, it would have been what? It would have been no same tam, the shvach, would have been beneficial. The Gemara says, the Ida, then they would respond to that, good. The Ida, Kedera Bas Yomenami, Afshad Lo Pagma Porta. So ultimately, again, so the mayor would respond to that. He said again, even in a Kedera Bas Yoma, right? Even in a pot that we use in the last 24 hours, by definition, the absorptions are never fully beneficial. By definition, absorptions in general, the way they operate, ultimately, again, is that they are always detrimental in some way. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out this idea. There's a lot to unpack here. This idea about a pot having absorptions, right? But the absorptions only being really active for 24 hours is incredibly important. I'll give you a good example of this. Right? If let's say you have a fleishik pot, and you cooked pasta in that pot, and now you want to go ahead and put cheese on that pasta. Again, you made regular pasta in a fleishik pot. No fleishiks in the pot. And you put cheese on that pasta. What's the halacha? Right? So ideally you shouldn't, right? In other words, if you want to make pasta, you can make pasta in a milky pot or in a parrot pot. But let's say you made a mistake, or better yet, you put the cheese on the pasta, right? You did it already, right? So are you allowed to eat, right? Are you allowed to eat the pasta with the cheese? So what's the answer? So again, it depends. Was the pot used within the last 24 hours for fleishiks or not? If it was used in the last 24 hours, you shouldn't eat it. There are opinions that really shouldn't eat it. But if, for argument's sake, the pot was not used in the last 24 hours, that means although there were fleishik blias, there were meat absorptions, after 24 hours, they're dormant. Because they're dormant, therefore, halacha l'maisa, technically speaking, it doesn't have an impact on the pasta. So again, I just want to point out that these halachas are really relevant. Again, one should avoid that situation altogether, but if you did it ex post facto, it would be mutter. So Rabbi say, interesting, fine. So that's my focus over here. Rabbi Shimon my tama. So Rabbi say, it turns out over here, and this is really life altering. It turns out over here that halacha l'maisa machlokes Rabbi Shimon. The Meir says that ultimately, again, no same tam lefkam is going to be aser. No same tam is going to be aser. Where does he get that no same tam lefkam is aser? Where does he get that from? Gilei midyan. That the fact that ultimately, again, the Jews had to go ahead and kasher the utensils from midyan, even though, again, what were the midyan utensils? They had dormant or even detrimental absorptions. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, again, they were still there, and yet you see the Torah still cares about it. Rabbi Shimon, no. Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned about the pots that were used in the last 24 hours. I have Rabbi Shimon, my time. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? I'm going back. Rabbi Shimon holds that no saying tam lefkam is going to be mutter. What's his logic? My time, but the sanya lo sofu kol nevela leger asher b'sharecha. So we'll say the pasuk says you're not allowed to eat nevela. What's a nevela? Nevela is any animal which dies without shechita. So what do you do with an nevela? So what do you do with it? Give it to your Gentile neighbor. In other words, remember, you can't eat an nevela, but what can you do? You can get hana from it. That's not a problem. You can get benefit from it. That's no problem. So give it to your Gentile neighbor. The Gemara says, listen to this. This is fascinating. Kol haru'uyi leger kruya nevela. When anything that is fit for consumption by a Gentile is called nevela. Top of Sanaches 68a. She'ein ru'uyi leger ein kruya nevela. Very interesting. Whatever is not fit for a ger is not called nevela. Shavuot says it's very interesting because now what Rabbi Shimon is coming up with is almost like a categorical definition. A nevela, by definition, is something that is fit for consumption. If it's not fit for consumption, then it's not nevela. And we'll say if it's not nevela, then what?
What up, Zoo?
Ultimately, it's not.
Zoo!
So Rabbi Shimon will say like this. What do you mean by this?
How are you? Can you hear me?
Therefore, If you have
Just one
a
moment.
mixture and there's no same
Just
kind
one
of
moment.
fat, which means it's not really fit for consumption. If it's not fit for consumption, then what? Then it's mutter. Only an avela, which is fit for consumption, is also. If it's not fit for consumption, it's not kol avela. If it's not kol avela, then technically speaking,
Zook,
it's
can you
mutter.
hear me?
Therefore, Reb Shimon says, no seitan with God. Anytime there's a detrimental taste confusion, ultimately it's going to be
Was it
mutter.
good?
Rabbi Meir will say no. The mayor says no, not true. Not true. The mayor says that comes
Was
to
there
go
a lot of
excuse
ping pong in it?
something that is already discussed in front of the beginning. For example, Rashi said over here, let's say you have an animal that is muka shchin. Right? Rashi says over there, like I don't know, like a
Tell me
sick
everything.
animal.
I'm never gonna watch.
Animal.
Wait, let me ask. Is there a lot of ping? Is there a lot of ping pong or no?
Like sick, right? Covered with muka shchin, covered boils, like you wouldn't touch it. So ultimately,
Yeah, nobody's gonna watch. Okay, go ahead.
Of animal by definition is not called the veil. But again, Reb Shimon says an animal like that that's covered in boils, when it's alive, you wouldn't touch it. Ultimately, again, does not need to be excluded. Why? Because that's considered to be just like dessert. That's considered to be like us, and therefore does not need the exclusionary cost. Say if I wasn't stop over here for today. But just understand what we end up with. It's really dramatic. So again, we'll have to see how we pass it. But now we end up saying we just got here tremendous focus down. So ultimately, again, we have the mayor saying that even no same time is going to be also. He bases it on the biblical source of ultimately what they call Gilul Midah. That the kasher, the utensils, even though the absorption themselves were detrimental, that we shouldn't say no same time is going to be
and then he goes to Japan, he wins the table tennis or ping pong, and then he goes back home to America and he's there for a childbirth.
Sounds like a shitty movie.
All right, we'll say good morning. A great physical spark to be able to learn with all of you.
No. It just doesn't sound very interesting. How hot are the chicks in it?
We're dedicating all the Shimon Joshua's this year as a source for the source of the snow.
Okay. So here's my question to you. Are you ready to lose?
Learning sponsors, Dr. Ed.
No, I wish they did. I'd be playing it all the time. Are you ready to lose? I don't think so because the timing has to be like perfect. Let's see. Do you like table tennis that much?
Our holy soldiers to be successful.
I mean, I guess it's called like on a computer, like Pong. Play Pong against people.
Today's daf is Sunday, 65. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem right at the bottom of Samachal, day 64. The literally last line of the
What'd you say?
5 words from the end of
I think that it has to be like there's too much of a delay with the internet that it would cause too many issues.
Rashi points out over here, Avidarno is Shem Obekochan. He was an idolater. He sent him a gift.
Dude, everybody likes Pong. It's like the most famous game in the world.
This is Avodah Zarah 101, right? This is literally, again,
I found it.
That you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift,
All right,
not business, not really do anything with an akum on their Yom Tiv, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol.
Go to Ultra Ping Pong.
This guy Abigarna, this akum, on his holiday. Amar, so he said it's not a problem. Yedana paid the low palachla on this one.
Ultra Ping Pong.
In other words, he's not Jewish.
It's called Ultra Ping Pong.
Because it's not
It's an app.
Sent him
It's an app.
on his idolatrous.
Yeah.
harkening back to yesterday's
What up,
daf,
baby?
you saw you're going to bring them focus about what the definition of the Ger Tosha. Ultimately, you're going to be Meir said that
No one gives a shit about that story anymore. If you win on Friday, then maybe.
In front of the Beis Din. So again, what Rabbi Yosef is raising is this guy.
Dude, did you download the app yet?
He didn't do this. So how can you make sure that he's not an apple? Which the says he kind of has
No, it's not.
That's
it's called
that's making someone an official game.
Ultra Ping Pong. But I have to play with Miss Aquarius right now, so you're more than welcome to play bowling with us. Miss Aquarius, how's everything?
So when is someone considered to be categorical Ger Tosha? The community is obligated to the community is obligated to keep them stock and take care of this kind of need. That's someone.
Yes, he will. Do you want an invitation, Miss? Do you want an invitation, Miss Aquarius? Absolutely, Zoot, do you want an invitation? Yes or no? Go.
They don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, we do the same thing.
Okay,
go ahead and worship.
We'll get it. Don't worry, Zoot.
Interesting. And
that may be Zoot. You're on an Android. Zoot, you're on an Android device. Okay, but you're not on an iOS device, right?
He's considered to be a min. He's considered to be an apikoros. In other words, essentially,
okay, then that's why they don't have it.
As if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatically to conversion. Like that's not.
Oh, look at Miss Aquarius, just perfect.
Righteous gentleman.
All right, get that one.
Who says if there's a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Which says, hold up.
No, not at all.
We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Toshav, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise with
Artificial intelligence.
Here, he's not doing it. And if he's not doing it, the chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous ways. So we'll say, so really, first of all, just a really profound hospital. If you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time.
Oh,
right? I say I'm going to do something.
Almost. Really good. Yeah, that was not good, Zoot. It was not good.
Bottom line, if it doesn't get
all right,
done,
Miss Aquarius is going to show us how it's done.
The proper will was there. When we
That's all right. That's absolutely correct. Look at this.
So if the Ger Toshav says, I'm going to convert, he doesn't come through within 12 months, again, leaving out circumstances beyond his control.
All right, dude, I'm going to get. No, you don't get triple points. Give me this.
So therefore, I will say, Allah for the money, so what you see over here is that Rabbi Yehuda was able to send this Avidah.
All right, dude, focus. That wasn't that bad.
Not practicing idolatry. You've given up idolatry. Okay, next story. So
Is that two?
Gave a gift to this guy. Bar is also
We played this game multiple times a day.
And he did it. He sent this to them on the young.
Oh wow, that was beautiful. It curved delightfully.
So Rabbi said, I know about Shisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. It's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on us. I'm not going to be incredible. So that seems to be the same as the listen to.
All right, do whatever makes you happy, big dog.
Right.
Oh no.
Rabbi went to pay a visit to Barshisha. What did he find? He found him.
Dude, that's how bowling goes, big dog.
Rose petals with unclothed harlots standing. I'm still like so behind.
Well, that was really good.
He sees all of this stuff. And the Shishach says to him, going into the Gavna.
I still have to go. Oh, Miss Aquarius, big time.
Do you have anything like this? And again,
she could right now.
Rose petals surrounded by unclothed harlots. All physical pleasure that one could.
Oh yeah, you're done, dude. No doubt about that.
Like this, he says to Rabbi, what we have is even better than what we have. What does this mean? Amalei,
Stay behind me, Hava. So Barshisha said, come on. Nothing gets better than this. What could be better?
The chances
than
are not
coming
looking
up to
good
the neck
for
and
this.
rose petals, unclothed harlots
Especially
all
after
around.
that shot.
What pleasure could possibly
You would need
surpass
to
this?
get all of these. Now you can't.
As much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king.
Not if she even just hits anything basically here.
Nope,
Nope,
do
you
not
cannot.
have fear of the king. Now, we'll
She
say
got
that
you,
this is
Zoot.
very
Her
interesting.
points are going to double.
This is very interesting. So, what does this mean?
Now,
So
the question is, can
I'm
she
not
get
saying
me?
Barshisha is. In this world,
Yeah,
every person is in fear of something. I say, Barshisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear of the king. We choose them for in the world to come. We don't have
That's
to
correct,
fear
Zoot.
anyone. We don't have to fear anyone. But I think that's also that's I think Pashab Shah. But I think on a deeper level, I think what Rabbi is also highlighting is that in all maybe there's not
No, I won't get
Yiras
that
Hashem.
many.
There's only Avas Hashem.
80.
You know, in this
All right,
world,
Zoot.
there's a concept of fear or a concept
But
of
Zoot, you still
reverence.
won. So did
some
Miss
people
Aquarius.
revere and
You
fear
all
other
win.
people.
I win.
Some people revere
All right,
and
here we
fear
go.
other people.
Zoot, I'm sending you an invitation.
Yira is an
Of
emotion
course, Miss
that
Aquarius, I'm
is
sending you
very
an
much
invitation.
intertwined
Let's
with
get it.
ambiguity. In other words, I fear things that I don't
Zoot's
fully
in.
understand. And I even revere things, right?
Miss
When something is
Aquarius.
just beyond my comprehension,
She's
there's
in.
reverence. What's
Zoot,
the beauty of
focus.
The beauty of Olam Haba
That's
is that
good.
there's clarity.
That's
The beauty
really
of the world
good.
to come is that
Now focus
there's
on getting the
explicit clarity.
spare.
There's no ambiguity. Everything makes sense. Everything is understood. So perhaps in Olam Haba, in the world to come, there's no Yiras Hashem in Avas Hashem. There's only love. There's only love in Olam Haba. Love between the neshamas and there's love between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yira is a function of this. But Ava, ultimately, again, it's Barshisha.
Got it.
These pleasures that you
A
have,
beautiful
the things
spare
that you fear,
for Miss
the things
Aquarius.
that you fear. In our world to control, in our Olam Haba,
Give me this.
there's no Yira. There's
That's
only
what I'm
Ava.
talking about.
He says, listen to this. I'm like,
I didn't win.
My aim to them, so you said, Barshisha's, come on. I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king? So as they're talking,
Dude, you need to like move just like slightly to the right. And there you go. Perfect. Nice spare, Zoot.
From the king comes into Barshisha. It says Barshisha, the king wants you.
Unfortunately,
So Barshisha's got to leave his rose petals and
No,
garlands.
you actually have the lead on both of us.
Go and see the king.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, that was beautiful. That curved nicely. Now, Miss Aquarius has a tough split here.
So obviously, Barshisha was incredibly impressed by Rabbi. Incredibly impressed by Rabbi. Because literally, Rabbi almost like delivered a prophetic message.
No strikes, son.
Barshisha said,
I have a split.
I literally, again, the eye which wants to see evil befall you, referring to Rabbi. In other words, so the eye that wants to see evil before Rabbi,
Dude, what do you think of that shot?
Should burst. Rabbi, Omeid.
Oh, so that was your chance to double your points. That was your chance to double your points, big man.
Barshisha's eye popped out, or exploded, popped out of its side. So it was like,
all right.
So what is this? What is this? Barshisha came up with having such a nice conversation. They seem to be friends. They seem to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? Perhaps on a deeper level, Barshisha represented, right?
It only counts for your first throw. Spare. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
All about the consumption of pleasure. All about the experience of pleasure, right?
Miss Aquarius, did you watch any Garfield?
Represent again just all the vices, all the desires, and all the lusts that one could see indulge in this world.
Yes, ma'am.
See, he says to nothing gets better than this. Another says,
yeah, Zoot, we're waiting.
That's better than this. And he goes on to explain.
Let's see you get a spare here.
And I think deep down, Barshisha is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rafa. Why do I hate you, Rafa? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Barshisha harbors this resentment towards Rafa. We can't both be right. Can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong.
And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? Therefore, perhaps Barshisha.
Yeah, I see your stupid devil face.
Sense of resentment and hostility towards Rabbi, so that he was the eye.
Demon face?
Disparagingly.
No, it's not annoying. What is annoying is the fact that you're not going. That's what's annoying. Zoot, what's annoying is that you're not going.
What it is that's happening.
Zoot.
Listen, it's just a profound misunderstanding that often sometimes we have.
All right, well, get this.
Which is, we see something.
Dude, that was absolutely terrible.
Or we see someone living a certain way. And I know deep down,
One.
Just is. It's at odds.
Oh, perfect.
It's at odds.
Oh, so you're.
But I'm not ready to change.
So you're.
I'm not ready to change. So often, what ends up happening?
Your game needs to work. This Aquarius
down,
got
not really
2.
Because I think you're on the just the opposite. I think you're so right.
Rabbi,
You're so right. And I'm so
that boss and
and if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me?
My man Zoot.
And lifestyle, what does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice.
Nuh-uh. Excellent job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
People don't agree with them. And people don't fall in line with them. Like,
alrighty. Sweet. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Good night. Zoot, I'm going to send you a golf invitation. You ready?
With who they are, what they are, and how they are living. They feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them. And feel the need, ultimately, again, to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people.
No, dog, you took too long.
Insecure people ultimately, again, get along with almost no one. Deep down, Barshisha had this tremendous insecurity. He might not even been consciously aware of it. But ultimately, again, when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize how to boomerang back on himself. Incredible. Rabbi. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, Rava should have answered Barshisha from the following pasuk, quoting over from the pasuk in Tehillim. It's interesting, the Gemara's understanding over here that literally, again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to Olam Haba. Now the contrast is Barshisha is surrounding himself with harlots, right? But at the end of the day, in Olam Haba, we're surrounded by grandeur, we're surrounded by royalty. Obviously, it's not literal because Olam Haba is not physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, whatever we can have in the world to come is on so much of a higher level. Said, no, Rabbi should have answered Barshisha from the following pasuk. He should have said, Ayin Laras Elohim Zulasecha, Yasem Lechakel. So we'll say this is quite beautiful. We actually quoted this Gemara a number of times in the Sefton Sanhedrin. The Gemara was talking about the profundity of Olam Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Mechakeh for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the incredible work. And I will say another just beautiful and true. So again, obviously this pasuk. So they're saying, Rabbi, why do you say it's Barshisha? You think you have it great over here with your Rothschilds and harlots? Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it, and we can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately wait for him. The profundity of this ultimately is bracha comes for those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say it's interesting. I often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself. Because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes ahead and pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content where I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to be more. It's good to be impatient with yourself, but you have to be patient with the Ribbon Shalom. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you learn to wait, you learn to be patient, and sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear: if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful bracha in life. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. It says, supposed to get back to the Mishnah. Remember, the Mishnah made the following distinction. Distinction between if, let's say, the Akum hires you to move Yayin Nesach, so Allah for those wages are us. But if the Akum hires me to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, I ask him to arrange, to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. Okay, so now to give our questions. Here's what's interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking you to do this. Now listen, it's interesting. Now we're assuming that we're dealing with a day labor. So a day laborer, his work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking to move some Yayin Nesach barrels. Okay. So it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah, it makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this over the course of the work day, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. The Gemara says that true or many. You're supposed to get this brisa. If an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the work day is over, the means towards the evening, the work day is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yayin Nesach, the wage is mutter. Right? Why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted day's labor. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of in Kuliyom alone. Now the reason this works is because I'm being asked to do this after my work day is over, and after effectively I earn my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, that it would be Osir. So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. That the Mishnah's case ultimately again is where the Akum is asking me to move the Yayin Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor, and then at the end of the day now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava says no, lo kashya. Hadda Amrli ha'avir li mea chavios mea prutos. Hadda Amrli ha'avir li chavis b'pruto. So we'll say this is very interesting. Rava says here's the distinction. If the Akum asks me to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 prutos, that means I'm getting paid per barrel. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of Yayin. That wage has to be discovered. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately again, he tells me ultimately again, I'm sorry, if it's Havili Mea Chavios Mea Prutos, then ultimately, let me say it differently. If one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 prutos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a pruta. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha l'maisa again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting a pruta per barrel. Then halacha l'maisa I can't keep the wages ultimately again from the Yayin Nesach. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, then halacha l'maisa those wages ultimately again become. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, lo kashya. Masnisin diktani mutter. You're going harali chavis bepruta. The name says chavis shayayin nesach benein. Shadi pruta naro. Inami lo shaka miyad. Avi kvam inach mishtu. Da lo shayef star. Uchavis padi inach chadi kin agra ba'anti nafshe. So again, if he tells me move each barrel for a pruta, then good. And halacha l'maisa I keep the pruta that I get from the barrels, and I cast away the pruta that I get for the Yayin Nesach barrel. The Bryce said the Chilo Amarle to say Erev Havik Hos Faro As Gom the Amarle Haver Kuf Chavios Bukuf Putos. The Kol Kamagula Vril Kulu Lo Yavle Midi. If he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 putos, then what that means is I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of Yayin Nesach by definition is tied up with the rest of the Malacha, and then the Scar ultimately again is going to be awesome. Very interesting. Okay, to which the Gemara says as follows. Vatanya, we learned, so was it Gemara now puts the price of this first one line. Right? If an Akum hires me and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 putos, And in case Chavis Yain Shal Nesach Beinehen, and ultimately again it turns out that one of the barrels is Yain Nesach, Scharo Asr. The wages are Asr. Wages are Asr since again in this case I'm only getting paid 100 rubles after I move the 100 barrels, and included in that ultimately is Yain Nesach. Therefore, I love for myself the wages Asr. Chavis Bekuta. But again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you 1 pruta per chavis. The name says chavis yayin nesach b'nein, and it turns out that one of the barrels is yayin nesach, whereas I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, again, schara mutter. The rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. So soon again, so we're going to see the Mishnah then said it. Let's say again, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if he transports Yain Nesach, the wage is Hasul. Gemara says Hasul Lam. I don't think it's the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do work? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yain Nesach, the wage is going to be also. If the work doesn't involve Yain Nesach, or Yain Nesach simply, is an afterthought, then halach l'maiseh mutter. So in both cases, Simar says Hasul Lam. Hainu Reisha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately, again, I'll tell you why I need it. Safra Leishevalaha. So ultimately, again, I need the second Seifa case of Seifa. Watch this. Safra Leishevalaha. So if, let's say, again, an Akum hired my donkey, he's hired me, I'm a donkey driver, hired me to transport him. He was going to sit on the donkey to get from point A to point B. And then what happens? Now, let's say, again, the Akum is carrying from a flask of Yain. Put his flask on the donkey, still the rental wage is still permitted. Umar says, okay. So you're telling me then, why is that? Because an Akum doesn't really have the right to bring his flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, if we bring the flask, the rest of the wage is mutter. Like, what's the why is it mutter? Or meaning, whereas the kasha, the sochas is very interesting. These are the halachas of donkey rentals. Sofer Sachamer, Socher Maniach Ale Kisusom, Uliginoso, Umizonoso Shot. So what happens was this in this case. If someone rents a donkey, ultimately again, the renter is permitted to go out and put his clothing, Suso, Liginoso, his flask, Mizonoso Shot, and the food that he needs for the journey. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. You can't be able to trust any more of the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on his donkey barley, right, straw, and ultimately, again, the food that he needs for that day. More than that, the renter, interesting, the renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so I compromise my trip. Rabbi, so what do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So what's the pshat? So again, you're right. The renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. Watch this. If he didn't bring a flask, right? So if he didn't bring a flask, so does the renter then say to the owner, you know what, I didn't bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of my rental amount. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, the outcome rents my donkey on the donkey driver, and he puts his flask in Yain Nesach on there. That's inconsequential. These are the rest of the rental, and your rental fee is free. So the Gemara just go back and ask on this right. Everybody, what's the case? Ultimately, again, I will say now, the Bryce said the renter is permitted to put all the food he needs for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food not available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to put all this? The donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, for the first leg of the trip, and we'll get more food on the way. There's no food ready. No self-and no that. then the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on the just what he needs for that day. And Papa, the Shech, the Mitra, or the Mizgan, they own a law. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tear fire. It's what to do. Somewhere, the dark of the Mitra, the Mizgan, so far, a lot of dark in the Mizgan, but dark driver. That's part of his job. Like to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulties, getting food and getting provisions and everything. Renter, that's not the expectation of the renter. Therefore, the renter is permitted to take all the food he needs for the entire journey, put it on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey where food is ready. The father of Rav, the son of Rabbi. Supposed to actually but the father of Rav, the son of Ravika, is Ravika. Okay? So Ravika, on the days, this is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for people. What is this? Look at Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Ravika was a wine seller. He was selling, again, this is his wine. So he's selling wine to the apple. The guy from Mokhe Chavios or anything, Gamma Chavios, Mokhim. So normally, again, when you sell wine, you can also sell the barrels of wine with wine. Okay, I'm reading that. Mafkid, Ika Goti, Mishaki, so Kat Mokho, the Panos, Mistake, Bahen, Mivad, Mashu, Mistake, Ika, Hava Shafet, Ruvumi, Ruti, Shabbat, Fumino, Yai, Hiziki, Bigo. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Ravika, the rich, he has three. He would give it out. So what he would do is he would go and take his wine, part from his barrels into the apple's wine skin. Okay. So the Gemara have a shovel of Kamala on the oven. Va'azal ma'avelu ma'avra. V'yoyev le'gulfei ve'igla. So ultimately, again, based on the way we're reading it now, is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it. Poured into their wineskins, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, I'm going to Rabbi. So the king told the Rabbi about this practice. What's the problem? Rabbi said, now the pashtus, the problem is, remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the apple, it becomes standing on Yayin Nesaf. So you're bothered by this because isn't ultimately again he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of Yayin Nesaf. It's got to go across the river as well. So Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Ika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must ultimately again, one second. Still, even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, you're right. But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins. Then he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins. Like, it must be bad that. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately again, the condition ultimately again was that Halach Lamaseh, if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility. Or they brought back up the chances as well. This thing, for some reason, for him to broach, he'd have a backup. So, come out of the room, our piece. 1 second, we're going to run out because that's just part of the ones transporting across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the transportation?
We were told that
he arranged transportation for them before the actual wine. Okay, so the prearranged transportation was done already beforehand. Therefore, he's not doing anything after the Yayin Nesaf. He not to Nikit the kitchen, or he gave them probably again ropes with like nuts and bolts. We'll see these ropes in the middle to take these guys. People like 25 years ago. Made the arrangements beforehand for transportation. In other words, how did he work out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins? It's a little problem. But essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which I guess symbolized maybe a paid wage, a paid fare, and therefore they were able to get on the boat just with that. Ravika did not have to be involved with that. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. So, good. All right, there's more. A lot of good Rashis on it. Also, says in the Yain Nesach Shnafa al Gabi Avanim. Al Gabi Anav, sorry, Al Gabi Avim. Yadi. So that's the interesting piece. What happens is Yain Nesach spills on grapes. It goes on grapes. So what's that? Well, your can just wash them off. The
I don't need a
grapes
nap.
on
I'm good.
then
It's
honey
just
will
this
cause
couch, dude. I'm telling you, it sucks you in.
cracks. So we have to be vigilant in some of the wine got into the crevices. Ultimately, again, it's going to be us. Enough of agave to the So ultimately, the Yainessa fell on figs or on roots. Yeshwan benosin kam possible. If the wine infuses figs into the dates or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be us.
Chat, should I text?
Okay. Gemara says, the mice said the vitus comes one can have the vitus comes in. Shady grogos is there's even grogos. Now Rashi put that where grogos are dry dates, dry figs. Dry figs. And what happened? In the Shabbat Chavis Shoyayin, it's on the boat, there was a barrel of yayin. It's a barrel broke. With enough of agave and a quart on this dry figs. Shalom Chachamim, yes, Chachamim, Vetira. Chachamim said that the figs are this is the rule. Anytime the Yainessa chooses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the Yainessa do not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be more. What's an example of where something that falls onto something that doesn't infuse taste? Keep going. Chometz shnafa agave grease. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any kind of taste. Okay, which Gemara says. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Baitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha right before it, right? Again, right? The Mishnah says that if one fell on Tahini or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, if it gives flavor, it's mustard. If it doesn't give flavor, it's mustard. Then it says the story of Baitus ben Zonin, where he had dried figs. Again, that's cracked, different things, and the Chum just ruled that the wine did not prohibit it. So what's going on here? So there's Vashi Katani, and no symptom of Count Mutter. What the Mishnah says is when you're dealing with wine that pours over figs or dates. So here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse this particular figs or dates or not? If it did, then it's awesome. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately again, it's mutter. And then the nice nami v'baitas konzim, which is sort of baitas konzim. Shanedi grogos casino in the Shtabra Chodish Shayayin. After Nafal al Gabehem was the little story that happened. The only baitas konzim was taking dried figs on a barrel of yayin that broke on or spilled over the figs. And Maisa B'fnei Chachamim did. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic there? So apparently, the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, Yayin Nessa, with the grogos, is what we call nosin tam. It infuses detrimental flavor. And therefore, what Maisa it is, who tried to teach you enough Alei Chabis in Yayin Nessa? Shagi Rabbi Lezavun La Ovikon. So what's the interesting? It was a pile of wheat, and Yayin Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, right? Yes, poured on the wheat, and Rava permitted to sell the wheat to an Akron, to a non-Jew. They can't sell to a Jew, but you can sell to a non-Jew. Okay? So the Gemara says, 1 second. Aser Rabbi Rava, so Rabbi raised the Shaila.
Captions or transcripts on my videos.
But listen to this. If you have this is very interesting. You have an article of clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was. Essentially, the barrel was shanties. So what's the halacha? What's the well? Right, in other words, you're concerned that the garment is shanties. So what's the halacha? The halacha is like this. Right, you don't know where the whole thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Ovid Kohen. Can't sell to an Ovid. Now, why can't you sell to an Ovid? She says, what are we concerned about? You're going to sell to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. Not any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for the donkey. Sitting on it will also be benefiting from shyness. I'm sorry, about also tafrika on instance. You can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds for instance. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation on mitzvahs, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shyness as well. So Gemara says, why can't you sell this garment, a lost thread of the learning from Akum? Dilma Asi Bezabun, because we're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Oh, ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing with the pile of wheat, still on it. How can you sell it to an Akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately is going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, Limitchinu, Ulumfaninu, Ulizabun, Ovikohavim, Shalom, Bifnei, Israel. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you could grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akum, not in the presence. In other words, essentially, you can sell it to an Akum as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi says, Shalom B'fnei Yisrael, because Yisrael, the Yisrael,
Why is it providing transcripts or chats of my videos?
The problem just is if there are Jews around, what's going to happen? Ruben's going to see me selling a loaf of bread to an Ruben's going to do silver's loaf, it must be kosher, without realizing the backstory. So we sell it to an Akum, ultimately again, as long as there are no other Jews. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it? Also, remember, that's Pasach. So remember, again, bread from an Akum has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. So we'll stop over here today. Shkayach, everyone. Let us spend this week. So this was the deal for all of you. Everyone, a good Shabbos and beautiful Shabbos.
That's great. I didn't even realize that until just now.
I mean, that's pre-masks. It's funny how Bill Burr, the last funny eroding through comic, was kicked out by masks.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. A great physical spark Hashem to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shulim Droshos this year as a Swiss from Soros Kavos Fa'ad Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Steve and Wendy Drazen in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig's son Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rav Nosson, is a throne of Lieutenant America, Talmud Torah, all of the Sham Sam Ali, the families in the Chamo, all those who need a refuah, Shavim, Kilo, powerful ways, so our pushing the Eretz Hashem, home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Torah, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole say, also with that, let us begin with a really, really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samachay 65, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem right at the bottom of Samachay, this 64, the literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda shadar lekorbina, top of Samachay, la'avidarna b'yom Huda. Interesting case. Rabbi Huda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. Rashi points out over here, Avidarna, B'Shem Ovikochai. He was an idolater. He sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so the Gemara says, now, obviously they'll say, this is a little bizarre, right? This is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the stuff, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an Akum on their Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Avidarna, this Akum, on his holiday. Amar, he said, it's not a problem. Yedana Beit Lo Kalaf Lav on I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's a Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an Akum. So because he's not an Akum, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift on his on this idolatrous stuff. Amar Yosef, Tanya, Izu here, Tosha, Kiba, Love, Bithnei, Gimel, Chaberim, Sholav, on the hearkening back to yesterday's daf, you saw again what's with that is about what the definition of a ger toshav is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that in order for a person to be a ger toshav, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a beis din. So again, what Rabbi Yosef is raising is this guy Avidarna, I guess they knew he didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an akum? To which the Gemara says, Kitanya haki lachiosa. No. That's different. That's making someone an official ger toshav. What does it mean to be an official ger toshav? So remember again, in halacha, in Torah, so a ger toshav is considered to be part of the community. which means that the community has an obligation to look after him, to look out for him. So when is someone considered to be a categorical ger toshav? That the community is obligated to look out for him, that the community is obligated to, keep him stuck, take care of him in this time of need. That's someone who ultimately, again, repudiated idolatry in front of a basin of three. For halacha l'maisa, someone could kind of give up their status of an akum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the legal thing, I knew this guy, Avidarno, she does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger toshav sha'avlu alav ibis ha'yisrael harehu kimin shalom legohav. Okay, so Rambam says, and Ger toshav, 12 months went by and he did not have a recent he did not convert, he's considered to be a min. He's considered to be an apikoros. In other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatically conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. A Ger Toshav is a Gentile, right? It's righteous Gentile, right? Who says that there's a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Gemara says, hold on. Hasam Kidosh keep Allah long over long. It's very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Toshav, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise within a year, he's not doing it. And if he's not doing it, the chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous ways. So listen, so really, first of all, really profound is a hospital. Yes, if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time, right? I say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all the excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are the proper nuts, the proper will was not there. When we don't make good promises we make to ourselves and promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuating circumstances, but more often than not, it's a result of that. So if the Ger Toshav says, I'm going to convert, he doesn't complete it in 12 months, again, leaving out circumstances beyond his control, chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous idolatry. Incredible. So therefore, I will say, therefore, Allah for the Maisa, what you see over here is that the ego was able to send his Abidana even on the idolatrous Yalkid, because remember, this guy Abidana was not practicing idolatry. He's given up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava Amtile Karbana Barshisha. So let's story. Rava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an akim. Now again, the Gemara says Yomiga. He sent this to them on the Yom. How can you send a gift to an akim on the Yom? And the Yedana Beit the Lord qualified all this. So Rava said, I know Barshisha. He doesn't worship idolatry. So because he doesn't worship idolatry, it's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on his. So what's incredible? So that seems to be the same as the previous story. Listen to this story. Also, Ashkefe the Yosef at Savari is Darda, the Kaimin Zomos Agumos. So listen to this. Rabbi then went to pay a visit to Barshisha. And what did he found him covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed parts standing over him. Okay, so Rabbi walks in, he sees all of this stuff, and Barshisha says to him, Amalei, this is the fruit we had Yadno, La'ama Da'asim. So Barshisha says to Rabbi, I know you used to work the time. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garments. All the physical pleasure that one can possibly want in this world. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rabbi. Rabbi says, actually, what we have is even better than what does this mean? On the way, say may hide me, Papa. So Barshisha said, come on, nothing gets better than this. What could be better than this? Coming up to making rose petals and unclothed garments all around. What pleasure could possibly surpass this? On the way, I like the things of Medusa. Because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. We, in the world to come, do not have fear of the king. Rabbi saying that this is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what does this mean? So, it could very well be that what Rabbi says about Barshisha is in this world, every person is in fear of something. I see you, Mashisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you even feel okay. You just want to. In the world to come, we don't have to fear. We don't have to fear anything. But I think it's also that's I think that's what's done. I think on a deeper level, I think the troubles also have that in all Haba, maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Abbas Hashem. You know, in this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of reverence. So some people revere and fear other people. Some people revere and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Fear is an emotion that is very much intertwined with an ambiguity. In other words, I fear things that I don't fully understand. And I even revere things, right? When something is just beyond my comprehension, there's a reference. What's the beauty of all of that? The beauty of all of that is that there's time. The beauty of the world to come is that there's explicit time. There's no ambiguity. Everything makes sense. Everything is understood. So perhaps in Olam Haba, in the world to come, there's no Yiras Hashem. There's only Abbas Hashem. There's only love. There's only love. There's love between the Neshamas and there's love between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yira is a function of this. But Abba, ultimately, again, so he says, just Ratusha, with all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our world, in our Olam Haba, there's no Yira. There's only Abba. He says, this is amazing. I know they are. My answer to my music is mine. So he said, Bashisha's command. I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king? As they're talking, as a Nasi, Asad, please stop talking about it. I'm really cool because the head of the talking, messenger from the king comes into Bashisha. It says, Bashisha, King wants you. So Bashisha's got to leave his rose petals and harlots. And ultimately, again, go to see the king. Obviously, highlighting the truthfulness of Rabbi's words. Enough for others. So as he's leaving, obviously, Bashisha was incredibly impressed. Incredibly impressed by that. Literally, Rabbi almost like delivered a prophetic message. Amalei, Ina Dubai Lemetse, the Bishusa Tipa. Bashisha said, the eye, literally again, the eye wants to see evil before you, referring to Rabbi. In other words, so the eye that wants to see evil before Rabbi, before the Jews, should burst. Amalei Rabbi, Amen. Rabbi said, Amen. And what happened? Taka Ina the Bashisha. Bashisha's eye popped out, or exploded, popped out of its sight. So what's that? So what is this? What is this? Bashisha and Rabbi had a nice conversation. They seem to be friends. They seem to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? Let's say perhaps on the deeper level, Bashisha represented the paradigmatic example of a hidden mystic life. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure, right? Most of us always represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one can simply indulge in this world. See, he says to Rabbi, look, come on, nothing gets better than this. And Rabbi says, there is something that's better than this. And he goes on to explain it. And I think deep down, Bashisha is like, I hate you. I hate you, Rabbi. Why do I hate you, Rabbi? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been in exercise and futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Bashisha harbors this resentment towards her. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Bashisha harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rabbi, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon the eye, not even realizing that. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. So those are the truths that profoundly so constantly that often sometimes we have this experience, which is we see something in life, and we see someone living a certain way, and every deep down that's right. Every deep down, the problem just is It's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life. But I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because I think we're on the kids. I think you're so right. If you're so right, then I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does it say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in the lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely sure and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. So often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, that feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everything. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no. Deep down, Bakshisha had this tremendous insecurity. You might not even be consciously aware. But ultimately, again, when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize how he were back on himself. Incredible. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, he put in the main Rabbi, lady high truck. Rabbi should have answered. Bakshisha from the following passage, quoting up everything passages into them. The notes the law can be clear. Mitzvah shagam elinecha b'kesem ofri. See, you just know the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to all of God. Now the contrast is Bakshisha is surrounding himself with harlots. Right? Now at the end of the Haba was surrounded by land, surrounded by wealth. And obviously it's not literal, but what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks, so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something, I'm not going to eat instead. He finally the name of the no Rabbi should have answered Bakshisha from the following passage. He said, should have said, Ayin Lala Elohim Zubasecha, Yasan Lamachakla. So this is kind of beautiful. Plus, the Shariati quoted this Gemara a number of times in the Sechus. The Gemara is talking about the fungus of the So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for Yirach Baruch. And no one has seen ultimately what we will do in the Machak for those who wait for us. For those who are willing to live it, ultimately again they will see the great wealth. And I will say another just beautiful. So again, obviously, this concept. So they're saying, Rabbi, why say it's Rav Shisha? You think we have a great over here with the rest of us and others? Oh, Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even look at that. What HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those ultimately look. The profundity of this ultimately is Rafa comes for those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say it's interesting. Often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself. Because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes ahead and pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content where I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be impatient with yourself. But you have to be patient with everybody else. Because ultimately, again, if it's hard, this plan often takes time to unfold. If you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful love. But if you learn to wait, you learn to be patient. And sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is true. If you're patient with the Ribono Shel Olam, you will absolutely come to see it. That's what I think. It says, Masach Alas is no Lachach. As we mentioned, remember the following distinction between if, let's say, the court hires you to move Yain, so I love how much of those wages are less. But if the Apple hires you to do something else, he just, rearrange his garage. And in the course of that work, I guess into a range. Those are to transport some barrels. Ultimately, the wage is mutter. So I got a question. to low Amrale Visusera. Here's the thing. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akhans ask. Listen, it's interesting. Now, we're assuming that we're doing with the daily. So daily is work that you said, right? So in other words, I understand the following things. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akham hired you for $100 a day. Fine. So now, again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking to move some Yayin SF barrels. Okay, so it's fine. You know why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah, it makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this for the person I'm working with, that I'm still allowed to keep doing it. Is that true? I mean, הסוף הספרי, תולי תוסי ערך המלאכה והחבס שהיין אצלו, וממקום, schara mutter. If an akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, so I mean towards the evening, the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some yayin esef, the wage is mutter. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted day's labor. This was just like an add-on favor. I'm a government in Kuliyom alone. Now the reason this works is because I'm asked to do this after my work days or after effectively my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, then it would be usher. I'm not buying it. And then you must listen to other ways to say it. Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, again, is the Akim is asking me to move the Yayin Esef when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor, and then at the end of the day, yeah, he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava Amarava says, no, lo kasha. Had the Amar Le'Chabili Mea Chazios Mea Kutos. Had the Amar Le'Chabili Chavis Kutos. So let's say this is very interesting. Here's the distinction. If the Akum asks me to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, that means I'm getting paid for that. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of yayin. That wage has to be discussed. I cannot keep it. Because on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me, ultimately, again, I'm sorry, if it's Havili Mea Chavios Mea Kutos, then ultimately, let me say it differently. One case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a kutos. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then again each barrel is individualized. Again I'm getting kuta per barrel, and Allah can't keep the wages ultimately again from the yayin esef. But again, if there's a general wage or a general job, in Halacha, those wages ultimately again. So we get Rashi says over here, Lo Kashya. Nasnisim B'Kani Mutter, Kigon Harali Chavis B'Kuta. The name says Chavis Shali Aynesef Benehem. Shadi Kuta Naro. Inani Lo Shaka Miyad Abu Tzam Inat Mishru. The Halo Shayef Skar. Chavis Padi Inat Chadi Kim Adra Ba'anti. So again, if he tells me move each barrel for a kuta, then good. And Halacha L'maisa, I keep the kuta that I get to the and I cast away the kuta that I get to the yayin esef barrel. Rabbi said the Hilo Amar Levi to say Erev Havik Hos Falo As from the Amar Levi Haber Chavios B'Kuf Kutos to go come to Lavir L'Kulu Lo Yavra. If he says to me move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and what that means is I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of yayin esef by definition is right up the rest of the halacha, and then the schar ultimately again is going to be plus. Very interesting. Okay, so this is my sentence. But I know. We learned was it Gemara that puts the price of this first one. So first of all, right? If again, if an outcome hires me and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and in case and ultimately again it turns out that one of the barrels is yayin esef, the wages are us. Wages are us cease again in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 kutos after I move the 100 barrels, included in that ultimately is yayin esef. Therefore, I look for myself the wages us. Obvious kuta. But again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one kuta per chavis. The name says chavis yayin esef per man, and it turns out that one of the barrels is yayin esef, where they can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, again, schara mutter. The rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. So soon again, so let's say you want to see Mishnah that said it. Let's say again, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if you transport the Ayanesa, the wage is versus Hasulam, and also the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey? At the end of the day, if the work involves the Ayanesa, then the wage is going to be awesome. If that doesn't involve the Ayanesa, or the Ayanesa simply, is an afterthought, then halacha my sense mutter. So in both cases, someone says Hainu Reisha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately again I'll tell you why I need it. Safra Leishe Valaha. So ultimately again I need the second Seifa cases. Watch this. Safra Leishe Valaha. So if let's say again I'm hired me, I'm done. Hired me. So transporting he was gonna sit on the donkey to get from data. Then what happens? Now let's say again, he's trying to become a flask. He put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still permitted. Okay. The name of the login lap, so you tell me then why is that? Because the company doesn't really have the right to bring his flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, they bring the flask, the rest of the wage. What's the why is it? For many, whereas the cash on the surface of the surface was very interesting. This is how often so donkey rentals. The surface of Hammer, Sofer Mania Hala Susom, Umiginoso, Umizonoso Shaposa. So what happens? Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter is permitted to go out and put his clothing, Susom, Umiginoso, his flask, Mizonoso Shaosaka, and the food that he needs for the job. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. Can't be able to just ignore the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chomar, Maniach less orange, the Teben, and we also shall also hayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, you can get a silchama, the renter. Interesting. The renter can say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on compromise motion. I'm not hurry. We need to look at the Moses. What do you see from here? You see from here that again a flask is included in a renter is allowed to so that's the chest. And Rabbi, you keep the luggage in the renter has a right to put a flask on the back. Watch this. Meanwhile, most of them, if you didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so does the renter and say to the owner, you know what, if you don't bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of a rental on that. So in other words, permitted, but at the end of the because it's inconsequential, if he outwardly rents my donkey and he puts his flask in Yayin Nesek on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental. Therefore, the rental fee is permitted. So the Gemara go back and ask on his price. It's ultimately again, the rights have said that it's permitted to all the things on the back. So what's the case? If you would readily available along the journey, then ultimately again want the rent to be able to bring all of this. The donkey driver should switch release to the girl for the first time, get more food on the way. When if there's no food, self-and low that. And the rest shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on the chest for that day. So, let's see if the chef will mitrach or the misbun on the level. For the myself, you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier process. It's what you do. It's what you do. Homer, so directly in the truck of one. So fair, not that in the truck of one, it's simple. Donkey driver, that's part of his job. Like to go through the troubles of getting food. Renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is committed to all the food for the entire journey to the donkey. But also, the donkey driver himself is only committed to the amount of food that he needs to get in from morning the next regular journey of food. The father, Acha, the son of Rabbi. Right, the father of Acha, the son of Rabbi, is Rabbi. Okay, so Rabbi on the days have a shafek who found about big of this is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Rabbi. What is this? Reaction. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rabbi was a wine seller. He was selling, again, this is his wine. So he's selling wine to the Avil. The Derek from Mokhe Chavios and anything, Nama Chavios, Lokin. So normally, again, when you sell wine, you also sell barrels of wine. Rashi, I mean, not his ego goes, he's a shot. That's more for the fellows. Mistake, Bahem, Ubad, Mashi, Mistake, Ego, have a shafet, Rubuni, Wolfi, Shalak, Femino, Yoy, Ezekiel, Ego. So what happens? It's very interesting. So I thought, the Ego, the rich, he was So what he would do is, he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels, into the Atom's wine skin. Okay. So we're going to struggle with the so ultimately, again, based on the way you're reading it now, he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was the importance of their wineskins, transported, and he would give the piece to them. Also, I'm going to Rabbi. So the king from the Rabbi about this practice. I'm not ready. He Catholic, they're Catholic. What's the problem? Now, the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wine skins, it becomes, you might call it standing on Yain Nessa. So the problem by this because isn't ultimately again Rabbi. He wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yain Nessa. It's got to go across the river as well. So Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Rabbi is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must lots of the Kiyumo. Ultimately again, but 1 second. Still, even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, right? But then he has to transport the wine skins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wine skins to be right? Then he's going to be in trouble. See, he wants to continue the existence of the wine skins. It must be bad value. He made a condition of that, right? And the condition ultimately again. The condition ultimately again was that halacha when I say it breaks, it's on them. He has no responsibility. Or they as well. This way again, if for some reason the wine skin that he was pouring into broke, he'd have a backup. One second, don't wait on that because after it's poured into the wine skins, he's transporting them across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the salvation and transportation? Yeah, he arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transaction. Okay, so if he arranged transportation, it was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the Yainesa. Inami to the key to their kitchen, or he gave them quickly again ropes with nuts and the goat skin. You see these ropes and we know to these guys. Either way, it's one of the ways that Ika made the arrangements beforehand for transportation. In other words, how did he work out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins? Nothing had been a little problem. So essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which I guess maybe paid wage, paid fare, and they were able to get on the boat just with that. But he did not have to be involved with that. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Good. All right, there's more. A lot of good actions on also. What's interesting? What happens if Yain spills on grapes? So what's that? Like, you can just wash them off, the hidden twice, the grapes are empty. Then playing with the hulls, the grapes have cracks. So we have to be concerned that some of the wine got into the crevices. Asilos. Ultimately, again, it's going to be this. Nafal agave tamim, agave tamim. So ultimately, the Yainesa fell on figs or on grapes. Yeshwan denosing campus. If the wine infuses taste into the dates or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be us. Okay, so Gemara says, the mice said the Baitus comes in, the one time how the Baitus comes in, shady globos is seen. So it's being globos. Now, Rashi points out that globos are dried figs. And what happened? And the Shtaba Chabis Shayayin, it's like another bowl, there was a barrel of milk. The barrel broke, with enough of that and it poured on the dried figs. Shalom, they asked the Chachamim, they're tira. The Chachamim said that the figs are not. Jack, Bob, this is the rule. Anytime the INS uses taste, ultimately, again, it's going to be problematic. Anytime with the INSF do not infuse taste, ultimately, again, it'll be much. What's an example of where something prohibited falls onto something permitted doesn't infuse taste? Kigon, chomet, shinafa agave grease. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, which the Gemara says. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Vitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha right before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell on Ta'inu or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, if it gives flavor, it's austere, it doesn't give flavor, it's milk. Then it says the story of Vitus ben Zonin, where he had dried figs, again, cracked, different things, and the thumb just ruled that the wine did not need it. So what's going on here? So it's Vashikatani, in no sense, have found the mutter. But it really needs to say this. When you're dealing with wine that pours over figs or dates, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse taste into the figs or dates? If it did, then it's messy. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately, again, it's mutter. And then, in my tsunami, the Vitus Benton, maybe Grogos Casino, the Nishtaba Chodish Shoyayna, Sefinofa Al Gabehem. It was a little story that happened. So one of Vitus Benton was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of yayin nesaf broke on or spilled over the figs. And myself and ultimately again the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately again, what's the logic over there? So apparently the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, the yayin nesaf with the grogos was what we call nosim tam uftam. It infuses detrimental things, detrimental flavor, and therefore what I say is go try to fit the enough ale fabis in the INS. Shagi Rabbi was Abunda over. So what's the interesting reason? So it's a pile of wheat, and Yain Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, right? I guess poured on the wheat, and Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an Akum, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Raised the Shiloh, Begish and Bokiline, horizontal but Loyasanamar das the color. To this, if you have a this is very interesting, you have an article of clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially the garment is shameless. So what's the halakha? What's the right? In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shameless. So what's the halakha? The halakha is like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an overcomer. You can't sell it to an overcomer. Now, why can't you sell it to an overcomer? She says, to be partially yaksa, the income is discussed. What do we get from that? If you're going to sell to an Akum, and your Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, no, I jumped ahead. You can't treat that as a salary. A city on it, they also do benefiting from this. Although I'm sorry, about also Taklifon is you can use it for burial shrouds, for instance. Since a mace doesn't have an evolution of business, therefore it's okay for burial shrouds or shroud business. You must never go home like kind of. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the linen? Vilma Asi Lezabunis, because we're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Oh, ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of wheat and the Yainessa skilled garment, how can you sell it to an Akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately you're going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, the Mitkinu, Ulfaninu, Ulzabuna, or the Shalom, ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akum, not in the presence. So it's essentially, you can sell it to an Akum, as long as there are no issues. Because he saw the Yisrael covering, that's going to go on him. Others that will make you wouldn't get all the company. The summer Pasha had to issue this is a good Israel. Ruben's going to start seeing me selling a loaf of bread with Ruben's going to do some more. So there's loaf, it must be kosher without realizing the facts. So to ultimately again, as long as there are no other issues. Now, why don't you concern about reselling that? So remember, again, bread has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. We'll stop over for today. Everyone, for all of you.
Rothschild.
How you living, pimp?
Oh, can I question?
Well, firstly, what's your age? Okay, perfect. Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm a rabbi and my last name is Rothschild. Yes, to the best of my ability.
Learning sponsors have to educate Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Ronan, Ben, C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Andrew, in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, Hubbard, Baruch Mordechai.
Yeah, I stream like 24 hours a day.
All those who need a
Not for the last 4 years. I get them delivered, but I also go and just live stream and get groceries.
Really incredible Gemara ahead of us today.
Yep.
We are up to Daf. Today's Daf is Sunday 65. And we are picking up the Meretz Hashem right at the bottom of Samachal, base 64b, literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda Shadar,
I mean, yeah, it happens. I have 33 different devices going, so they don't all go down.
It's an interesting case here. Rabbi Huda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy.
Yeah, what is this? 20 questions? I'm a certified project management professional. I understand. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me financial independence.
Right, this is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the cycle. But you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an akum on their yontiv, out of fear that this will cause them to go out and give thanks to their idol. Yeah, here,
no, I love it.
This guy,
it's something that I absolutely enjoy. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it.
I know that he's not
and
in other words, he's not Jewish. He's a Gentile, but I have to he's not an akum. Because he's not an akum, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift.
It is what it is. I don't have any control over it.
It's idolatrous. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya.
Basically the same thing that the United States has done in the politics of the global stage for the last century or so.
Is about what the definition of a ger toshav is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that in order for a person to be a ger toshav,
absolutely not. I mean, like establishing coups in different countries. In South America alone, dozens of coups have been caused by the CIA since 1949.
How can you be sure that he's not an apple? Which the Gemara says, no. That's
I'm well aware
that's
of it.
making someone an official ger toshav. What does it mean to be an official ger toshav? So remember again, in halacha, in Torah, so a ger toshav is
I didn't do it.
Which means that the community has an obligation to look after it, to look out for it. So when is someone considered to be a categorical ger toshav? That the community is obligated to look out for them, that the community is obligated to keep them stuck, take care of them in this time of need. That's someone who ultimately, again,
who's to say I don't?
Created idolatry on a basis of three. Someone can give up the status of an akum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, who was saying, I know this guy, Avidarno, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger toshav sha'avru alav yudbeis chodesh v'lomal
I mean, you're not in my streams. You don't know how much I talk about peace. I literally talk about peace dozens of times a day with thousands of people, particularly on Twitter Spaces. I'm perhaps the greatest advocate for absolutely.
So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatically to conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. Ger Toshav is a Gentile.
Man, I'm not here to answer every question. I've got over 50,000 followers on Twitch alone. Okay,
that's not a question.
We're talking about a situation
I have 10,000 on Instagram. I have another like tens of thousands on TikTok. Another several thousand on different other platforms. I mean, I'm well established. If you want to check out all my shit, go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can see all my social media, okay?
If you commit to do something and you don't do
All right,
it,
sounds good.
this happens.
Peace, man. How many? Let me just ask. How many followers you have on TikTok?
All the excuses in the world as to
Not a lot, like 5.
Bottom line,
That's at least the start. I mean, I've got 2,800 people in this Telegram alone, so I have quite a bit of a following. If you ever want advice on how to increase your social media network, let me know. I'll be happy to talk to you about it.
More often than not, it's my result.
All right, yeah, man, sounds good. I really just use it to like scroll like whatever.
Again,
But
leaving out circumstances beyond his control.
yeah,
Chances
I
are
guess
he's
it might
not
be
committed.
cool to have
He's not committed. Chances are he's relapsing to his previous.
100%. I mean, you sound like you have some really strong opinions on some things. The first thing that I would tell you to do is create a link tree. The second thing I would tell you to do is create all of the free different social media apps that are available to you. Like, I know what you're saying. You're basically like a lurker. You just use it for scrolling, but that doesn't mean you can't have a YouTube, you can't have a Reddit, you can't have an Imager, you can't have certainly a LinkedIn, perhaps a Rumble, a Twitch. There are about 30 of them that are prominent that are super easily. Every notification comes into an email address that I like to, and then if I have anybody who connects with me, I just go directly to their message and respond.
Incredible. So that seems to be the same as the previous study. Listen to that story. Also,
that's absolutely true. But I mean, you have prominent ups on things. I could say the same thing to you that, hey, what are you doing to enforce all of your different beliefs? You have 5 followers. You have 5 followers. You have. Hey, that's legitimate, and I do the same thing to have bigger with people who have bigger followings than I do, so I completely understand. But you know, there are a lot of people I'm sure that have shared interests as you do, but they're never going to be able to find you if you don't have an account on that platform.
This again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed harlots.
And
Really, I think
physical pleasure that one could possibly want in this world. Do you have anything like this? He says
yeah,
to Rabbi?
absolutely. It's the fastest growing social media platform in the Western world. They just made the announcement that it would be purchased essentially by Western interests and specifically like Oracle. If I were you and you want more followers, I've taken all my accounts from 0 to followers to thousands, some tens of thousands. But the way that you do it, the easiest way to do it, if you don't want to buy followers, which the easiest way is just buy followers. But if you don't want to put any money into it, which I completely understand, you just follow people and they'll follow you back. And you follow.
Yeah, I've heard if you buy followers, it kills your algorithm.
Your algorithm's at 5 people right now. It's not really big. You get what I'm saying?
I know, but it says if you buy them,
you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you can fear the king. You choose them.
Okay, I mean that might just be what people say. I can tell you that
You don't have to fear anything.
there are many people I know who buy followers. They have huge platforms on which to be able to speak. I'm not saying that you do that, though. I'm saying that the best way to do it is organically. If you don't want to get flagged by any trivial system, the way you do that is follow other people. If you follow 100 people today, maybe 25 of them will follow you back. Then you unfollow the 75 that didn't follow you and follow another 100 tomorrow. And if you do that over the course of a month, you'll have hundreds of followers, if not maybe about 1,000 followers, and that's what you're looking for, right?
There's a reference.
Exactly, and then people see your account and they're like, "Oh, over noticer, they've got 1,000 followers. They're a pretty legitimate account. I'm going to check out their whatever they've posted, and if they agree with you, they're going to follow you organically. Like that's what you're going for. Nobody's going to follow you at 5 followers, and you and I both know that. And I know that's not what you're going for. What I'm saying though is that the easiest way to get followers, if you don't have any followers, is to follow other people. It's as simple as that.
You as a function of this.
I can tell you this: on Twitter, I started an account in early November, so that's about 85 days ago, and I have over 3.5 thousand followers just by using this strategy and by people hearing me speak in spaces. So basically, anybody who follows me, I make sure to follow them back, and so in basically 90 days, you could have 3,000 followers, which is basically like 1,000 people per month. Organically, they're real people, and some of these accounts have 200,000 followers, 500,000. I've got a guy who's an MMA fighter who follows me, has hundreds of thousands of followers. I've got some crypto enthusiasts, 200,000. A lot of just basically creators who have over 100,000, and that's how you get what you want. I mean, that's when you put a post together that's really cool, that you believe in. One of the other people are going to retweet that, and when they do, that's when you have the opportunity to make your voice heard. It takes work, though. There's no doubt about that. If you don't want to put work into it and you want somebody else to do the work for you, I get it. Like you have your opinions on things, and you're gonna expect other people who might share those opinions to do the fighting for you. But you're an engaged individual. You're smart, obviously, and you care about this world. And if you want people to, there's an info war going on, and basically you're sitting on the sidelines. If you get involved and you post what is meaningful to you. And you don't even have to do that. You just get people to follow you. Then you have a little bit of a following. Then when you say something in the future, people will listen. Additionally, it's a really great way to make money. If you can become even just a minor influencer, you're going to make money. X pays people every single week. Just if you have 500 verified followers, which is really easy to get, and you have 5 million impressions, and it's really easy to get 5 million impressions. All you have to do is go to one of the big accounts, put a GIF that everybody likes. You'll get 1 million impressions on each one of those. And then all of a sudden, at the end of every month, you've got $75 coming in, or $150, or $250. I mean, it just depends on how many impressions you get. But like, that's free money for you. And I mean, unless you're turning down money and you don't need it, that's a great way.
And deep down, Barshisha harbors this resentment towards
you. I got you.
We can't
both sounds
be right.
Good, man. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
So
take care, my friend. Best wishes.
Wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Barshisha harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rabbi, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon Rabbi, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious. But at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. And listen, it's just a profoundness or hostilities that, sometimes we have this experience, which is we see something in life, or we see someone living a certain way. And I know deep down that it's right. I know deep down that the problem just is, it's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because I think you're on the fakir, just the opposite. I think you're so right. But if you're so right, then I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? And what does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in the lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, okay, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, and feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need again to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Rothschild had this tremendous insecurity when it comes to the lens. But ultimately, again, when he left his curse, he didn't even realize that he was back on himself. Incredible. I'm going to help you. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, he probably the name Rabbi Rabbi should have answered. Rabbi should have answered. Fashisha from the following pasuk, quoting up everything the pasuk comes from. And no smolacham b'kulasach. Mitzvah shadol lemineka b'kesem. So interestingly, the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to other topics. The contrast is Shishak surrounding himself with prophets. Right? And at the end of the Mahaba, we're surrounded by land, surrounded by love. Obviously, it's not literal, it's but what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks, the ability to have in the world is so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something, I'm not going to eat some said, he violated me on the offer. No, Rabbi should have answered by Shisha from the following passage. She said, Ayin Lala Elohim Jivasecha, Yasser Lechaka. So let's say it's quite beautiful. Plus, he actually quoted this came out a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. Most talking about the profundity of Olam Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do when the Chakya for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the Imam yet. And it goes like another just beautiful. So again, obviously, this pasuk, so we're saying, well, Rabbi, I'm saying to Shisha, you think you have a great over here with your freedom, blessing others? Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately use. The profundity of this ultimately is Rabbi comes for those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You know, say it's interesting. Nothing thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes in and it pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content with what I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to be more. It's good to be impatient with yourself, but you have to be patient with the emotion. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful brachas. But if you learn to wait, you learn to be patient. And sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear. If you're patient with the Ribono Shel Olam, you will absolutely come to see peace. Let's go back to this. Since my suffer last is all about that, supposed to get back to this, we're going to the following distinctions. Distinctions when you say, let's say the Akum hires move Yayin, etc. So I love to make sure those wages are us. But if the Akum hires me to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, I ask him to arrange to transport some barrels. Ultimately, the wage is mutter. So now, give me a question. Yabagan, the low Amrle Risusera. Here's this interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is massive. So listen, it's interesting. Now, we're seeing what we're doing with this daily. So daily, versus work at night. So in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now, again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some Yayin SF barrels. Okay. So it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this over the course of the work day, and I'm still allowed to keep the wage. The Gemara says, is that true or many? Hasofas Apali, Uli, Tusi, Erev, Amala, Haber, Habis, Shayain, Esmakum, Makom, Skorom, Mutter. Then it was look at this brisa. If an akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, Tusi, means towards the evening, meaning the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yayin Nesef. The wage is multiple. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the limited days later. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of the this is the era in alone. Now the reason this works because I'm asked this after my work days or after the fact of the outcome of my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, that it would be usher. Rabbi keeps my memory of sneezing, the Amalei this to say. So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. That the Mishnah's case ultimately identifies the Akum is asking me to move the Yayin Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor, and then at the end of the day now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava Amarava says no, lo kasha. Had the Amalei Ha'avili Me'er Chavios Me'er Kutos. Had the Amalei Ha'avili Chavis Chavis Kutos. So what's that? It's very interesting. Says, here's the if the Akum asks you to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 coupons, that means I'm getting paid per barrel. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get for moving the barrel of the Yanis. That wage has to be the same. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, I'm sorry, if it's heavily near Chavios Me'er Kutos, then ultimately, if one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a kuto. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha l'maisa again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting kutas per barrel. Then halacha l'maisa I can keep the wages ultimately again from the Yayin Nesef. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, in Hamaisa, those wages ultimately again Rashi says over here, Rothschild, Masnisim B'Tani Mutter, don't hardly Chavis B'Kuta, the name says Chavis Shayayin Nesef Femen, Shadik Kuto Naro, Inami Lo Shaka Miyad, or Islam Inach Mishtu, Lo Shayach Star, Uchavis Hadi Inach Hadi King Andra Ba'antim. So again, if he tells me, move each barrel for a kuta, then what? I'm not going to say, keep the kuta that I get. And I cast away the kuta that I get to the Yayin Nesef barrel. Rice and the kilo, Amarley, to say, Eric, having us, Carlo, us, Amarley, Haber, Chavios, Kutos, to go come to La Villa with Kudos, Loyal, if he says to me, 100 barrels for 100 Kutos, and what I mean is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, you can usually have the Yayin Nesef by definition is tied up with the rest of the halacha, and then the sky ultimately again is going to be very interesting. Okay, so which Gemara says this one. But I know we learned there's a Gemara that gives the price of this first one. So first of all, Allah Adam may have his name. Right? If an Akum hires me and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 kilos, and then he says, "But this Yayin Nesef Femen." And ultimately, again, it turns out that one of the dogs is Yayin Nesef, start are awesome. Wages are awesome. Wages are awesome. Since, again, in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 kudos after I moved 100 barrels. Included in that, ultimately, is Yayin Nesef. Therefore, I look for myself the wages awesome. Obvious kuta. But again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one kuta per chavis. The name says, Yayin Nesef Femen. And it turns out that one of the barrels is Yayin Nesef, whereas I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, again, Skaram with the rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. So soon again, so listen, one piece of each one that say, let's say again, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. If he transports Yayin Nesef, the wage is us. Versus Hasulam, the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yayin Nesef, then the wage is going to be awesome. If the work doesn't involve Yayin Nesef, or Yayin Nesef simply, is an afterthought, then halacha l'maisa muter. So in both cases, someone says, someone says, Hasulamali, any Reisha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately again, Safra Leisheva. So ultimately, again, I need the second stage of case to see. Watch this. So if let's say again, Apple hired me to transport, and he was going to sit on the donkey, get the container. Then what happens? Apple showing us all the problems. Let's say again, Apple is kind of in a flask. Put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still permitted. Gemara says, okay. When they brought the login lap, so you're telling me then why is that? Because if Achim doesn't really have the right to bring his flask, so therefore again his rental doesn't include the flask, therefore the room, the flask, the rest of the wages. Look at it, why is it permitted? Whereas the kasha, the surface of the surface wasn't very interesting. He's the halal to the surface of Hammer, Sofer Mania Alad Susom, Ulidinoso, so what happens? Someone rents it out. Ultimately, again, the renter, is permitted to go out and put his clothing, susam, and his flask, and his own also and the food that he needs to return. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. He can't be able to just put more on the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, Maniach Alas Orin, the Teben, and the also Shal Sahayom. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on his donkey barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, the conveyor Suchana, the renter. Interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so compromise my trip. I'm Rabbi. What do you see from here? You see from here that again a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on. So what's the shot? Rabbi, you include the lugging in the So again, you're right. The renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. Watch this. Miha, mostly, he grew up with it. If he didn't bring a flask, right? So if he didn't bring a flask, so does the renter the flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of rental on that. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, the Apple rents right now to undeserved, and he puts his flat Yainesa on there. That's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. Just go back and ask on this price. If you got the shift on this one, from a non the Apple. If ultimately I will say no, the price is said renters come in to all the journey on the so what's the case? If there's food readily available along the rent to be able to bring all of this. That driver should take what you need for the day. First leg of the trip, on the way. The most when there's no food readily available, self-and
What's next? You're gonna fucking
should be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on the chest. Hey, I'm gonna pop off. Let's see how the truck will at least learn. This is very interesting. What's the cases where halal on the line you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier balance. It's a to-do. Chamar, the darker than the truck is one. So far, a lot of definition is one. It's reason the donkey driver that's part of the job. Like to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty, getting food, getting provisions. Renter, that's not the expectation. Renter is permitted to take all the food for the entire journey put it on the donkey. And ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey.
There would be no check on any of our wacky ideas.
The father of Rav the son of Rabbi. Like the father of Rav Acha, the son of Rabbi, is Rabbi. Okay, so Rabbi on the days have a shafet who Kamala Obega. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Rabbi. What is this? First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rav was a wine seller. He was selling, again, this was his role. So he's selling wine to the Apple. The Derek Mofe Chavios or anything, Gamma Chavios Lokin. So normally, again, when you sold wine, you also sell the barrels of wine with the wine. Okay, I mean, that's not good. He could go if he was shot. Careful, for the fathers. Mistaker, Bahem, Yuvad. משהו מסתכל איתו, אבל שופט והוא מגוף ושלא תשתמי ממנו, יואב בזיכו איתו, So what happens? It's very interesting. So Papa, Ravika, the origin here is he would keep the barrels. He would keep the barrels. So what he would do is he would go and take his wine, pour it in his barrels into the apron's wine skin. Okay. So you might have a shovel or come along with him. وأظل أعرضه مرة بيايفلي بوفي بإيه. So ultimately again, based on the way we're reading it now, he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it. Poured into their wineskins, transported by right, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, I'm going to Rabbi, the king told Rabbi about this practice. What's the problem? Now listen, the passages with the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the apple, it becomes standing on Yain Nesef. So you're bothered by this because isn't ultimately again he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yain Nesef across the river as well. Which Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Ika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must ultimately again still even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, right? But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately he doesn't want the wineskins. And he's going to be in trouble. See, he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins. There must be bad value. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately again, was that Halacha L'Maaseh, if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility. The Maisu Pisat or they brought back up utensils as well. This way, again, for some reason, the lines directly is pointing to broke, he'd have a backup. One second, it's only a problem now because that's just pointing to the wine, it's transporting it across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the sufficient transportation of the Yain? He arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transportation. Okay, so the prearranged transportation was done already beforehand. Therefore, he's not doing anything after the Yain Nami to keep the kitchen, or he gave them literally again ropes with like nuts and boats with seeds ropes, and they were able to take these guys across. Either way, point of view of the Pika made an arrangement beforehand for transportation. In other words, had he worked out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins, that's a little problem. But essentially, you arrange it by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which just weight, fair, and therefore they were able to get on the boat just with that. Rabbi did not have to be involved with that. Okay, very interesting.
I think he means like recently. Have you seen like the land moving?
Good. All right. There's more. A lot of good actions on also more. It says in this. Yain Nesef Shnafal Gabia. What's the interesting case? What happens if Yain Nesef spills on grapes? Spills on grapes. So what's that? Well, you can just wash them off. The hymnals, the grapes on them. The hymn recalls the grapes and cracks. So we have to be concerned that some of the wine got into the crevices. Asilos. Ultimately, again, it's going to be Nafal Agave Tignim or Agave Tignim. So ultimately, if the Yain Nesef fell on figs or on grapes, Yeshwan Benosim Ham Asim. If the wine infuses taste into the grapes or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be Asim. Okay, the man says, the mice said the bite is constantly, one time has a bite is constantly, Chevy Glogos is seen, who's been Glogos. Now, Rashi points out that the Glogos are dry figs, and what happened? When Ishtabach Habib's Chavis Shayan, second on the boat, there was a barrel of the barrel broke, there was enough of that and a poured on the dry figs. Shalom, the Hamim, they asked the Hamim, get to them. The Hamim said that the figs are well, this is the rule. Anytime the Yain Nesef uses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the Yain Nesef do not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be more. What's an example of where something that falls onto something that doesn't infuse taste? That's Shnafa Agave. Ultimately again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, which is what it says. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Titus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha right before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell on ta'imim or tomorrow, right? And therefore, again, if it gives flavor, it's also it doesn't give flavor, it's more. Then it says the story about this consuming, where he had dried figs, again, cracks, things that the fungus food that the wine did not do with them. So what's going on over there? So there's Vaki Katani, and no say from the mutter, but the Mishnah needs to say something. When you're doing wine that pours over figs or dates, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse the figs or dates? If it did, then it's awesome. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately again, it's mutter. And then, nice nami the vitus maybe grow was casino, and the star of Fabi Shalayna, second Nafa al Gabehan. It was a obvious way that happened. One of the vitus pension was taking dried figs on a heart, a barrel of yain nesef broke on the goat, or spilled over the figs. But my son, the snake, and ultimately again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter, so ultimately again, what's the logic there? So apparently the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, yain nesef with the groundness was what we call nosim tam. It infuses detrimental flavor. And therefore, what I say is, you gotta go try to keep enough alive and decent yain nesef. Shami Rabbi is a woman of the what's interesting is it was a pile of wheat, and yain nesef fell on the wheat, or on the wheat, broke, right? Broke on the wheat. Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an akron. To a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Easier out of Rabbi Rava, so now Rabbi raised the Shaila, Hegesh and Bokilaim, horizontal and Pilavical color. But Loyas and Amardas the color. Listen to this. If you have this is very interesting, you have an article of clothing. And let's say it's a linen cloth, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially the garment was shut. So what's the halacha? What's the well, right? You're concerned that the garment is shut. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Halacha is like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an overcoat. You can't sell to an overcoat. Now, why can't you sell to an overcoat? Rashi says, what are you concerned about? That you're going to sell to an apple, and the apple is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, like, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your sitting on it, but also being benefited from sharpness. I'm sorry, about also Capricorn is but you can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds, for instance. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in its nose, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in his nose. So over the home, why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of political people? Dilma Asi the Zabonis, because you're afraid that you may resell it to a Jew. Oh, ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing with the pile of wheat and the yain nesef spilled on it. How can you sell it to an apple? Don't you have to be concerned that I can sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, L'mitchinu, L'mfaninu, L'zabuna, L'zabavim, Shalom, ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an apple, not from the presence. You can sell to an apple as long as you know the presence. Because he saw the Having masculine over him, others that make you really know the some of Pasha Heffer, she saw how he just says if you're a Jew around, Ruben's going to see you selling a loaf of bread to an apple. Ruben's going to do some more. Silver's loaf, it must be kosher without realizing the backstory. So you can sell it to an apple, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other issues. Okay. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it? So remember, that's Passat. So remember, again, bread from an apple has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. So we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, for a tremendous week, such as just a little overview. Everyone, a good time.
Found that out of the stream today. Yeah.
Certificate.
No.
What's the birthday you have?
I can't get into it right now, but it's something that I
will
can
say a great
DM you.
sponsor to be able to tell all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Those are the verses of dedicating all the German Rothschilds this year. This is for the sales levels for Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Abba, Torah, Stephen Randy Drazen, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch on the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of his father, Ben Adler,
We're so bad.
Robert Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. Only sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Shas, that are the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Shamos happening, the families in the family, all those in the full shepherd together, Kol Kol Yisrael, Rachel Shlomo, Hashem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Karov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful in fall and not sin. And also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi, Yasser Lichia Bar Ami Gavai. And Lichia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yasser Lichia Bar. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so imagine this Akum comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this halacha? Well, let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur on us. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the yayin nesa, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesa. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me, I'm here to those big people also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesa. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesa? Because if I was to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them. So more interesting enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesa. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. We have three lines up in the bottom in Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't have Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesa to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the yayin nesa. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesa, destruction of our Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the also in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be there. Fascinating show. Hold on, so Nachman says, Yishbar the Torah of Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say let's bring up the proof to this. Ain't Ochi in the vehicle from the client. Let's say again. An awkward plants the land, right? The land is forbidden mixture. So we had such issues 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farmers. That's the kind of example. It's an forbidden mixture. So if an open farmer is planting the land, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the family. Ultimately, like hope, you need to see something with dirt. You can't do that. How about 64? How about hope? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilai. That I am allowed to do. Rashi about open. Rashi from the Hebrew Ba'afar of the Lord to be Kumash and Malin at Shakman. Let's say he hires me and he says, listen, sir, do me a favor, I plan to kill. Not again. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if the client's not uproot on their own, I use that to myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the nothing. Because nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savula, second one from the top 64. Savula, Haman, who's a thing. So Yakiba, Amar, and the Kain of the Kalayan Loker. Very interesting. People hold those in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone is trying to kill, like African Kilai, and the African asks me to put up a fence around the Kilai. And the Akiva says also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilai. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be deciding. Here we go. Nefesh means reading. Mechaka means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nefesh and Mechaka Kilai. Look at you get all this right because again that's kind of come up because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilai. The Kiva says Mechaka. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilai, for example, put up the fence around the Kilai, that's going to be problematic as well. So when I say my come Rabbi, where does the Kiva get from? What's it? Pasuk says, do not plant kilayim in your field. I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even as putting up the fence? Amalomar, low kilayim. So it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the house like low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that things that's going to be obstructed. Gemara says, but ultimately it's interesting when you the prohibition ultimately thinks in that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, doesn't give that mean of Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's saying this? Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you. Open you mean I'm shocked. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon wants to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon won't make a Yakiva. Rabbanon won't nothing you can do climb into the pit or actively something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting it, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that. And certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the fence. So that's not going to be which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Iman is very interesting. What's the case over here? They call other person. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Amar, ultimately, the Rabbi is of the opinion that halacha la'isa, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this beginning of the whole these are lo sechanim. So all my focus what lo sechanim means. Like it's a compliment them, don't give them a thing on the says don't give up you can't work for free. You can't do something for an akron for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says that you do that. Mishmar Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying what's according to Yehuda, says if they're according to Rabbi Akiva, this will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also leaking on Makasina, Aval Lemilute Tifla Shakir.
We
Gemara
had
says,
weird
no.
roommates back in the day. We had
And
our
Buddha
own
says
garden.
it's true. You can't do a favor,
believe that?
so to speak, give a free
Get a
gift. You
garden.
can't do a favor for him.
I still
But
think
to do
that bit was
something to
funny. We
upgrade
lived on Edison
Abba
Street, so
that's
it was this.
absolutely limited.
My
That's
garden was in a.
that's
New
an
Orleans was a
objective
rectangle, but
benefit.
we call it
I
Edison
have
Square Garden.
versus Rabbi Akiva Nami. I've got Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of blind book, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shepherd. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva has a more extensive approach to the prohibition of Jeline. They're not only coming out planted, not only coming out in the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if you would agree to uproot Keline to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Achim. To which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's this phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, now let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yainesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainesa. I'm benefiting from a low result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold shut. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a desire, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Inessa, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. Rabbi said there is it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society. Mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in the way of society. We should take an approach of living and let live. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're using your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in the way of society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become evil, ultimately then become incredibly good. And that's what God said, enough uses of yes, for the Yainesa and Tavo Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this from what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up. False, like just class, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little let live, and sometimes Matthew says Yishbar Yikavarov. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is long. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. But Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same Kevin, and they ask about the question, does Hadu Yasvi become a body like the may have a from the other, so what's the this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has for $1,000. Does that money the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum? Nitofes says Dana Bialabi doesn't take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, this is that with the nail is coming out of the tunnel. So Macklin says, I think it's more to that it's an actual source's item. And he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane. Listen to this. So here's our reference. There were these people who came with Rabbi. What happened? The Suez guy. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came with Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Kairu, always Kairu to the African Kairu, also the because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They can't get hanor from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you know what it says. My time off. You shouldn't become severed. The name of us go come and gather it from atmosphere. The proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of you. Ultimately, it's permitted. I the villain shining us in the feeling that the Ray, God, I bought maybe that case is different. Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're not. They're negating the theological significance of the idol converting. So an apple could be Melvakal is our Zara. So maybe that's why the sources are Elami the Hoff. Now the Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shai Noshe what we call problem. Umachar, although that's called problem, listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from his sale. Or Yain Nesem, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesem, and then he brought me the proceeds of his sale. What's that? What? Oh, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless the Yakum Sin case, I'm not going to $1,000. Pay you. Give me the way here. I'm just going to sell my idol. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesek. In that case, it's possible. See again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesek. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Yayin Nesek. Then he comes back with the proceeds of prohibited. I have to be more of my explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand. What's your distinction? She says, safe from the shum, but how do you make you lots of it? So this is very serious. So now this is sort of back on the previous circle. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Adam says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's positive the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. He wrote it, that's what we just said before, that's not. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Yayin Nesek because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything. If it's still to continue the existence of these prohibited items, why should it be us? Vatnan, here, this is Vatnan, here, see your shoe are being overcomes. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted. and they're both they're Achim brothers. One converted and one is son Achim. So brother Ger, brother Achim. So what happens? Their father died. Their Achim father died. Now they inherit their father. So let's get the estate. In the estate is idolatry and let's say permitted idols. So Ger, Yochel, Lomar, Lo, Chol, Acham, Lomas, Chol, and Ta'ani Mos. So Anta Yain, that's on Keros. So brother Ger can say to brother Achim, so brother Achim, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yainesa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. Nobody has seen this. You can get Achim to be Mabaka or Sarah, but it's much more complicated. But once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. She goes to ultimately, and what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yainesa, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which was what's the case over here? This dish is talking about an idol that's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which we must say, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yayin Nesach? The Cheres Hadroni. So this is very interesting. Adrianic so apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware is very absorbent. So therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the past is great or not. Because either way, the value is still retained. Which the rest of the one thing about even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? But he does care whether or not he's still lost, so he still wants the continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hager, that Kilu Barabba. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha. Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal were making by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa, the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. I will say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept back the stolen item in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. Money is important. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just lose your life. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and you're afraid that there, yes, and ultimately, again, you may be tempted to choose his again, not because of it, some people want to put in that situation, therefore they may go by it there. I'm just saying that often in this context, you're going to have a state that is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the credit. What's that end of days? Tanya, Rachi writes that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in case of the and in the case of a business partnership, will be awesome. See from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we're going to put the person in this precarious context. Remember that. The hunting doesn't find out. Remember again, always it's the same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question like this. Your Tosha now she got to our state. So let's say this is very Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say before we go on. Just say that Chazal will make look like it. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of us, a very skewed view of halacha.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Smack us down. Because all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment or penalty against us.
Excellent to hear who you have in the Super Bowl, the Seahawks or the Patriots.
Chazal want our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we really wanted to be successful. Chazal understood what we really wanted to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do it. No, you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef Khan Ger Tosha, Moshe Batal's that's very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akul has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby showing it from its status of theological significance. So if you think about it, they just took Ger Tosha, listen, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see this much focus about the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an atom in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in He believes in God. He does worship idolatry.
Most certainly, excellent prediction. I love your analysis. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes to tell everybody about what I do?
To negate idolatry.
Excellent, thank you.
On one hand,
I appreciate it. All right, if you're hearing my voice right now, feel free to send me a follow. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. So if you want a free follow, send me a follow, and I've got you covered. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a life Truman Show, real life big timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your Oh,
So let's say
unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
What does it mean, a non-worshipper? Gertosha. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and be commissioned? Both an actual and a Gertosha. Shmanino, Gertosha, Nanilata. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Levato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only Imulakot, the only actually. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. Then the Bryce is redundant. Because you already said that Akum Kishra and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Bar, Zeh, Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal or both worship Marcos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum could worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So we'll say, so really three halachas being followed. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three, an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again,
I eat every
no
single
riot
day.
on a Gertosha.
I
so when it comes to
eat
Gertosha,
nutrients and shoot lightning.
Which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be at that level? Now we still have an answer. Mercy Mason has Kasha, Asia Gertosha,
Thank you.
Gertosha, Hosha Kiva. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the Gertosha? So that Hosha Kiva definition of Kadelim, Shalalahu Avodas Kadelim. Mayor says, any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of the tree cutting, cover means someone is careful with choosing this. Someone is careful about human being. So in this context, the conscious it just means he has to do it in front of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Come say, a Gertosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah 5. is from
that's the whole point
one
of these
seed to
spaces,
acquire
right?
a
Is
base.
to
That's a gear tosha.
bring in new
7 minutes
faces
of
every
the
single day.
the next seed to
You know, grow your X
even
account,
only
get
able
monetized,
to
see some
go
people
with
money.
the
You know,
Mishal
get
gear
those
tosha.
check marks.
Natural.
If you're not,
I hate him saying
stay
actually
active on
that's
the
not
app,
neither of
right?
these
For
definitions
your project,
satisfy
your
the
brand,
definition of
for
gear
yourself,
tosha.
whatever it
What
is
is
you
a
want
gear
to do,
tosha?
man.
I'm not using gear
Don't be
tosha.
shy. You know,
Zeh
we're here
gear
to
also on the
talk to
veros.
anyone and everyone.
Shekidon Allah the Kanye
So,
mitzvahs
you know,
hamiros
do well,
b'Torah.
make sure everyone above you,
Make
below you have, right? You know, you're dropping them a
So this is
follow,
very interesting.
you know, connecting
What
with
is the
them,
definition of a
and
Gertosha?
growing, right?
The Gertosha is
All of
someone
us up here,
ultimately
you know,
again
the host, you know, the
who
co-host,
eats
you know,
not
Wild,
kosher,
you know,
eats
all of
the
us
nameless,
speakers, right?
but he
We're
has
all straight,
accepted
you know,
upon
we get
himself
chat alphas
the
active
rest
every
of the
single
mitzvahs
day.
in the Torah.
You know, we're supporting,
Pretty
you know,
shocking
one another.
definition. It looks like
So, you know, if
really
you
my
guys,
focus out there.
you know, need
Definition of
support on
the
your
Gertosha.
posts, you know, you just
Rabbi
kind of
Meir,
need help getting off the
he accepted
ground.
upon himself in front of
I
the
would definitely recommend, you
idolatry.
know, turning on
Chachamim,
our
he
post
accepted upon himself
notifications.
Shem Zis
And if you see any other
Achirim,
posts, you know,
he
so
has
just,
accepted
you know,
upon
go
himself
back in,
all
drop a
of the
comment,
mitzvahs except for
and
all of
whenever we see you, you know,
he's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the Brisa goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'im mafkidin etzlo yain. Ta'afilu bi'er sheruba yisrael. So we'll say the halacha is you could deposit wine with a gertoshav, right? You could leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Yachadin Esli Yain. Rashi says over here, Yisrael Maniach Bechanuso Ad Sheyilech Yimno O Yoser Mashikin Kim Avik Bocham. The Haikivan V'Lo Palach Lo Noga V'Lo Menaseh V'Lo Mago V'Cham Dasim Amma Beisal Lo Chayshivan V'Chivan Ve'Ino Ano V'Kach Ino Manich Lo Liga Olach Ufei B'Zman Muat Lekal Mechash. So ultimately again, you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the Jew's wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with Yain Nesach. Why are we not concerned with Yain Nesach? Not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews' wine. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a longer amount of time, also. Shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano is alecha shemen mika yayin. That's not what could be wrong with oil. Oil can't be into yayin. It's not ella yeno kishmano. Interestingly enough, rather what it means is like this: that halacha l'maisa. That ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so too ultimately again is his wine. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi Shmano mihavi yaines yeno mutevana kishmano kodem shoter Hashem ba'akilah kai hava b'shtia aser. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? That his wine is like his oil. That the same way that you can get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. And you can't drink the wine of the Gertoshav, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. The shar called davar ultimately meant for every other thing. Hareyu called a profile. He is like an apple. He's like an apple. To which the Gemara says, Shimon Omer Yeno Yain Nesa. Va'amilei Mutar B'shti Nesa. But others say ultimately again that it is mutar ultimately again for consumption, for shtia. So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish the sugya. What do you see from here? You see from here that an akum is like an akum. Gertoshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Lamaihu, the sun. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a gertoshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, "Lav mevatel avodas kochavim, avodas kochavim." So doesn't that mean? Because listen, again, how did this whole thing like gertoshav get started? It got started because we tried to figure out, does a gertoshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a gertoshav is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an akum. Doesn't that mean that just as an akum can theologically decommission and negate avodah zarah, so too can a gertoshav? To which the Gemara says, no, retain Rishus Ulavat Rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It means actually Filchos Shabbos. What does it mean Filchos Shabbos? We'll say, watch this. Kirisanya. Yisrael Mumar. The Shamer Shabbos Rishus. We'll say, okay, so just quickly. Erev Chazeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard, from a home to the courtyard without impedance. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chazer. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember our Erev days. And therefore, you carry from the home into the Chazer into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chazer, he could yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chazer. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, B'Shamar Shabbos B'Shot, Mevata Rishusay. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Bevato Roshos. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an akum. If he's like an akum, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single Rishos from the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by akum, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so we'll say just let's finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, we'll say how does the Yid, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer Lo, Rishusi Knuya Lacha. I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you, or Rishusi Mivutelas Lacha, or my rights are negated to you. Kana, ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They start with this. You do not need any formal papers. Well, so just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be mevatel, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mumah, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumar, who is publicly a Mumar, is treated like an akum. Full circle, both sides. Therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately, again, is treated like an akum for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger toshav, and the Jews in the chatzar want to make an erev chatziros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights, ultimately, again, of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav could actually go and negate Avodah Zarah, Emeres Hashem will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience, such a system with all of you. I'm wishing everyone a wonderful day. Good morning. We'll say a great Spark Hashem Tzili will tell with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filzim Shulchan Aruch, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Alinu Lutova, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig Zichron Libracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch Zichron Libracha, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Rav Nossi. Yomi sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel Bas, Red Iron. The merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sad Aliyah, their families, Inga from all those who need refuah, Shabbat together, Kol Chole Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom Eretz Hashem, and home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekarov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, Fo and Naaseh Yedei. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yasser Rav Nachman Ula Ba'avimi Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avimi Bar Papi Yasser Bichia Bar Ami Gabai. And Bichia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my boy, and he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So, can you imagine this? Akum comes over to Ruben. So, Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this malach? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asr ba'ano. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyam minon kevan, 3 lines up. The Yisrael zerlotze b'kiyuvan shalachavi osayim. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shelo yishtabru achshav me'aleim. I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Achi yishavrebu v'yitos chalamasr. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's asr. On the other hand, on the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of avodah zarah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the barrels to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy avodah zarah is a good thing, and therefore, the proceeds ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating shayla. Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman says, Yishbar v'tol bracha. Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell al bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out avodah zarah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Gemara says, let's bring a proof to this idea. So this is Shida Rav Nachman. So let's say again, an akum plants kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the paradigmatic example, but any forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kochavim is planting kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Oja literally means like hoeing, removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanach Dalet, 64a, about open immobility. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogrin. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted kilayim. Now, again, Akum planted every kilayim Iran. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the kilayim. Because if the clients are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately, again, results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savrua, second line from the top 64a. Savrua Hamani, who's the painter? This is Rabbi Akiva. It's Rabbi Akiva the Amar Hamekayim the Kilayim Loket. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds, and we'll say that in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of kilayim, but you can't anything that sustains it. He points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the kilayim, right? Kilayim, and the Akum asks me to put up a fence around the kilayim. That is so. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us according to the sign. Here we go. Hamenachesh means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So look at you get malchus, right? Because again, that's Tanakama, because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So the Gemara says, Ma'ikam Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his logic? Amakra, Satcha lo tizra kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant kilayim in your field. In the Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting. Nekayim minayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Tamalomar lo kilayim. I will say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the pasuk. Lo kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, the Gemara says v'ilu lemeute tefla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kilayim. But what about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally permitted. Interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon, my area, okrin afilu kiyumi nami shakir. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon even hold you to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon, unlike Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbanon hold one thing you can do with kilayim is either plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The ka'avid dechinam. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. The Akam asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an Akum. Right? We actually had this in the beginning of Avodah Zarah. Lo sechanim. Because all my folk is what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean you don't compliment them. Don't give them a matnasina. Rabbi Huda says, don't give matnasina. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an Akum for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Rabbi Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, this will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin La Matnasina, Aval Lemeute Tifla Shakrin. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an Akum. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Makaim Kilayim Lokeh. Lemeute Tifla Shakretami. They said according to Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of kilayim. That not only can you not plant it, not only can you not do the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akum. To which the Gemara says, "Visu lo midi." There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about it. Well, it's great. This phrase, Sulamidi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulamidi. That's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about it. So it's very interesting because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel, right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef, and I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying Avodah Zarah. Rav Nachman said, do it, and Tava Allah Bracha. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines until I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. And I will say it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, our mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important, by the way, as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach of live and let live. Yes, you know what? It's not your obligation to convince the world of your views or your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, Chazal also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why Nachman uses this lashon of destroy the Ayin Esech and Tavo Allah Bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing that you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing. It's rooting out evil. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right or who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little let's live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, Yitavalabra. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, Tavalabra. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is healing, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's real bracha. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. Good. Hadu Yasvi. So again, the same Hebrew was sitting, and they asked about the question. Must Hadu Yasvi? If you come by like to me, I will come here. I'll be called now. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol, and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu mitofes as dameh biyado v'kochavim. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to Nachman. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, again, Nachman says, so Nachman says, I think it's mutter that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's Nachman's proof. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. What happened? Another room. Zilu Zivino Islahu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So Nachman says like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at Visu Iskairu, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get hana from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, when Abu sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, "My time, Mishum b'kasaver the ne'av olas v'chavim yarav v'cham mutar." Unless you get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the akum, ultimately is permitted. I have the shiny hasim l'chivim that I can be vaday batal. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're mevatel. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an akum can be mevatel his avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mutter. Eloni hacha. Right? The Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael shayinoshev al mikol chavim mana umachar avodas kol chavim behevila. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that law? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says. Now, however, watch this. But let's say the Akum same case. I lent the Akum $1,000. Akum same case, still don't want to repay you. To me, here, wait here. I'm just going to sell my idol. Right, I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's Asr. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. He comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. So what's the distinction? I don't understand. What's yours in these two cases? So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, if Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. And listen, 1 second. If he wrote to the Kiyum of Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, that's mutter. That's mutter. In other words, it will say, when do you want the continued existence? But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the idol because I want my money. But I'm not facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should also? Vatanan, isn't this Vatanan? You have all these other Shiyarshu Azian other place. What's very interesting? You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted, one is son Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochel Moma Lo Tov Ata Vodas Tov Animals. Tov Ata Yayin Esach Vanikeros. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, he said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yayin Esach, and I'll take the money and potatoes. He could do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yayin Esach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. right? But there's possibility of seeing this. You can get an object in the backlog of the Zara, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very limited actions. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say ultimately, then what do you see from there? That Halakha L'maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry and of the Yayin, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that is made out of gold or silver, which means that like even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. So how would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Cheres Hydrangea. So what's the very Adrianic earth. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if it casts rape or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's raped, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost. So he still wants to convince Papa, the Rushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a in the case of the inheritance Hager. No, Shani Rushas Hager, that evil Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha Hager. In other words, the Gemara says perhaps this should be problematic. Halakha L'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha Hager. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take this, whatever this stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue the existence of it. Why? Why would he make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. And we'll say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Force Hashem. And Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that he stole it. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. The thief has to return everything. He's not going to know it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial advice. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, like you like to say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, these are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And it was a choice between religion and you're afraid that the Ger, he has to choose between Halakha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So therefore, Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation. Therefore, they were makeled by a Ger. Understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the permitted items. Incredible. We'll say other days. Tanya and Alki advice that supports this. When is this so? Shiyurshi, in the case of Yerusha. Havan Mishkat through Asr. And in the case of a business partnership will be Asr. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So, how do you find So remember again, all this is the same group together. Another question that came in. Tosha Maushi Bakla Avodos. Can a ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal were makel by the Torah. Just so you understand the tremendous mitzvah of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. You know, sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That you know, HaKadosh is waiting for us to mess up, so he can smack us down. He's waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy something of punishment that's not against us. That's the key for the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, this Baruch understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. You have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly looking for successes. Okay, terrible question. Other Yosef Khan like Ger Tosha, Man Shevat Oz. What's very interesting? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So Ger Tosha, we want to know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out on the top of the daf, Ger Tosha eino ovid avodas kocha. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an atom in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, it's a pretty good thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, when we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, maybe like this. Anyone who's called a Barmineh, if you're the parsha of an Ammon, then you could go ahead and decommission that whole Zara. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an Ammon. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You might say, I'm going to go to Nachman, so again, about Nachman ways this. The stab wrote the halach and battle grow halach. Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So much as Mason, this 1 second. You saw Shabbat, so listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. So found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? So what's it say? Now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they're not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, I can call over an akum. Remember, you also call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of that avodah, and then it becomes permitted. However, again, but again, if I take it out, right? If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. An Ovid Kochav, an Akum, could decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, bein ovda, bein she'ein ovda, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what this means. My ovda or my ein ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about an Akum, then Hainu shalom v'shacharei. We already said that because we just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And a love of the oved kochanim, umay she'in a love of the oved kochanim. Right? Ultimately, again, ovda means an actual akum. Umay she'in ovda. What does it mean? A non-worshipper, ger toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a ger toshav? Shmamino, ger toshav nami. What do you see from here? That a ger toshav has the ability to be mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, no. The olam emelacha idi idi oli. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. An akum. I did the kamrit. Hainu shalom v'shachar. We already said that. Then the price is redundant because he already said that an akum could go ahead and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, zeh lepa'ar, zeh lemarkelis. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two akums, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Markelis, so obviously, again, akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, zeh lepa'ar, zeh lemarkelis. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is teaching different. Let's say you have one akum who worships Markelis, and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An akum could worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship that idolatry. So we'll say, so there are really three halachas we follow. Number one, an akum could negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum could negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum could negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still, because that was our shot, can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be mevatel? That's the answer. Ezu ger toshav. What's a ger toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So Meir says it's any akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three chaver. Now again, I will say chaver. We spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with trumas and versus someone who's careful about tumim time. So in this context, the Pasha says it just means he has to do it in front of a base. Anytime an akum comes in front of a base of talmidei chacham with chaverim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. Good. That's right there. Chum say, Kol shekibel Allah sheva mitzvos shekibel b'nei. Chum say, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noachide. It isn't that the Chum don't seem to require a base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva mitzvos b'nei Noach, the next ger toshav. Achirim omrim. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? Isu ger toshav. Ze ger ofram levelos shekibel alav lekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz mi'isser nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? A ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot of Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say three methodologies out there. Definition of ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days not to worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvos B'nei Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'imafkidin etzlo yain. Ta'afilu bi'er sheru b'Yisrael. So we'll say the halacha is you could deposit wine with a ger toshav, right? You could leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, Yisrael maniach bechanusa ad she'ilech v'yol yoser mash inkim avikocham. The haikivan v'lo palach lo nogav lo menaseh. Lo magav avikocham d'aseh me'alma beisa lo kashitan. V'chivan ve'ino anoa bekach ino manich lo lida olach. Ufei bizman al-muat leka nechash. So ultimately, again, you put the positive wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the Jew's wine for his own. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with the Ayin. Why are we not concerned with the Ayin? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews' wine. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. Now, what is that? Shmano kiyeno alecha shemen nika havi yayin. That's not what we want with his oil. Oil can't be into yayin. That's not ella yeno kishmano. Interesting enough, rather, what it means is like this: that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine. Excuse me. His wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi Shmano b'Havi Yanis Aliyeno Mutemana Kishmano Kodem Shut Rashem La'Afilat Hayim Aval B'Shtira Aser. Now what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil. That the same way that you can get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. And you can't drink the wine of the Ger Toshav, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. The shar called davar ultimately meant for every other thing. He is like a